Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's just the rules, and you can't stick with us. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick with us!
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready, because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
So stick around.
Say that I wasn't including Queen B, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about Queen B. I'm not talking about Queen B. Guess what? I was fucking talking about Queen B.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B, bring the information on Queen B. We're done with Queen B. Queen B's in my crosshairs. There's Queen B's channel. Queen B thinks she can. But Queen B is reformed. I bet you Queen B gets tricked. Queen B.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B would think she could.
Anybody at Queen B show earlier.
We talked about Queen B and stuff. I didn't listen to Queen B's.
I heard Queen B. We got bailing on Salty for Queen B, and some people on the Queen B. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About Queen B over here on Queen B.
Queen B, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
You'll always be my broken love.
Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah, we are heroes tonight.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Let me pin this link real quick. Hold on one sec. Okay, hold on one sec. All right, I think we're good. I think we got the link pinned. Should be good to go. Got it set on subs only. Make sure y'all go hit the thumbs up. Go hit the like button. I noticed people are not getting notifications. So when you guys, when we finish a video, make sure you go comment. Even if it's just to say, hey, whatever, it'll help throw us into the algorithm again. I don't know what's going on, but like I said, I think it's just my channel. You know, people fucking with it so much, trying to buy likes and views. And you know what I'm saying? They're constantly, it's constantly getting fucked with. So, you know, just to keep us going and keep us afloat. Also, I wanted to say, I am trying to get my PayPal set up so I can do a PayPal pool for the legal fees and stuff like that. So we have a place to, like, you know, put as one main goal. So y'all know, like, what I'm, you know, what the goal is, how much we have left, stuff like that. So we have to, I'll have to get that set up. I just got done setting my PayPal up like the right way. So it will actually have my name on there now instead of just Queen Bee. So I'm not sure if you guys will see that on your end or if it's just on mine, but when you're doing a, like a PayPal pool or like 5,000, 10,000, anything like that, you have to have like all your correct information. And I didn't want it to, I didn't want to collect $5,000 and then not be able to get it to go pay an attorney. You know what I'm saying? So, I wanted to make sure I had everything done the correct way. You know what I mean? So, cause we're, you know, we ain't playing. We ain't fucking playing. Not even a little bit. All right. So back at it again. So here, you know, Miss Asshole, instead of doing the right thing, like we all thought she would, she actually doubles down. And because the link was, Zavgirl's link was popped so many times, it actually disabled it. Well, you know, in true Zavgirl fashion here, she goes through and look at these. Bam, bam, bam. I think Patreon disabled something because this is a brand new link. I re-downloaded it and it's still not working. That's probably a sign from God to stop fucking doing it. How about that? Here's her another link. Gannon's autopsy photos. Here she is selling them. Trying to put another link back up again. Unlock this post for $3. Gannon Stokes autopsy photos. So yeah, I mean it's not any bullshit. So let's get ready to start the day out. Good morning. Who's ready to start some shit? Because that's exactly what the fuck we're gonna do today. And then guess what? McGriffer McFarland Cooper jumps on the fucking bandwagon here, and she says, I'm going live on Patreon to show crime scene pics and autopsy photos of Gannon Stouch. Really, I wonder where she came up with that idea at. Guess we'll never know, Zav girl. You know, anyone at the $3 level or above will be able to view the live. Wonder where she got those, because it's really convenient that Natasha Cooper supposedly put in a FOIA request. According to her, she put in a FOIA request at the same time Zav Girl did, and then she puts out the same video that Zav Girl put out, even though she didn't get it as a video. It came out as a PDF, like she was talking about. So obviously, Miss Cooper wasn't paying that much of attention when she was pulling her bullshit. So now we not only have one creator, we have fucking two out here selling this little boy's autopsy photos. Yeah, make sure you want to, jump on that grifting train. Let's see here. Don't they always send FOIA requests on Saturday afternoons? Yeah, kind of like they send them on Sundays. I mean, yeah. It's fucking sickening, and this is fucking disgusting, and I think you're pieces of shits. Just so you guys would know where I stand on this, I think you're both pieces of shits. I really fucking do. It's fucking sick as hell. Not only are you, and not only that, are you selling them? Check this out. If there's anybody in here that needs to see them, that has to see them, do not fucking pay for them. Do not pay for them. If you absolutely have to see them, we will find a way to get you the file without having to pay for them or support them. No. Do not, please, whatever you do, please do not support that behavior. Do not financially support that. Do not support that shit at all. Please don't. Hey, Lovey Love, what you up to? Cool.
Hey, my beautiful Queen Bee. How are you?
Oh, good. What you been doing, Lovey Love?
Just been busy. Super busy.
Took a break and came back to this shit show. Right there, take another one.
Yeah, well, we'll try it in a little bit. But this is what I want to say, and then I'm going to jump down. I am happy to come up. There's a shit ton again. Not that I'm surprised, but where I've been is somewhat taking a break from YouTube, because when you're educated, trained, experienced, and make your living in the law, it gets really hard to listen to it misstated, speculated.
Yes, frustrating.
So like listening to other lawyers' stations on YouTube is a little bit more calming sometimes than trying to help correct and restate the facts in law. And I don't do it to be for any other reason than to help, because obviously I'm not making any money on this. I'm trying to help.
Right.
Because sometimes we get so caught up in life, whether it's a case or a project or some kind of interaction you have in your own life, that you need to work out the emotional part first.
Right.
And we call it, in my world, we need to act instead of react. And even myself, sometimes it'll take a day or two, or with a case, I'll tell clients, man, let me chew on this or sleep on this, because that's when I do my best work. Right. So, on this one, here's what I'd like is there's a hell of a lot of emotion. You jumped on with some of the latest, right? And I think people need to vent. But what I would like to do is, I'm solution oriented. There's always a problem, like I said, again, and you have emotions attached around it. Well, the reason you have emotion is because it impacts you. But what are you going to do about it?
Well, at this
hours and hours on channels and channels bitching, not just about this, but this is a great example, and spewing and turning in misinformation into this is maybe productive to a certain point, but at some point there needs to be a solution. And I can tell you that I've already got solution oriented on this, because I wasn't gonna sit in chats and whatever.
Yes, I mean, because people are on all different states. But I know that people were asking yesterday what they could do or what could be done.
So
I don't want a bunch of people calling the DA's office or calling the, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't
for sure. So what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, is I don't want to jump in with information now. I'm just going to say I talked to my governor yesterday, and I have meetings set up already tomorrow with pivotal people in my own state, because I don't want this happening in my state. And guess what? In most states, this is what the law is. Okay.
Right.
So what
Yeah.
I'd like to do is let you kind of get going and get people in the groove, and then maybe jump up, and you have my email, just email me and I'll jump up with what I think is a way to correct information, okay, and misinformation, and B, get to a solution, or people working in the same direction, because what we saw later yesterday, which you want to address now, is this is now going to become
Now other creators are doing it. Yep.
exactly. So why don't I jump down, let you get your stuff going, send me an email or whatever. I'll let you get going for about an hour, then maybe jump up, or you can in the back chat, and you can, or somebody can say you're ready or not, or email is probably easier.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say things get carried away so much on here that honestly I don't know if I'll even I don't know how you know what I mean. The
well, then I'll jump back up.
Whenever you want to, or whenever you feel the conversation has shifted to where we're, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you should update your subscribers as to kind of how it's been unfolding, and after your lives yesterday. And I know I saw you a couple other places, and I do think that this is I do think this is going to get exacerbated. So I would really like the opportunity to address a different direction to kind of address this.
Yeah, and like
correct misinformation.
It's kind of I feel like people are going in a bunch of different directions because nobody really knows what direction to go in. Everybody's just very angry. So we need to get the anger and into what can we do to fix this, and how can we go about getting it done, and what can we do in our different states. Not everybody's going to go contact their governor. Not everybody's going to go, you know what I'm saying? I understand that, but what else can be done? I don't want a bunch of people just calling the police station to report it, because that's not going to really help.
Well, that's a waste. And I'm going to tell you, if somebody can type their name or anything in your chat, they can be a part of the solution. It doesn't matter who they're contacting, as much as, well, it does matter, but to address the solution. But what I am suggesting isn't going to take any, different. I have very, very well established and thick relationships that allow me to do some of those things, and I understand everybody doesn't, but it's because I have been a part of the change in many, 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 many different directions, whether, just in a lot of ways legislatively, whether it's some of this marriage equality. Oh, you mean that case that went to the Supreme Court? Yeah, it's like some of those types of cases. I've been involved in a lot of legislative change. And the good news is there, in states.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, you've been an attorney, you said, what, 30 years? Is that right?
33 long years.
Yes. So, and well, for those who don't know, because you haven't really been around too much over here. So those of you guys who don't know, Real Lady Justice is an attorney in real life. And so she's, offering information for us to try to have some way to try and combat this. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming up and taking time out of your day to help us with that, because there's a lot of people who are everybody's going in every different direction, because like I said, they're so upset and so angry.
Yeah. And it's not just to add, I'm an attorney by trade, but part of as being an attorney and some of, just some of the things in life well, I can just tell you that I have on my phone on my red phone, people that are definitely people that can make changes, because I've also spent about 20 years doing legislative advising, consulting, and that for a couple of different organizations, as well as political consulting and advising to get things through. And I'll tell you, in some states right now, the time to get some of these changes through. And I'll explain to you why Colorado is where they are, and why a change in the law that was supposed to happen didn't happen a few years ago. Okay, in 2018-ish. And as far as I can tell, it hasn't been resurrected there. But I can tell you that you have a governor, Senate majority leader, and a Speaker of the House in Colorado, and a majority that would probably pass this again, because stopping this kind of shit, because the governor vetoed what the legislature, the Senate and the House passed in Colorado. So it goes a little bit deeper, and it's a little bit different than a little bit spin off of the getting the information out about what's happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, and I do consulting. That's my side job. I finally started charging for it, but it started out really helping women get seats at the table. So I'm happy to help in any way that I can, and to be helpful, not harmful. And there is, I think, a lot of misinformation going around
in regards to like this case, or what do you mean?
Yeah, in regards to this case, in regards
we haven't really went
the
over
laws.
this case too much. I know that a lot of other people have. We really haven't. We only played the parents, their statements yesterday, and some of the, like one of the calls, I think. But other than that, we really haven't went over too much.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, get your stuff started. Let me get a few things rolling around here, and
all right,
I can be factual, and I'll jump back up, and I'll jump up when I think it's like not a good time, but people have kind of vented their emotions. Yeah, and you brought everybody up to speed, because I want to be, again, for me, this isn't my job. I don't get money. I'm only on here kind of for entertainment and to help in the way that I can.
You know, I was gonna say to diddy bop and do your own thing, but still, you know, spread good, helpful information as well. You know, I mean, it's
well, and this one kind of runs a little bit deep when you look at your own state, and it's never happened, but this could have very well happened in not only my state, but a number of states. And right now I have a prime opportunity because of the work that I've done for almost 20 years in legislative and consulting and political. I have an opportunity right now to put this on the front of the line, so to speak, and get a change passed through, because it's not one of the bigger issues. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, laws are signed every day, and it doesn't have to do with money, schools, education, abortion, those types of things. This one could slide through in a package of bills in my state, and that's what I'm going to be setting up to do.
Real Lady Justice, hi.
Hi, Grandma Sherry. How are you?
I'm good, love. How are you?
Not too bad.
I'm so glad you're up here, because yesterday we were talking about this and everybody's saying, call YouTube and do all these other things. And what I was saying is, no, we need to stop this from happening in our states.
Correct. You are absolutely right.
So to hear you say this brings such joy to my heart. But, and I know maybe you could help, since you and Queen email, if you could send us like a well-worded template that we could send to our legislatures.
Already on it.
Oh, I love you.
And that's why I want to get up and explain a framework. And I've also reached out to another creator, and you guys can reach out to, other people once it happens. But it is exactly what you're saying, what you want to change. And we have, where I am, I have a system that basically all I have to do is do a letter, and then I just click a bunch of buttons, and it goes out to every state senator, and some state representative and senator in my state. And we use that to generate others to do the same thing. So that's why I'm saying, like a template, like what you're talking, anybody can reach out to their elected. And sometimes it's easier. And YouTube, I don't think is going to make a change, you guys. Even as a lawyer, there's been some major, serious stuff that's happened. And it takes at least almost a week or two sometimes to even get a response from somebody who's not an attorney, but's in the legal department. And they're just not they're not acting fast enough to make changes like other platforms. So I think a state law is something that would be better equipped to handle this. Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, the stopgap for me is a phone call. I know that there's been a couple tragedy pimps that were going to come to my state and try to do some shit in the last week or so, and something I was personally involved in helping with. And everybody was aware that a few things might happen. And I think Voices has been doing that in some of these states too. And I think that until you can get a law passed to change things, you have to have some stopgaps in with some people that are at least aware of what's coming their way, and that the intentions are not pure.
Yes.
So that's kind of what, and people can take it or leave it. And I understand that people are here for entertainment. And I guess it's with a lot of things that I do, and it's not an election year, man, there's a lot of stuff that you can do by just pressing a button. And everybody that's listening right now has the access and the ability to affect a change with 10 to 15 minutes of their time. And I can talk about that and put something in place to do that. I want to, finish a couple of meetings that I have set up for the first of the week before I totally tailor how it's done, but I also am pulling together, which is why I'm going to jump down, just for educational purposes to let people know, like, yeah, can this happen in your state? And guess what? The sad reality is, yeah.
Yes, it can. Yeah.
Man, and I've had family members die. I've been involved in a lot of tragedies. Been an attorney for 33 years, represented people in wrongful death cases. Guys, this never even has crossed my mind. You know why? Because
Why?
we're changing, and I've heard many people say this, the law has not caught up with social media. And it's really not social media, it's with how things are done now that were done by other professions. In other words, I think that the media, in my opinion, in many, many ways has become like blogging, and anybody can do it. They get up and they say what they want, and they can say things that aren't true. And sometimes they get sued and sometimes they don't, the bloggers. And media is governed by not laws, but a code of conduct. And more importantly, their pocketbook. So media is not going to get out and do a lot of this crossing the line. Like, I've never had a media outlet put out photos of any kind of death or crime scene without covering faces and names and that kind of stuff. Well, that's because they'll get backlash from their viewers, right? And that impacts their money and all kinds of stuff. Like, we just, it's so I think that what is happening is media is when they considered, and I did a little bit of legislative analysis in this Colorado case, and the one that quashed this, the bill from not allowing people to see autopsies of children, is the media. It was influenced by the media. Okay. And then, pulling this, we need to be open and transparent so people know what's happening with our children. It's all bullshit. And the media wanted that access to that stuff, right? So they did their lobbying because they need it to report and to have ratings and stuff. But they don't cross the line like people who are not educated. Okay. Most of these people not educated or employed, not educated, I guess I really should say. When you go through an education to be a journalist or in media, in public relations, they talk about the ethics of a lot of this kind of stuff. Okay. So you're trained and you're educated and you're under the umbrella of a corporation in most cases, or a big, somebody wealthy that's running the media website, which most of these medias, right, are most of media that we all watch all across the country at all levels is one or two large corporations that own these. So it's a lot different. It's a lot different in what they will do and what they won't do.
Right.
And
they also have the FCC oversight.
Yeah. And yeah, you're right. Exactly. And the FCC oversight is always moving. So even when people advise media, like I know media attorneys, and, it's stay away from the line, don't cross the line. So I think that, I just think that it's time to recalibrate it. And I have to tell you, and it'll be interesting this week, I have several meetings set up with quite a few people. And it'll be interesting when I talk to them and tell them, because I have some pulled, but here's the situation. Here's what happened. And like what's being said on Reddit and whatever with the pictures. Okay, I pulled that so that they see that it's really happening. And oh my God, you mean the majority and most of these places are parents, right? Decision makers, and they don't even know that this is possible.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah,
I think, I just think it's time to recalibrate. And, just like a lot of, social justice changes that have come about, they've come about by people coming together and, doing something. And in the YouTube world, the tragedy pimp, addressing tragedy pimps, and kind of pulling together various, a group of channel holders that have really, focused on that and shutting them down and what have you, brought some great results in the last month or so, 2 months, with some of these people being banned from YouTube. And I think that we just have to, move forward, and you have to keep the focus on in Queen's channel, and some of these others that are, not that Queen's channel is totally this, but if we're going to address the tragedy pimps, how do we prevent them from doing this? Okay. And one of my biggest things that I've been saying and disgusted with for almost 2 years now is the fact that people can make money on the death and tragedies of people on YouTube. I mean, media report it, but what's happening on YouTube isn't reporting. A lot of it is not reporting. So where's the balance and where's the line? And I think I don't really care. I'm not into being a law school or a professor. I really just want to get changes going forward that would stop this and put some people on notice. And I saw, and Queen, you can address this when you get into the thick of what's happening with the recliner lady. The recliner lady's ban evading. Benny Keys is ban evading. From what I understand, I don't know. Constance Sue is ban evading. There's a bunch of people, not that she's a tragedy pimp, but there's a bunch of people ban evading that I think that YouTube and getting them to address the behavior that's happening isn't going to happen unless you couple it with the ban evading, because that's how we've seen these channels go down. So it's a sticky wicket. It's disgusting. And to me, as a mother, I can't imagine this happening to a child. I'm serious. I'd be in prison or be in jail or be gone. There's no way I would ever be able to even fathom this happening to a child, much less a family member. And a lot of my clients that I've represented in death cases, I can't imagine being the attorney going through this. But as someone astutely pointed out to me yesterday, Tracy, this wouldn't happen in one of your cases because we're ahead of it. You know what I mean? We're ahead of it as much as we can, but it's just there's no need for it. For God's goodness sake, there's so much to do in this world. Do we really need to be doing this?
Well, and what I've been talking about and thinking about is, because there is a freedom of speech, right? We have the First Amendment. Miller versus California, remember that Supreme Court decision, said that it does not enjoy First Amendment if it's obscene. And I've been looking at that, and, because we can't be the moral police and cause people to stop being assholes. But at the same time, I've been looking at what we can actionably do, not just with YouTube, but within our legislation, to curb these type of things, to curb the sensationalism and the exploitation.
Yeah. And I think, that's another deep rabbit hole to go down, because, what's obscene, go to the Supreme Court. It's what you know it when you see it or you hear it, right?
Yeah,
so it's a really broad spectrum. So I think that route, in my opinion, would be a tough way to go. The freedom of speech is not without limitation.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So that's like one thing that we always have to be mindful of. And I really feel like in the last maybe 8-10 years that we've really moved away from in our society here in America on what we're going to tolerate and what we're not, in terms of kind of keeping on the tracks what the First Amendment means in our country. And it's not without limitation.
Exactly. And you can't legislate morality. We need to keep that in mind, because once you do that, then we might as well be living in George Orwell's 1984.
I agree, but I don't really think that this is a morality. And I listened to, and let me just finish. And I listened a lot yesterday, periodically. I mean, I listened to probably a half a dozen different perspectives on this in terms of channels.
Mhm.
And I don't know I don't know the intention and all the details, okay, of how this started, but I know what everybody says they were. And then I've also heard, and where I'm going with this is, well, I'm interested in the science. So, I'd really rather look at autopsies and police scenes and murder scenes. I'd really rather do that than to do, the facts, which is the trial, the depositions, what is actually covered that actually is the facts that come in, as evidence because they are fact based. I have people saying that they're interested in the science and all that. Well, great. Then go get on a forensic channel or start a forensic channel. But you can't, we can't continue. To me, it's not a morality thing when you're violating somebody's privacy. To me, and put yourself in those shoes, and you can say all day long that you wouldn't mind. Perfect example. And I'm not at war with or whatever, but a lot of people that listen are familiar with this. Laura lives in a state, heard her late last night with some major misinformation again. But Laura has children. I will say, I believe that she loves her children. She's raised her children, pretty much from what I can, see and listen to on her own. She had a tragedy in her life. Can you imagine, Laura, if it was your child's or a family member's autopsy photos? Because I'm here to tell you, Laura, your state is pretty damn easy for anyone to get any of that information and put it out there.
Well,
So
Lady
it's a reality in your state too, Laura. Like, do you want this to happen? And say you don't want it to, and you don't care all you want until it
Well,
happens.
she sure as fuck didn't feel that way when Jim Terry threatened to put her fucking baby daddy's overdose pictures from the fucking jail online.
And how did we all? And how did we? And how did we all? And
sure as hell let me fucking stand up. She sure as fuck didn't say a word when I ripped him a new asshole for it either.
Well, and that's where I say, and how did we react? And we meaning, how did a lot of what opinions were expressed on that? And people that don't necessarily care for or align with Laura stood up for that was wrong. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And there's a line, and right is right and wrong is wrong, and a morality, I don't think are the right words to use, because I believe that those are basically that's word salad to get around saying in the bottom, in the end, whether it's your 2-year-old or an 80-year-old, they know what right and wrong is. So to say your morality allows you to exploit for monetary gain these tragedies it's intellectually dishonest. That's the polite term I use in court. It's intellectually dishonest.
Right. But
It's
some people,
gross.
I question whether they really do know right from wrong, because it just seems like if it feels good, you should.
Well, and there's a point to that, because I always say, empathy and, engaging with empathy with everything kind of that I do in my profession, because I don't understand why somebody does what they do until I start to learn about how their life has been and what has impacted their life and formed and developed some of those things. And dang, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with, but it doesn't mean that somebody, an individual, a human being, doesn't have rights and shouldn't be treated with dignity and respect, regardless of what a piece of shit I think they are or how wrong something that they've done. And so I think that's where we get into a difference of opinion is okay. But when you're expressing the opinion, and I think something that's been really kind of, and Queen's been on this, and something that's really been overlooked in this whole spectrum of evaluating these types of issues of what's been happening to victims of tragedies is, if it's that simple, why didn't this happen all the time? And you know why? Because we had the evolution of individuals being able to get on a platform and make money off of this. Okay, so your media, your regular 5 o'clock news, whatever it is now, I don't even know, I don't watch it, but they're putting a lot of different kind of content out there. Sports, what's happening locally, what's happening nationally, where these YouTube channels, that's all they're doing. And I mean, Summer Wells is a great example. I saw that recycling in the last couple of weeks, is allowing people to profit off. And when I started on this journey with legislative changes 2 years ago, I do not feel, my opinion, what is to be gained from anybody profiting off the loss of human life. Profiting. So what's happening right now, right? These really gory, gross, grotesque photos, they're out there and people are paying to see. Pay per view. How disgusting, right? If you take away the profit motive, how many people really want to do that? Right?
I mean, this is somebody's beautiful, precious child who was maliciously murdered.
Yes, Green.
Right. And you heard the father in his statement apologize to his son. And I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm not going there because it's not. Okay. But he feels it is. The guilt that he is consumed with is horrific. And then this bitch is going to go share this father's and mother's precious child's deceased photos for all the world to see. She is disgusting, vile, repulsive, and I can't.
But let's just say,
mad.
I appreciate, and I don't see your name, so I'm sorry, I don't know what your name is, but Green, is I appreciate, and I'm with you. I echo what you say, and so that's like the reaction part of it. And here's, again, go to this. Would that person, and some of what we do as lawyers, right, is disincentive to deter, would that be happening if that person could not charge for it? Okay, charge for it, and then the next part is it even, should it even be accessible, right? But would it be happening if that person could not make the money? How many? And there are some, and I will say, and I off the top of my head can't think, but there are creators on here that go out of their pocket and get all kinds of stuff, and they get it on their own, and they're not asking their subs for $30,000 for discovery documents. That's a bunch of bullshit, and jailhouse calls and all that. They either get it on their own, or they're not doing it. And I would suggest to subs that have this want to be involved and listen to this, because it's interesting, it's entertainment. And that's the sickest thing is these tragedies in our country have turned into entertainment and reality TV. That's
it
what
is, but this child has a face. He has a name.
Yeah.
It's been a huge trial. And then for you to go show this, he's not a fucking science experiment.
I agree.
Well,
I agree. And I will say this is I actually was on vacation during a couple weeks of that trial. I was gone and listened to quite a bit of it. And I'll say this, and it happens in real life too. And I can't wait. I'm going to actually go see a friend of mine who used to work for the public defenders for 20 years. And she's a judge now. And we're going to go chat with her about it. It's like how in these cases, okay, so in 30 years, you can imagine there's been a lot of different cases in, you guys, in trials, in real life. And I don't live in a rural area. Okay. In real life, in trials, the real trials, a lot of times, and I've spoke about this before on Queen's channel, a lot of times, you guys, these photos of autopsies and stuff, they're not all out there as evidence. They're not. You know what happens? One or two photos, or, you know, a nice composite, you know, representative sample of what is available is out there, and the prosecutor and the defense attorney can agree on what's too gruesome for a jury to see, right? And those
Yes.
photos or whatever are redacted, or they're under seal. Okay. But we have this new thing, like I was talking about, where we have anyone, you know, off the street, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but anybody can, quote unquote, report on this or get access to that, what's happening on YouTube. So there isn't that line, like I was saying with media, where you know what you can and you can't do. And so I think that's where you have to go back into, like, shoot, man, like the meat and potatoes on the plate isn't working anymore. We need to be adding some other things to, you know, prevent the exploitation, the intention of it. So I agree. And I can tell you right now, is I saw a couple things, oh, these were all, and the videos were posted and whatever, and in trial and blah, blah, blah. Well, so then you mean to tell me that you already saw this, and it was what, the trial's been over for over a month, and now we're going to go and we're going to, you know, regurgitate the most gruesome details of this? I don't get it. But, you know, again, I think we're eliminating the profit of the ability to make to profit from this is the way to go. And I also think that I've seen a couple laws, just so you know, couple laws in the way that they're written, and I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to leave room for exploitation, but it's very clear to me that the way that the law was written was intended to give media access so they could report. Okay. It wasn't intended to be a free-for-all for anybody that wants to get anybody's records. Like I you know, to me, it still blows my mind that in how many states I can, from as out of state, go to these states and just write and say, and I don't have to show ID. I don't have to show that I'm really a media, you know, with a media journalist, whatever. I don't have to show any of that. And guess what? They aren't charging enough for it. If you want to create a disincentive, you need to be making the rate in which, or the fees in which you are charged to get these things available. The other, you know, there's a couple different variations of the law. There's some laws out there that will say you have to get approval, and not in a horrific case, right? But you have to get a sign off from, not quote the family, which I think is good, from the next of kin to release those. And why I say is because we can see family dynamics, like in that Rudy case that's going on right now, where everybody's not on the same page. And I mean, I don't think I've met a family, unless I think really hard, that doesn't have dysfunction, and people get funny when it comes to the money, which is death and all things, you know, involved. So having one person who you would be your next of kin or your personal representative having to sign off makes a lot of sense. You know, I don't know, but let's just say Gabby Petito's case, her parents might have wanted certain stuff to go out, but they could at least be decision makers. Do you know what I'm saying? So there are some cases where autopsy and that, like, maybe the next of kin wouldn't hesitate to release it. But I still think that ultimately that decision should be up to and in the place of the human being that's no longer with us and or can't speak for themselves. They still, when you die, it seems to me that you should still have respect, dignity, and your privacy. And what is an autopsy? What does an autopsy bring to the picture? We already know, you know, the cause and the manner of death, right?
One of the things I wanted to add, Real Lady Justice, you'd spoken on the cost of getting these things. Last night, we both run over and walked into Mommy Ramblings. And that was something that MRB and I had both talked about. She was talking that it was upwards of like $17,000 to get what
You know,
FOIA got.
yeah,
I don't.
I think that's, I'm calling bullshit.
That much.
I'm calling bullshit with a capital B and a capital S on that.
Yeah.
I
and that's the
did
thing, like,
see that, and mommy ramblings.
Maybe $400 or $500 at the most.
That's what I was going to
I
say.
think Zapro said something about $500, close to 500. So 17,000 is a little fucking reach. That's way reaching.
Well,
that's what I was going to. That's why I was asking this. Does that sound in the?
And here's your assignment, voices, or whoever wants to raise their hand and take this assignment. Do a FOIA request to the police department, the prosecutor's office, and do a FOIA to the police department and law enforcement. That is pivotal in this. And I'm not thinking straight right now. Do a FOIA for whoever has FOIA'd the records and the cost attendant to the records that were FOIA'd regarding this case. So all you want is the name, right? You want the name, address, the records, and how much was paid.
Okay. That's
so, and I do think that's
great news.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I couldn't figure out how somebody could just, a regular old YouTuber could just put 17 grand out their pocket. That was what
Nicole,
I was.
that is an assignment. Yeah, I see Nicole assignment. Yeah, Nicole, we're all here, or many are here to listen, and some people are interested in answers and solutions, and rather than bullshit, or speculate, I'm saying anybody that wants to know. So it's not an assignment; it's free information. How many of you want to get the answer to this? This is how you get the answer. Okay, so it's not an assignment. Anyone that wants to figure that out can go ahead and you can get that information. I listened to mommy ramblings and voices. Thanks for saying you actually knew who I was. Had a little bit of insomnia last night, but I did listen, and to what she was saying was for records, and I'm calling a big bullshit because most of those records now, FOIA costs have gone down because the ability to transmit them by a link, and most states do it by link now. You either transmit it by link and you're figuring it out, but the fact that the records are basically electronically available makes it easier. And then the redaction process is a little bit easier now as well. And that's really what you're paying for. So,
and not to mention, this is already gone through trial. So isn't it already wrapped in a nice, neat little bowl and easy for them to do?
Yeah. And so what I think is in the cost for a FOIA request in any state, this I can say with certainty, is the cost, the reasonable cost of reproducing those records. So it's not like you can say, like for an autopsy report, they charge, $50 to release it, let's just say. And some states charge $25, and some might not charge anything if you take an electronic link. With a FOIA request, it's reasonable cost of getting the records. So they need to access the records, which is easier now because we don't have paper files. Then they have to go through and redact it. Okay. And they charge for that time. And it's not a high level person might then do. An attorney would actually review the final stuff before it goes out. So those costs, they're there, but it's not anywhere like that. Now, a jailhouse calls, which was a significant part of that. What in the world do you want that much of jailhouse calls and what was said and done when this case is done and over and she's never going to see the light of day?
I agree.
If you got subs that want to pay that, I don't understand that. And if that's what you want, or if you have to pay it out of your own pocket, it might be a different perspective. But that the numbers that were being given were outrageous, and calling it and saying I got the discovery and I got this and I got that. Most of that, again, is public record. And a lot of courthouses, I saw this, a lot of courthouses used to charge $1 a page, some $2 a page for a copy of a pleading or something that was filed with the court. Well, now they can't, because it's electronic, and the preferred method is to basically do it electronically. And I know some states, they can't charge it anymore. And so the clerk's offices, because the courts, it's taking their time and their money and their resources, but some states, they can't even charge for it anymore. So I just think it's a perspective and what you're spending your money on. And again, the people that want to watch this, and some of the people that are watching this, I don't know Zav Girl, so I'm not speaking of her, but this Natasha, the recliner lady, she shouldn't even have a channel up. So how that money is being spent, I don't know, but I'm telling you, I was shocked at the number she said was paid for those records. Shocked. So, and I've been involved in some intensive cases and have volumes of paper, and it wasn't that much money. And when I'm talking volumes, I'm talking a case of paper that's 5,000 sheets.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Where I've had cases that have, or 2 or 3 cases of paper. So 15,000 pages hasn't been that much. So it may or may not be true. I don't know. Ask through the legal method. And maybe that's the way to start calling out some of the fuckery too.
Well,
I just want to clarify something for Fur Baby.
Let me say this.
She wasn't saying an assignment to FOIA autopsy records. She was saying an assignment to find out what people paid to receive those records.
Yes,
if we
how
wanted
much
to
they
know.
cost. Well, yeah, what the cost of those FOIA records are, because MRB is saying $17,000. There's no fucking way that those cost $17,000. So just if you want to call anywhere.
No, don't call. Don't call. Please don't call.
Or what'd you say to them?
These people are not, these places are not equipped for this. What I'm saying is FOIA, the FOIAs on whatever it is that you want, the FOIA is, and all of those, by the way.
To look it up and not call is what you're saying.
Exactly. And go to the website for whatever that law enforcement, agency is, which is probably got, through the county government. And there's usually a link right online that you can, or to even submit a FOIA request. So you're just going to FOIA, but don't call them because they don't, and it has to be in writing. Because if you call them, they're just going to say, well, you got to put it in writing. So save yourself some time, Google what the agency is, get on their page, see how they do the FOIAs there, and just FOIA the FOIA. And that's what, that's the best way to get the accurate information on that.
Okay. I wanted you to give them a look because, there was too many people that were confused and didn't know what was going on. You know what I'm saying? They weren't picking up what you were laying down. So
yeah, I'm sorry. It might have been confusing. So
no,
FOIA,
they, you know what I'm saying? They get lost in the sauce. What's up, Jen Lou? How you doing, baby? Can you hear me okay?
Hey, Jen Lou.
Hey, sorry, I was muted like a big dummy, like I don't know how to work StreamYard.
Sure it was you and not some clown trying to, come up here and bomb us.
Nah, it's me. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys how they're getting these. It's not complicated. And anybody could have looked at this.
Let me interrupt you real quick. I know that Zav Girl did buy them. I understand that she did put the FOIA in, and I do believe that she did buy those. I also believe, in my own opinion, that someone went in, copied the video, or screenshotted the photos, and then gave them to NC, and she made her video. There's no way she got the same FOIA.
That is correct.
At the same time and put them out for $3, the same price she's charging. Come on, man.
Listen, if Natasha
I'm not
was going to
disputing
get
that.
those, if Natasha was going to get those, we would have been hearing about it for the week leading up to it. There's no way that her FOIA request came in on a fucking Saturday. Get out of here.
That's not what I came to tell you guys.
No. I know that's not what you're saying. That's just what I was. I just wanted to quickly say that before you start. You know what I'm saying? Before you start talking, I have no idea what you're coming up here to say. I just was putting that out there myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, babe, you're all right. I just want to make sure you know how AB getting on a panel and people get what you say twisted around in their ears. And so what I wanted to say is this: when you do a FOIA request for these specific files, you will get a breakdown of the cost. You do not have to purchase each and everything. You can pick and choose. And some are higher priced than others, and that is how the creators are able to get them, because they're picking and choosing which files they get. Because the jail calls alone started out at $17,000, and then they've been lowered. You are free to email the clerk, which is where they're at, right? And they are equipped to handle an email request. And the clerk will respond back with a breakdown of how they've broken them down into sections, right? And and what the price was and what the price is now. And then you can further inquire as to what you're getting in those. Now, what I'm shocked about is that the autopsy photos were included at all, period, because usually they will get together, all the parties, and decide what's in the public interest and what is not. And 99% of the time, autopsy and crime scene photos are sealed and deemed not in the public's best interest. And even though some of those were shown during trial, not all of them were, because before the trial even gets started, the judge, the state, and the prosecution decide which ones should be shown and which ones are too inflammatory for the jury.
I went back and watched, just so you know and everybody else knows, I went back and watched, and these, and I have seen the video. They are not the pictures that were shown. These are very, very graphic. Very
and
graphic.
Natasha's pictures match exactly picture for picture with what Zav had.
I couldn't go in there and look at them again, but somebody else went in to confirm, and yeah, she pretty much took she took Zav Girl stuff and used it. That's exactly what she did.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? So what is being said is exactly true. So just to recap a little quick is so the clerk of the court is when you do a FOIA, the FOIA isn't the same if you're the second or third or the fourth or the fifth in line, because the first person bore the brunt of that. Okay. So your costs are different. So that's just like a tip for the wise that are listening. I think you can read between the lines. And as far as the what is entered into evidence, not an exhibit, what's entered into evidence in terms of the exhibits and the exhibit books and all of that kind of stuff, generally, as a rule, those are all returned to the parties, meaning the plaintiff and the prosecutor and the defense attorney, after the appeal period runs. So I don't know, can't speak for if it's there or not, but court exhibits for trial in general are not kept in the court file, so there wouldn't be a clerk that can turn that over. You would want to go to a different place to be able to get those, if you can read in between the lines. But what's being stated is correct, and those, again, if it's determined by a judge, a jury, or a judge, a prosecutor, a defender, and a judge, and sometimes there might be some disagreement, but the judge rules on how much it can be shown, because you don't want to inflame a jury, why you need to go beyond that. And Queen is right. There is more than what was shown in court, and what was shown in court, by the way, some of that was blurred or redacted. So I just wanted to make it clear, so that it's clear that what's being said is in fact the law and how the process works.
I have a question.
I've also seen clauses too where it says if it's going to be harmful to the family for these to be released, that they're not released, that a court decides. So I don't even understand how she got a hold of all of these.
Well, so the clauses, the clause needs to be in the statute, not the records release policy. And in the FOIA, FOIA is like governs above what quote unquote autopsies or medical examiners reports are. So usually what I didn't realize has become so automated, thank you to that virus that we had, is now it's kind of become a click of the button, where before you'd have to write the medical examiner or talk to him or whatever, and you could have that little bit of a intervention moment, if you will. I think it still happens, but where the coroner's office or the medical examiner would call the prosecutor or the defense attorney and say, hey, we just got this on it, right? And they might move for a protective order or something like that. But even those, go through their own process and are fought. It's not like somebody can make the decision in their office. It's in a courtroom on the record, because the law dictates the release, and then some of those conditions of the release.
Lady Justice, I have a question.
Sure.
Because one of the sore points about these photos was that Gannon's genitalia was not blurred out. Could that be considered CSAM?
That is that's child pornography that you're distributing.
Okay.
Yes,
Someone had
ma'am.
asked me to ask about that.
That's 100%. And it's as simple as this. People are like, oh, no, it's not. Let me just say, your kids are in high school. I'll use high school I'll use this. Your kid's in 3rd and 4th grade, and somebody sends a picture of their privates, one kid to another kid. Guess what? Guess how the school districts handle that? Law enforcement's called immediately. They don't get to deal with it, because it's considered child pornography to be texting, sexting, whatever, even by kids. So that there's an issue with that. And the fact that there was no redaction, to me, is problematic.
Well, I just
on what was
wanna...
released, because let me just say, I don't want to overspeak. I just want to reinforce the point. When you do a FOIA request and redactions are made, the redactions are made for the privacy of other, parties and those types of things, and there is a consideration. Before those documents are released, an attorney is signing off on it. So there's, in my opinion, it should have been played more conservative with what was released, and it would not have changed the scope of the documents released with those things being redacted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does actually. As I've sat here listening to it with the questions that were asked, absolutely. I've sat here being quiet, and you've explained almost everything. Like I said, my biggest sticking point was that I learned last night that some of those costs were $17,000 and up, and we know that Natasha wouldn't pay for that. And then after the reclarification that it was, $500 or so, that makes total sense. And you're still not going to convince me that Natasha didn't take those from Zav Girl, because, like I said, we would have been hearing about this for 2 weeks while she was waiting on the FOIA request.
Yeah, and I don't know about all of that, and I see a comment that I kind of want to say something to. It says, I'd rather Zab made no mistake. The system is not victim protection focused. Zab is not the problem. The system and the process is dumb. Zab might be, but that's not the debate. And Zoot and Boots, I couldn't agree with you more. And I was thinking a lot of this yesterday when I was listening to different things. Is like, we can attack the person that did this, but the problem is bigger. So how about we look at a solution and changing so that this can't happen, so that the system is, in this situation, more focused on the victims.
Yes, instead of reaction, to act, to be proactive, so that it doesn't happen again.
And make no mistake, everybody should be outraged.
I just wanted to say really quickly, and that because I just want to say thank you, Queen, for letting me up. I'm going to jump down now. I said what, I needed to say, and I just wanted to explain to people how that not all FOIA requests work, because every place is a little bit different, but we're speaking about a specific case and a specific place to get them. And that's how it works in this specific place.
Excellent.
And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you for having me, Queen.
Yes, and thank you for coming on. I appreciate that. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thanks, Jen.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
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 Great
Bye.
seeing you.
It was good seeing you too. All right. Bye, guys.
We'll talk to you later. Gracie Kemp, can you hear me? Want to unmute for a minute? I know you had a little feedback, so I muted you before. Do you want to unmute now so we can hear you? You gotta tap the screen, unmute your mic. Hey, Ellie, what's up, baby? I just seen you were up here too. How are you?
Good morning, Ellie.
What's up?
Sure, what's
Hey,
going
Real
on?
Lady Justice.
I'm guessing she's okay. Gracie took off, so I don't know. Something must have been going on. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that. I just was trying to get her to.
I just wanted to say, I hope I didn't overstep last night by explaining who you were, because I knew that you weren't Mensa, and I knew what you were saying in there, and I just wanted to make sure that I didn't.
I'm like, what are you even talking about?
Yeah, no worries. I had a little insomnia, and Alicia posted mommy ramblings or whatever. I didn't even know who she was or anything, and I clicked on, and I don't even remember what it is that I said, and I think she thought mommy ramblings thought that I was trolling, and so
She thought she was Mensa.
Yeah, so some voices stood up and said, "No, it's not."
I'm like, no disrespect. I was amazed that I could even talk over there. To be honest, I was amazed I wasn't blocked. And then her audience was like, "Hey, voices, come up and talk with MRB." And so I did for about half an hour or so. It was kind of cool. It was a nice little conversation, and she's in the same supportive category that we are with. It's not right to do to the families of victims. Not at all.
Hold on, somebody's got really bad feedback, and you can't hear the phone's covering the mic or something. It's really bad. Oh, okay. Yeah, Lady Justice, your mic's really bad.
Let me get there. All right.
Oh, there we go. Now you got it.
Now
It was
you're
just
back.
like the finger was covering the
that
mic.
was weird. Okay.
But we got Gracie back up here again. So hold on one second. I'm gonna see if we can get her. Hey, Gracie, can you hear us?
I can. Hi, guys.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hey, Gracie.
Hi, Gracie.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you all?
Good. What you got to add, baby?
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What I love about this channel and the glare, just my opinion, is like we get down to it, what bothers us, and like we get it all out, and then we move on. Like it's too soon to go over all the ifs, in my opinion. Like I guess I'm not ready. I just
Nope, you're right here with the rest of us, Gracie.
Yeah, it's just too much, and I can't just swallow this one. Like, I think we all need to, like, if we're angry, we get it out. It doesn't make us bad, right? I mean,
No, everybody feels differently about this. It seems like there's like a wide range of like reactions and emotions. People are very emotional, I think, because it just happened too. Like Gray, you said something interesting yesterday that maybe if this was an older case that we were looking at from like say 20 years ago with autopsy photos, maybe it wouldn't have the same effect. I think this was such like a terrible trial that people that really kind of covered it and went through it, like the details are awful. So it makes this all more awful for people.
Yeah, it's
I think
still raw. It's still healing
it's raw.
for us.
it's like a Band-Aid ripping it off, but we're not ready,
Right.
And
So
I'm really
I
hoping
just feel
that
like it's like not even, I cannot believe, like honest and truly, I cannot believe, and I've heard it all watching every channel. This is beyond belief, like how anyone would even want to add to this to have other people. What the F are they thinking? Like, are you kidding me? Yes, I have children, and in my opinion, it's different when you have children only because it's like you become worse than when you did it. Like, I think it's better mentally before I did. You become like insane, worry, worry, worry. And, it's a different level of not great. You know what I mean? You're just a nervous wreck all the time. So that's what I mean with like children or not having children. Like I could see it's almost better on these situations when you don't, because you always compare like, oh my God, what if that was my child? Like, I think I would, I mean, that's just how I feel. You
I don't
know?
have children, but I have like nephews and I have like friends
Yeah,
that I am like in
but
love with their kids, you know, like I have a really deep relationship that
okay,
I would
so
feel
that's
similar.
yeah,
But I
you
know it's
get
like a
it.
mama
You
bear
get it.
thing.
Yep, you get it then. Like that's exactly the same. That's what I'm trying to say. You get
I
it.
don't have kids. I could detach
Right.
a little and see the other
Right.
side as well.
No,
You
no,
know
no,
what
no.
I mean?
I
Yeah.
do. But once
It
I
is a
became
certain
having
mind.
children, I became an effing Fruit Loop.
Well,
So
That's
yeah,
what my sister says.
and
Yeah.
you know, yeah, like
I'm
I
a
mean,
Fruit
having
Loop.
kids
I
definitely
took
affects
my
it. If you don't have
children
to have kids, I mean,
when my
it still affects every. You know what I mean?
absolutely. I
It's
become,
fucking
but all
wrong.
I'm
Wrong is
saying
wrong,
is
and
like
I mean,
I
period.
became worse. Like I became a Fruit Loop, like pediatrician, this, that. I was never like this. Like about me, I was never like this before children.
It happens.
And
It really
then
does happen.
yeah, I became and like you know what I mean? Like I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying that I wasn't like this before children, like I am now with children. You know what I mean? And it's not a good thing. Like it's it's almost like I guess like you compare like I know it's not the same, but they say apples or you know whatever are the same or they're not or oranges. It's just different for me. That's all. Like things that bother me once I had them never bothered me before. Like
Yeah.
that's
Mhm.
kind of yeah. No, and I get it with your nephews because it's just a bond, you know. I get it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we
Yeah.
never, I mean, but I, you know, like what if it was like I was talking to somebody, like if it was Idaho 4's autopsies
Right.
and like say Zav got the court documents like legally, like she did this one, forwarded it, and like I don't know. I first I was like, okay, I don't want to see them, but maybe I would go see them and I would go pay $3 to see it because she kind of it was like crowdsourcing these like during the Johnny Depp trial, a bunch of lawyers crowdsourced the transcripts from the trial because it was so expensive per page. And
That's Johnny
so
Depp,
I don't
though.
know.
That's not a.
No, I
That's
know
Johnny
I
Depp.
know it's
That's not
Johnny
a
Depp. I'm just talking about court
dead
to court.
child.
I know it's not. Yeah, it is not a dead trial, but it is like a legal record from a court. That's the only way I'm like comparing it. You
Can
know
I
what I
ask you a
mean?
question? But can I ask you a quick question? Why would you want to see them? Like I'm just
Oh, I didn't want to see them. I didn't even see them. I don't want to
no,
see
That's
them at
the
no.
all.
question. Is I
I'm
mean,
saying
why would you want to see this little boy
right.
laying on the table? You
I
know, with
wouldn't.
the
But that
you know things, the
I don't
awful
mean you.
things.
I don't.
There's
I
Oh,
didn't
I
mean
know, but why personally would other people? I
yeah.
understand why other people
there's
would
other
Yeah.
people
want to
that
see it.
do. They have
Yeah.
it's called morbid curiosity, and people like to see that. They want to see it. They want to see everything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you call
I
a
guess
doctor
that
morbid curiosity or a lawyer morbid curiosity or somebody that's interested in those things morbid curiosity? I don't think it's always morbid curiosity. It's like sometimes it's like with Zab's minds, like just from watching her go through the other evidence that we went through, that she went through all the evidence, like a bunch of
Well, yeah,
evidence in the
just like
house.
what she did with Kylie Rodney when she was talking about her Diva Cup and all that. It's just like you take things a little too far. You have to respect the dead.
She
You should
does.
really
yeah.
respect
She's
the dead, period.
yeah.
Exactly.
If you're going to cover true crime and cover their cases, you have to have a at least a little respect.
You need to
Of
respect
course.
the humanity of
To be
a
responsible, I
human
think.
being that is no longer here, and you are invading everything possibly privacy to the worst extent that I can even imagine, where you're
Right.
going in and you're wanting these pictures in the most, gruesome pictures and how their life ended. What is the point of the pictures? And I get the interest in evidence, okay, but you have a report, and that's where I'm going with what
You
I'm
can't
doing. You
explain
have
why
a
other
report
people
that
want to see
details.
things.
It doesn't
You know?
matter. Guess
Does
what?
it matter?
If you
No,
want to
they have
come in,
every right.
if you want
The right to what they want. We can't like morally police them and say
Hey,
that's
Gracie, I'm
wrong
gonna
or
have
that's
you mute here. I gotta mute you real quick because there's. Sorry, Gracie, I muted you because your dog was going off. If you're not talking, just make sure you mute.
it's not a morality issue, period. Okay. If you want to stop on the highway where there's been an accident and the remains of a truck that's killed somebody are still there, and you want to go and look at it, that says somebody you don't know, you weren't a part of, and you're
That's
just
different.
curious about that. It's not, because
That
you're
seems like a
invading the
bad
death of
analogy.
a human being and taking those. You do not need the photos. You can
So is
use
the
the
court
medical
releasing
examiner's.
them?
You can use the medical examiner's report. It's not policing anybody. Ellie.
The court
A right
releasing
to
them,
privacy.
though,
There's a right to
they're
privacy.
not private, though. They're court documents. They're public
No, they're not.
records. Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not. No, they're not.
How were they? Then how did she get them?
The
Illegally?
person. No, I'm not saying that they aren't in this case. Is what I'm saying is the right to privacy, an invasion of one's privacy.
Well, then that's a
needs
bigger
to be
issue, like you
weighed
said,
with.
for legislation. Like you said, you're talking
Oh,
to your
exactly
governor
what I said.
yesterday.
Exactly what I
That's
said.
the only way through this. But we can't like legislate people for having choices for things that are publicly available for them. We can't police like
We do.
Yeah, we can shame the
We
hell out of people
legislate
making
that
those
they
videos
don't have
we don't agree
access
with.
to it. That's what we do. We legislate that you don't let
Exactly.
the
Well, not
bodies
only
of
that, but listen,
children
just like people,
be
just like with
exploited.
people with guns, you're not. I mean, not everybody that has guns has a FOIA card. It's the same fucking thing. Like you just like with this, they fucking went behind it and was sneaky as fuck about it. They can still get this shit and pass it the fuck around just because there's a fucking law against it doesn't mean they're not going to stop doing it. You know what I'm saying?
And to be clear, I'm not attacking or don't have a opinion at all on Zab Girl. Don't watch her, never have, don't know who she is or
She's
whatever.
done this shit before,
It's the principle of putting a dead, murdered, graphic photos and reports out there that the reports did not need to be out there. And guess what? Get around the fact that you charged for them. You charged and you profited off the death of a child. That's why Colorado had the law that was passed by the House and the Senate in 2018 to prohibit the showing of children in these types of documents, period. Because there is
But this was Colorado.
Right.
This was Colorado.
Right. And in 2018, Hickenlooper, the governor, vetoed a bill that was passed by the House and the Senate to prohibit the showing of children.
Oh, it was
types of things.
vetoed. Oh.
So yeah, so there's another governor that is aware of what's happening with that. So I'm not saying, and I'm not going to get into this, is it morality or not? Okay, because I don't know the person, but you're charging for it. If it's purely interest, your interest in your subscribers, then why are you profiting off of it?
I think the only reason why she put it in
we
her
made it
Patreon-
reality TV.
No, I think the reason why, this is just me like trying to understand it from another point of view. I think the reason she put it up behind her Patreon was to keep it that was the only way that she could feel like she could keep it private. I don't think she thought it through. I think she was irresponsible. She should have put like a password on it. She should have maybe done like a private thing where she didn't have it. She didn't think it through that people were going to be able to take that and move it to another platform.
Because that girl did Dropbox. Natasha played it on her Patreon, and it's Natasha's
I'm
Patreon.
saying she didn't think it through. I'm saying Zab didn't think it through. I'm saying she did not think it through, and she was irresponsible with not thinking it through to see.
She did because she didn't put it on her Patreon. She didn't put it on YouTube. She knew she thought it through on Dropbox because she knew if she didn't, her ass would be done. And she's almost at 100K. Why would she ruin her whole account? Why would she throw that away right now?
I agree with that opinion 100%, not knowing the person, the motive and the intent. Why was it put in a Dropbox, not Patreon and not on her channel? But I'm not going to fault her and say that she didn't think it through, because I think she did think it through.
How do we know that? We don't know one way or the other. I think she's very naive, and by seeing what she's done in the past, she seems very irresponsible. And she was thinking, "Oh, I'm going to put it behind this wall, so not everybody gets it."
Did she take it down? Did she take it down?
I don't know. I heard that she did, but I heard it's back up.
Actually, this is what these screenshots are. So let me reiterate here.
Dropbox did.
No, Dropbox didn't. Her Patreon did. They took the fucking link down. And then she said, so she got pissed off that the fucking link went down. And she said, I think Patreon disabled something because this is a brand new link and I re-downloaded it and it still's not working. Yeah, they were blocking the fucking link. And she just kept uploading it and kept uploading it and kept uploading it. These are all fucking posts that she just continued to keep uploading until they worked. And then here comes in fucking true crime with fucking, Natasha goddamn
Blackside.
I'm going live on Patreon to show the crime scene photos and autopsies of Gannon. Anyone at the $3 level. Ain't that convenient that Zav's is at the $3 level and now hers is at the $3 level?
Hey, I'm going to drop down because I think this gets into motive and intent of the and how it went down. And I really want to focus on basically solution. And I've got a day full, but thanks for letting me jump up. Happy to
Yes,
help
thank
in
you.
any way that I can. And
Absolutely, man.
it's
Thank you for coming up.
definitely not a solution in search of a problem. It's the other way around. And I think that what I just said about Colorado and what they did attempt, amazing that it's the same state, right? That they attempted
Hey,
to
before you
address
go,
this issue, and it was
before,
unsuccessful. But the bill is still there,
before,
and they have a majority in the House and the Senate, and they have the governor, and um, hopefully that will be the starting point of getting something passed and making an effort to protecting the privacy of every
That's the real
human being.
solution. Yeah.
Everything in our private lives is not public, and the fact that you were murdered doesn't make everything in your life open to the public. And if it's recognized in the legal system, in the court of law, which this went process through, that everything isn't public, then it needs to be consistent with the FOIA laws, the medical examiner and coroner's laws, and those types of things. And just again, the ones that pushed for the sealing and the not allowing this information to be public, autopsies of children in Colorado, was the medical examiners and the coroners and the pathologists, the ones that, they wanted that stuff not to be able to get out and to protect children. The media prevailed, and that's why that bill got vetoed. And I think that there's a balance, and there's a way that it can benefit the public while still protecting the privacy of the individual. And that's the way that we did it for decades before now. So,
hey, before you go, I have a question.
yeah.
Okay. People in chat are asking, is there any way you would be willing to draft like a template that
Yeah.
would be like basic, and then let the rest of us that want to take it to our own states and our own places? Unsupervised Maniac says, can Real Lady Justice release a template that some can redraft to send to their own states?
I am working on that. I wanted to I have meetings set up. I think you came in late, with my governor, the Senate majority leader, and the House, the Speaker of the House in my state this week.
Okay, so next week I'm meeting. Next week,
and they are very well. Wait, and they're very well connected with the players in Colorado, meaning the governor, the Senate majority leader, and the Speaker of the House there, and they are in a position, with in my opinion, they're in a position to get that law passed, and then maybe we can move in some of these states that it would be done easier. Just listen to me on that. I just think that there's a way you can go. I can do a template, as well as I'm looking to pull the bill. I did an email yesterday to pull the bill and the revisions on the bill with the comments to kind of see where it went. Which, thank God, I don't have to do a lot of that. I'm going to take that from Colorado, give it to my people here, have them take a look at it, and then I can even, some of these states, we can even give the draft language for a bill to change this. And in my review of what Colorado had in 2018 versus where we are today in 2023, it could be tweaked even more to plug some of the gaps that of exploitation. And that's originally why it was introduced as bills, was to stop exploitation of children.
I was just curious because we've got a meeting with our governor about R3 with one of my families for next week because of some stuff that happened this past weekend. So something like that would be something really good that I could take and slip to Governor Gordon.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm going to jump off. It's Sunday. I got a free day. We're headed out to the lake to enjoy the rest of the day. Much love to you all. You all have, valuable input, insight, and opinions on this. And it's like, let's get beyond, if we can, or we are interested in, like, how do we stop this from happening? And Ellie, I hear you say you're not a mom and you don't have kids. And you know what? I don't think you have to have a mom. And I agree with you to understand and to have empathy and compassion, because Even though you're not a mom, you had a mom, and I'm sure if this was your
Wait a
mom's
minute.
pictures,
Yeah,
I'm
this is me before children and after children. How
okay.
I
Gotcha.
felt.
No, I'm
See what
just
I mean?
trying to validate. Sometimes when we say things,
Amazing. Ellie says everything I agree with, basically. She
I still
yeah,
have a mom, so I get
yeah,
it. Yeah.
yeah.
You
So if
know?
it happened to your mom, you would feel the same way. That's my only point. Like you have as much value as anybody that is a mom.
Right. I meant me before children and after children, how I feel different. Period. That's
Yeah.
me.
Well. Yeah.
You can't tell me how to feel, right?
No. And I tend to agree with you, and I think my kids would probably agree with you. Imagine like before and after kids, and your mom's a lawyer.
Right.
So
I mean, it's almost
it's
like
life experience.
like you partied in college, then you have kids, and you can't do that anymore. That's just me, you know.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, have a wonderful day. Much love, Queen. Nice to catch up. Take care. Bye.
We'll talk to you later, Lady Justice. Thank you for coming up.
Ellie, I hope you like that. I'm sorry if it didn't come out right. You know, I just
Oh,
meant.
yeah. No, I don't take anything
We love
too
our Ellie
like
Boo
to
over
heart.
here. Shit, we love
Yeah,
our
I'm
Ellie
good
Boo.
with everything. I like
I
all
didn't mean it.
opinions.
Yeah,
I don't like judge. You know.
that was really just me, like how I felt.
Oh, I totally understand
Yeah.
that. My sister, before and after her kids, oh my goodness. You know, it's just like, I get it.
Pediatrician came to my kids' birthday parties. That's how much I was there. Say no more. Like, it was so bad. Like, you know, I just became a totally different person, you know, and that's all.
Yeah.
Not in a great way, in both ways, you know, good,
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. There's good with bad always,
Yeah.
you know? Yeah.
Thank you.
Just find that balance, I guess, right? Yeah, no, it is like a tough, I mean, this actually, you know, I think we could see like the range of emotions with this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think it's emotional for some people, like, say you have like an 11-year-old boy, like the same exact age, you know, like you're gonna like some people are gonna
it's really
overrelate.
It's clear how much you adore children. You know what I mean? So everyone up here is here for children. So yeah, I mean, definitely.
But they are the hard cases to follow, I think. You know, like it's I don't know, it's very tough. Like especially this one, the people that followed every single day of the trial. It was just it was so like draining. I felt like for them to hear all the details of this, and that's the only reason why I could understand. But Dav didn't even really cover the trial, I believe. So that's
I don't know what she's half the time talking about, or do I
yeah.
agree? Like, I
but
like
she maybe gets
you know, like Glare. I don't know if you saw it last night.
Yeah.
He spoke exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. He just can't see it another way. But he was like, I respect when people see it different. But he's like, I just like it takes a lot. He just gets so angry. And I think this makes people very angry, which I understand where that anger is coming from. Do you know what I mean? And the money involved, like she was very irresponsible with it, the whole thing. That's how I look at it. Like super duper irresponsible. Didn't think it through, but maybe it became something bigger that you don't know how to like react to things. Like she's, I think, newer to Patreon, it seems like, because she said she had to be convinced even to do Patreon. And
I don't believe anything she says. Like, honestly,
I don't know. I feel like people are all bad, though. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my God, no, I wouldn't be up here then. You know?
Yeah.
I just don't trust anything she says, and I learned that after, you know, the Kylie Rodney. Like, I always thought she was just like Red Riding Hood, basically. When I would watch her, I'd fall asleep. But she's not. And that's what's scary about people like that, you know?
Well, look at like what NC is doing now. Think about that. That's like really like taking it to like the next level, right?
Well, I mean,
like,
she's
she's like
banner-baiting.
advertising.
Yes.
And she's saying like, here, I'm selling this for $3. Like, she's just like, okay, I'm going to just
disgusting. Yeah.
I mean, that you could see blatantly like that she's doing it for money, period. You know what I mean? She's not doing it to go over those documents or, you know, to go over things and to want to understand like more about the case from another angle, no matter how morbid it is. She's doing it completely for money. See, I think in a way she kind of showed, you know, the difference in the two. There is a difference between the two of them, but unfortunately she got it from Zav. So Zav is like the root of the problem, and she needs to be held responsible for being so she just was completely irresponsible. She did not think it through the way that she should have. That's when it comes down
even
to it.
imagine these poor parents. That's what broke my heart.
I don't know. You don't know if they like know about it, for one, and like they went through a terrible trial.
Yeah, but people called and told them.
I heard that she unsent that message. Whoever did that, like, unsent their message. But maybe they did find out. Even if they did find out, I kind of thought of that, like, okay, like, what if, God forbid, I had a child? Like, I could say this because I'm detached. I don't have a child that was murdered like Gannon, and this happened, and like people, it was a huge trial, like nationwide, and a lot was released in the courts, and people wanted to learn more about how terrible he was. His body, you know.
But the parents never wanted it to go like this, I'm sure.
Do we know that though? We don't know. Like, everybody's different. Like, I could think of it and say, oh my, like, if people really care about that much,
so
and then maybe let them do what they need to do. Like, if people really care about my son and the atrocities that happened to my poor son, if they really care about it enough to order all these court documents, not sell or profit from it, I'm not saying that's good, but like learn about it from a different and want to know about what really happened to him, then I don't see the problem in that part of
you
it.
don't.
The money part, yes.
In here.
Oh, I understand. Everybody does, you know.
But we've got somebody in here that actually had a child that went missing and had their life messed in. B still has talked about that, and everybody is not paying attention to what our one person.
We're all. I'm not taking away from B still.
I was gonna say B still has not came up to talk about her story, and I'd rather her tell that story on her own. You know what I mean?
Know that. I
mean, I'm sure a lot of people have stories that create this emotional attachment to this case or any other case that would not want that. You know what I mean? And I can't say it because I didn't go through anything like that. I haven't, you know, like to go through something like that, you create like a different philosophy about how things would go down if you were faced with this situation, I think.
Okay,
you know,
so
you would.
I want to have this conversation
this real quick. 1 second. Georgia said, hold on. Let me see here. She says, would you all have a problem if an author got all the documents to make a book about Gannon's case? I think it would be a hell of a lot different because they would not include the photos that were that Zav Girl put out. They definitely would not include those. Go ahead.
On that, though, either Queen, because a lot of times some books do have photos inside of them.
But most
minor child
more respectful than that. They wouldn't put photos in there.
On that topic, that's exactly what I was coming up to say. I mean, I understand and believe in the free flow of information. Like, to my bones, I am a freedom of information person.
Absolutely.
I understand in the freedom of the press. I believe in it to my core. I understand and believe in the idea and concept of a citizen press. But Zav is neither press nor engaging in the free flow of information because she's charging for it. And Vincent Bugliosi didn't even put the autopsy photos in Helter Skelter.
No, he didn't.
And I mean, these photos are
in my opinion, these photos are borderlining on child pornography.
Agreed.
And that's all she seems like she's doing is showing what a pedophile she is.
No, I don't. That's taking things a little too far, I think.
Okay.
That goes overboard.
Okay, well.
I mean, that's your opinion,
Maybe
but,
not, but
you're entitled to your opinion. I just think that's in my opinion, taking things a little too far.
I've not seen anything else that indicates that she would be inappropriate. So I don't think I'm going to brand her with that.
Okay.
No,
I totally get that. I mean, I was just
right, because you're accusing herself of her. You're not going off of the action she just did. You're accusing her entire life. So I'm not gonna accuse her entire life.
Yeah, I think that's a little too far, to be honest. But I mean, that's, like I said, that's just me. I think that's.
I apologize. I didn't. I mean,
No,
I do agree
it's
that
totally, you're entitled to your opinion. I keep it fair. I let everybody come
No, I
up and
totally
tell
get it,
their
yeah.
opinion. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. You know, like I mean, you can feel how you feel. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I don't think of Zav that way. I don't think that she's anywhere near that at all. I just think that she, you know, likes to deep dive into these cases, and she likes to know every little detail, and that's okay too, and it's fine to know every single detail. But my biggest issue is putting it out here for the world to see and charging on top of it. Like,
and that's why I was jumping up, is I was going to say, I totally get her morbid curiosity, because as a teenager, I had a morbid curiosity. So
yeah,
I decided I was going to be
it's
a
normal.
homicide
A lot of people
investigator.
do. A lot of
Right?
people, you know,
So
they
I
want to see
became an explorer
everything
with
for
the police
themselves.
department and got a taste of what I would be dealing with as an adult if I became a homicide investigator. And was introduced to a lot of things and a lot of crime scenes, and the ones that shook me the most that I could not handle were the ones involving kids. So when I became an officer and everything, then I got married and started my own family. That's when I got out of law enforcement, because I was like, I cannot be one of those cops that have my kids go through, getting that knock on the door at whatever time, letting them know that their mother was involved in something like that. But the cases that always threw me were the ones involving kids. And when Gannon's case came up, as a mom and grandma now, it just broke my heart. And I was glad that when I watched the trial that they did not show any photos, because just the description from the crime scene investigators was enough for me to go, oh my God, what a crime scene. That child's photos does not need to be out there. So I was glad that they didn't show anything. But then I heard about this and I was like, oh my God, with the weirdos out there now that are enjoying these photos, this is just ridiculous. And she's profiting off of it.
I don't think that was her intention, was to profit off of it, though. I don't know. I know people have different things and people don't like her. I don't watch her. I know of her from
I didn't
Tyler
even know who
Rodney.
she was until I heard about this.
Oh, this
She
is how
said
she's.
she was trying to recoup her money that she put out. So isn't
Okay,
that
so like crowdfunding, like how, like I said, with like what they do with Johnny Depp in a way. That's the only comparison I'm making. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I hope people don't jump on me, but like they crowdfunded for documents in a way.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
like, okay.
Hey, I want to go back to what you said earlier about the difference between somebody who's had the experience and not had the experience. And I don't want to
What do
be
you
an
mean?
asshole. Well, like what you were talking about, how somebody that's had the experience doesn't view it as somebody who hasn't had the experience.
Well, me personally, I think I might see this all in a different, like with different eyes, if like I completely went through not just losing a child, having to go through this crazy trial that was I'm like putting myself into this case because the publicity of it is part of my reasoning behind it. If I had to go through the exact same thing, say that I was the mom, and I had to go through that whole trial and losing a child in the way that I lost it, my emotions would be completely different than this person talking to you right now, because I would have not only lost a child, not only go through all of that,
right?
Then I would have to get to this point of, I might not have, I don't know, me personally, if I would have gotten to that point, but I don't know who I would be. You don't know who you become something else when you go through something like this,
Right.
losing
And
a child and having to go through a national-wide, kind of trial.
That's the point that I wanted to get back to. You hit right back on it. Thank you, Ellie. Okay, so, and bear with me because I don't want this to come out sounding, I'm not trying to fight, okay? I'm trying to have a conversation. So, I'm trying to watch my tone and because this is something, okay, so like in my experience with losing my sister, the way I lost my sister, my immediate, when I heard about all of this, my immediate thought was, does that mean then if somebody gets mad at somebody on YouTube and they know they've lost a relative, does that mean that that's going to give them the right to go out and FOIA that and put it somewhere?
No.
That's what it seems like. Because
Be still, you're be still. Can you hear me?
Hey, Be Still.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, it just keeps you keep going in and out. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, that's because I'm in my back room, but I'll get closer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Okay, I just wanted to, like, you all know, well, you don't know my situation, but I had a missing child. Well, he was 19 years old, and he was missing for 2 months, and then he was found. He had fallen through the ice on a river. They did an autopsy. I didn't want to look at them, and from what I'm seeing from watching that trial, the mother and the father didn't want to look at the autopsy, so they left. I never looked at my sons, and I would be damned if I would turn on the internet and see my son's autopsy. I think I would die on the spot. I'm 29 years into this. My son passed 29 years ago, and there isn't a day that you don't think about them, that you don't talk to them. There's not a day. So for somebody to go and post something like that I could in there, his genitals showing, oh my God, I would dig my own grave. You don't do that to people. Money is not that important that you go and I know everybody's talking about, well, I would do this or I would do that. If you've lost a child, no matter how, you'll know where I'm coming from. It never leaves you. This family doesn't need to see this. Another thing I want to say is, I remember when Laura's son's father died in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
That Jim Terry, or whatever his name is, was going to post his autopsy reports. And Laura begged him not to. So how can she go about, and Laura, I don't.
Oh, you fell off.
Reverse
Yeah,
your
she keeps
opinion.
bouncing back, and you keep bouncing in and out. I'm not sure what's going on, but you keep going in and out.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear what I was saying about Laura?
We heard you say Laura begged him, and then you jumped off the panel and then came back on. So
Laura begged him not to post anything, those autopsies, because of her son. So her son wouldn't see it years from now.
Yes, and we fought him hard about that. We went rounds with Jim Terry about that over here because
so now
me and Laura.
So now you're saying you have no opinion. What would you do if your son 3-4 months after the person took the autopsy, whatever, it showed up online? It would be a different story. I sit here and I listen, and I know there's other people in the chat that have lost a child. They know where I'm coming from. I still cry 29 years later. I look forward to the day when I see my son in heaven. The reason that I survived is because I have another son. It's something that we live with. And to sit and watch and listen to this, it makes me sick. Do what you need to do get the laws changed, but do it. And I will participate in that also. So I just wanted to come up and talk to you. One day I will get with Queen and I.
Oh, dang.
When I was on television and when I was on the radio or whatever, I didn't cry. But back in my house, I screamed my head off. So don't be quick to judge. You have no clue. And you know what? I'm glad you don't know. I don't wish it on anybody.
That's right.
But try to think a little bit before talk. Do you know that when you lose a parent, you're called an orphan. When you lose a spouse, you're called a widow or a widower. There's no name for us. And there's tons of people who have gone through it. I'm not the only one. I will one night, and soon, I will come up and I will explain my whole story. The only reason that I'm leery is I ran a grief support. Had lost a child, self-medicate. I watched one woman that I had to call the police because she was laying on her son's grave talking to me, and I had to talk to her for 5 hours to wait for the police to get there to save her. So there's a lot that I do know and that I will share with you all. But thank you for listening to me, and thank you, Queen, for being here, because I've been to a lot of other places and this is where I found my home. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for sharing, and my heart goes out to you, hon. It really does. I could not imagine. I know I've lost my mother, and I know I would not want to see. I couldn't watch her autopsy at all, and I wouldn't want anyone else seeing it.
Ellie, going back to where we were at, so now that we've taken that into consideration, don't you think that the laws should be there to protect the ones who have gone through it?
Yes.
And stop the people who haven't?
Yes.
Because they don't
I totally
have
believe in
a right.
legislation. You heard me before. I was like, legislation is the only solution for this. I like us, like, oh my God, that dog. Us like saying like Zav can't do this isn't we could, like Lady Justice was saying, like we could, contact our local state, counties, local governments, and like get a change from there if it's that. Like for me, like if you could find your way around seeing those things if you don't want to see them. I didn't want to see it. I don't look at even like when movies, I don't like a part that's scary or bloody. I look away. I don't know. I feel like there's other things that we as humans could do to like censor our own like content. And I think this is like new territory, truthfully, with social media, true crime, autopsies, court records. We've seen it happen a lot of time. Right?
Some people might be willing to, obviously she's willing to go that far, whereas I'm not, and I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Exactly. As a cop, I could pull myself off of a case that I did not want to work or could not work.
When it comes,
but I also went to school to learn all this stuff, and that quenched my morbid curiosity because I saw the stuff live in person when it happened. I didn't have to, thankfully, sit through trial and look at the photos. It was bad enough going through it at the time. So I could just imagine.
When it comes to Zav Girl, I was sitting on her panel the day Ryan Upchurch came up. And I watched her become a completely different person.
Yep.
To the point that, I got kicked off the panel because I turned and looked at her and said, "What are you doing? This is not what we were talking about before."
Like, girl, you're googly eyeing. What are you doing?
I'm done giving her passes.
She's not naive. She's not sweet. She's not innocent. She knows exactly what she's doing. She did this on purpose. And Ellie, I love you. I do. You are so sweet and so kind, and you see the best in everybody. But
She
we need
does.
something better
love our Ellie
than
Bill.
don't read to keep us from disseminating underage child torture snuff porn. That doesn't cut it. Because that's
Exactly.
what this has become. That's what this is out there being. It's not that Zav is one of those things, but that's definitely who she fed last night. And she knew she was doing it, and she didn't give a damn.
I popped down, so I wasn't listening because I was on a phone call.
She's still trying. She's still trying to. That's what these screenshots are. She is still trying to upload, even though Patreon shut the link down. She's still trying right now. I think Patreon disabled something because this is a brand new link. I re-downloaded it and it's still not working. And it wasn't working. All night she had trouble with it. Now I'm not even sure if it works now. I didn't even go check.
I think that she found out that Dropbox doesn't work with Patreon, and now she's got a Google link that she's using now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Whatever the link is, Queen, if you find it, I don't want to view it myself, but I popped down earlier because I was taking care of business here in my own state. I spoke to my coroner's office, who has a annual meeting, and this is going to be brought up there, okay, to prevent anything like this from happening in Illinois. It's going to go up the chain of command. So if you can send me
and then
the link.
After Zav Girl does that, so yesterday, as things are playing out, I will try to send you the link, Grain. I'll try to forward it to you. As things are playing out yesterday, so Abe comes up, tells us what's going on. Basically, he noticed what was going on. He comes up, tells us, right, well, we heard him. Then he comes up and explains it to us. We talk about it. You guys, or some people went over there and told her we wanted to chat with her. Why did she do this? Blah, blah, blah. She was cutting her nails and when it was going off. The next morning or the next day or whatever, we did a live, right? And by that time, it had already gotten to Reddit and had started making its way around to other websites. You know what I mean? And then
Reddit and 4chan had it by yesterday morning.
Yep. And so, so now the link had been popped so many times. Obviously, it was disabled and had been reported. So Patreon disabled it. So then she starts trying to make another link. She goes live. Other people go live. Everybody's pretty much calling her out about it, except for Laura, who now agrees with it and thinks that she's doing no wrong. But when Jim Terry threatened to do it to her, child's father, it was an issue then. Then you have Natasha Cooper jumping on this as of last night. Somebody had downloaded it and gave her the video. So now she has it and she's charging $3 and going live with it.
That's exploitative for money. And the Laura
Yes,
thing was
ma'am.
done with like malicious intent, like what you were saying before, Voices.
Yep.
Like with that question that you had to me, like, can anybody now go on YouTube and release like well, then you're threatening somebody and using it for malicious intent. I don't think that was Zav's intention, was malicious intent. It was whatever her curiosity
I don't think
was.
her intention was malicious intent either. I really don't. I don't think she did it maliciously.
Nope.
But I do
maybe
think she
exploitatively.
uploaded it.
Exploitively.
Well, I mean,
but once she
irresponsibly.
once she knew how bad it was, she continued to do it.
Correct.
So
At
she
the point when yesterday, when things had gotten out of hand and the link had been disabled, at that point, why are you trying so hard to remake it so hard that you? What'd you say? She made a Google link. I haven't even heard it. I didn't even see that. I'll have to figure it out.
Somebody came into the chat. I've been trying to search over here to see if I could at least get to the Google link. I've not been able to find it yet, but if somebody else gets it, send it to Queen. I'm over here searching while I'm muted, trying to find it so that we can get it in the list of stuff.
Like if I make a mistake, I'm sorry, Voices. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead, baby.
I just feel like if I make a mistake and I know it's wrong, I'll do everything in my power to do better, get rid of it, whatever, right away. If I've hurt anyone, she has to know how horrible this is. But she keeps doing it. So to me, if it was originally one way, she continued to do it. She didn't fix it. She kept doing it. So
I
that's
also learned on my call that there is people have a way around certain protocols by saying it is for science purposes.
Correct. And can I just say, I'm not putting Ellie on the spot. I liked Ellie's line of thinking, and I was trying to have a conversation with her. So that's it. That's all. I'm not trying to fight with Ellie. I think Ellie knew that. I
But
liked the
I'm
way she
also
was
told
thinking.
if it's for science purposes, you are not allowed to charge money.
So anyhow, so she so basically we have not one creator but two selling autopsy photos of a minor that was brutally murdered by his stepmom.
I would also like to ask what the actual science community thinks about this. Are they speaking up?
I was gonna say who's science? Who's in science? Who's in science? I mean, she's a creator.
Zav
She's
girl. Yeah.
not a scientist. What are you talking about?
I know. She's saying it's for like science purposes and she wanted to learn, scientifically. That's what she said, right?
I have
So,
no
what does the
idea if that's
actual
what she said.
science community think? I'm pretty sure
Where
that's
did
her
she say
excuse.
that at? In her live
I
stream?
think
That
that
was where
live I went
in
over
that
there,
clip
she
that
was
you
using
played
that for
us.
her first excuse. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right.
I'm a
In
science
that
girl.
clip
I
you
love
played
everything
us.
science. There's other people like me who want to see the science of it. Well,
where's Dr. Latina? She couldn't shut up about Kylie Rodney. Where is she?
Right.
Don't you dare say that name 2 more times because she'll appear in chat.
I was
Sorry.
thinking that too about Dr. Latina. Why didn't she make an appearance on
Damn
that?
it, Ellie. Now you've said it. Now it's been said twice. One more time
Oh,
and she's going to show
okay,
up.
just don't say it. Okay.
Oh, Tiffany cursed us. There we go. All right, here we go. Watch. She's going to pop in and say, hi, guys.
Well, okay, Cotton Candy Boobs. Here's this what she says here. I'm pretty desensitized and no way I could look at those, let alone do what's being done. I couldn't even watch the trial. I mean, there. Blank screen said, someone say it. Nah, don't you do it.
Texas Tiffany did it. The good Tiffany did it already. We got 3 now. Oh, man, here we come. Shambles, get ready. Shambles to the back queue. Shambles to the back queue.
Well, I mean, we do know what a mortician thinks, right? That girl said under no circumstances should any of us look at him if we value our mental health, right?
Right, absolutely.
I'm going to hop down because my son is mowing right outside my window. See everybody in chat.
All righty. Thank you for coming up, baby.
Thanks for having me. Love y'all.
Hey, look what Aeneas24 says. I'm in the medical realm and EMS. There you go. You can't learn anything from those pics. Most people in EMS are haunted by those kind of images.
Yeah. Yep.
but that's what she kept saying her answer was for when we asked why she's doing this.
I just want to ask her, what has she learned so far? What has she learned so far from these pictures? Is she kidding? Like, I can't even. I just can't. She wants to learn. Oh, learn how you're hurting this whole family so bad and the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. How about you take a class on empathy instead of science, Zav? Okay? Because you don't have any.
No, none. Yeah. Mm-mm. I told you I'm still in the anger stage.
Me too. So if someone thinks I'm yelling at them, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I'm just, it's beyond belief that this could even happen. I honestly still think it's a mistake. I don't think legally this should have happened. I think someone in the clerk's office made a horrendous mistake.
I just don't.
Oh, that the information should never have been FOIA'd. Like you think that they gave her too many
No, the court
documents?
documents should. They didn't even show some of this stuff in court. So how did she get it?
Okay, do you
Well,
know
it was
that when
part
my
of like
mom,
the
when my mom passed away and we had the funeral, do you know one of my friends was like, Lisa, it's on YouTube. I said, what are you talking about? The new thing they do is they video it and they post it. I had no idea. That made me sick. So compare my little thing to that. That's how I know it's pretty fucked up. Sorry.
But that's usually a private stream, I would think. That's usually a private stream. If you can't go, you can still attend.
No, it wasn't. They must have made a mistake. They spelled my mom's name wrong, her year. So, no. I almost passed out. Like,
I'm sorry.
No, you know what I mean? So, like, just someone seeing that in my eyes was like, that was private. So I can't even imagine, because it's like a whole different realm. I guess that's how it keeps coming up in my brain. Like,
I think it's like photos and stuff that aren't shown possibly.
Yes.
You know, but are part of the exhibits. Like it's like, oh, exhibit and they maybe like are available to the jury possibly. I'm sorry, my dog.
I don't know.
Nisi B, I don't know. I mean, I like many people have brought that via Lady Justice. Many people have brought that up. I don't honestly know if she realizes that or not. I hope she does.
Well, there's tons of like autopsy photos and stuff on like line if people have curiosity about that and want to learn about it. I mean, I think what Gray said was really interesting. It's like the rawness of this case, like how new. What is that?
I'm so sorry.
Oh my God, I thought it was.
Hit your mute button, honey.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh no, it's okay. The rawness of it all, like that it's so new that like maybe if it was a 20-year-old case with this stuff coming out, maybe we wouldn't look at it with the same kind of eyes and such because it's raw. People just went through the trial. It's very emotional. It was horrific what was done to him.
I just would never want to look at anyone.
Me neither.
If this child or his parents didn't sign away his body to science for research, it should not be used for science on a video from autopsy findings.
But public records are public records, though, I feel like, you know what I mean? And like what about like a law school using this case, or like maybe even like a medical school using the autopsy?
But they donate their
No, I
bodies.
know, but like a law school doesn't do it. Like I say law school, like say they like go over like a case, like as a part of a class. I don't know. I didn't go to law school, but I'm just saying
It has
like
to be donated. I know this. Like
no, but you can get all the public records and go through a case just like Zab's girl did. And like that's for educational purposes. Like I think her intent was for educational, for her own kind of mind that likes to know every little detail about every little thing. That's who she is. I don't want to see it, but I was thinking like if it.
Like I get what you're saying, and
She was trying to put it behind. I think her thought of like keeping it private was putting it in her Patreon, because like Patreons are known to kind of be private-esque. I know there's moles and things leak out. I don't think she's like super like been on there a long time. Maybe she didn't think it through. I think she was being irresponsible, you know, about like those getting leaked and like the ramification of like what's happening now.
Right, but she kept doing it, like
because she still believes she's right, I guess. Right? She still doesn't feel like she's doing anything wrong.
If the whole world is saying something, maybe she should look into it further.
Not the whole world isn't saying that, though.
No, you know what I mean.
There's people that are saying it and the people that aren't saying it. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of people over there that agree with her. You know? We can't say just because people agree here with that, I mean, or understand it. I understand both sides very clearly, very, very clearly, both sides. I don't know, because like, what about like doctors and, well, I don't know. There's a lot of research and there's a lot of, what if like Zab wants to be like a coroner someday, or be a medical examiner, like, and this is like,
but we're just keep going like out of the realm, bigger. Like I'm looking at exactly just what happened. You know?
No,
like,
I know. Yeah. No, I know, of course.
it
Yeah, but
starts
I'm just
out like,
saying.
what if someone likes someone, or you know what I mean? Like, I just, yeah, I don't know.
And
That's
I
why I feel
like
like the
that
root
isn't
of it
acceptable,
isn't
Ellie.
evil. I feel like the
In my
root of it is not
opinion.
evil. It's just curiosity. I don't even see it as morbid curiosity. I don't like horror films and morbid stuff and blood and all that. So, but I'm very scientifically oriented. So I think of it as like, okay, she just wanted to know more details. And yeah, maybe you guys don't want to, and I don't want to.
Ellie, when does it end? If she wants to know more details about someone being raped and ripped apart, are we going to look at that? If somebody's, when does that end?
That's like for legislation, like Lady Justice and everybody's saying that's for like the, that's not for us. That's not for me. Maybe it's for you. It's just not, that's not for me to police that, you know, personally, you know.
I'll police it. I got no problems. I will police it and
I've
make
already
a lot of
policed
noise
it.
until then.
You go, voices. I'm glad you're back.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. I will sit out here and police this and yell about it every damn day.
There's bigger,
until we
I feel like
get
there's
something
bigger.
changed.
I agree.
Listen,
Because you know
I have
what?
a deceased child, and even one of my good friends decided on his birthday, which she was trying to do good, but she changed her profile picture to him, and I was livid. Okay? It's
Yeah,
you
it's a personal thing.
lost that child. You have a right to everything that child, right, is yours. It's yours and yours alone is how you feel. So for her to do this is just.
But if it becomes part of like a court case where there's a huge trial that's televised and people know about it and everything is released, a lot of it is released. Yes, she did definitely release more than some people, but like that it was available for public knowledge and that it's legal, you have to just go after legislation. Then you can't like blame the people for like having like
Exactly.
information available to them and being able to access that information the way that she did it,
Yes.
cutting it, making any kind of money. I don't think is like, but she
Yes.
thought that was the only way to make it private, in my opinion, only. And I think she was off the mark there because she didn't think it through or was being
Yes.
naive, or like maybe she did know, like you said, but that would be, yeah,
Wendy's
anything's a
World in
possibility.
chat. Wendy's World in chat says Queen Bee talked about creators reaching out to her and asking permission to share these documents in her case. Zav could have reached out to the parents if she thought it was harmless.
And I'm going to say this. If
Wait
you're
a
that
minute.
upset
Wait,
about it.
what? Hold on. I said what?
Oh, okay.
Hold on. So hold on. Let me read this. So Zav girl bought the files, turned around and said files to her people. Meanwhile, the files are. What do you? Where's the comment you just read? What are you talking
it's
about?
Wendy's World. It's about 4 up from that one. Wendy's World says QB talked about creators reaching out to her and asking permission to share the documents in her case. Zav,
you talking about people reached out to Zav girl?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, that's.
I was
okay.
reading what Wendy's World had said. There it is.
Yeah, I misunderstood what you were saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, and if Zav thought it was harmless, she could have reached out to Gannon's parents before doing this. I get what Wendy's saying.
Yeah, I get it now. Okay.
I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. But like that would bring more attention to what she was doing, right? I don't know. Like, I mean, if she wanted to keep it private and like not really bring too much attention to it, just for people that really wanted to see it, why would she like ask? I don't know. I mean, it was
Callie, I'm
part
with
of,
you on this
she
one.
got it from the courts, you know?
Right. I mean, yeah, that's, I mean, plain and simple. He was an 11-year-old little boy. You know, stop the excuses. It was disgusting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know who's making excuses, but I don't think I've heard anybody but Zav girl make excuses for it. She came up with like fucking 5 excuses that night.
It's for science, guys. Because I just want to know.
Well, you're just immature. It's not gross. Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And then didn't she say too, this has already been shown in the court?
Yes, she did. And I said, no, these pictures that you did that, no, they were not. And like I said, you know, to reiterate, for the ones that are, you know, sorry here. Let me finish here. I was trying to read one of these. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know who is on panel making excuses for Zav Girl. I don't like all 6 of us are in pure agreement that she's wrong.
I think they're confusing what Ellie is saying is Ellie's sticking up for her, in which she is kind of, but not. It doesn't
I
mean
didn't hear
that's
that.
her beliefs.
I mean, I don't
Ellie's
think
just
Ellie stuck up
saying
for her.
for science, there's
BTM.
like people, other people, you know,
Where you been,
there's people who
BTM?
agree with her.
I'm all right. The usual. The usual.
Hey, Tim, Wendy's World, did I get it right? Did I get your intent in that right? Please let me know, because I
Yeah,
don't
she
want
said
to.
thank you for explaining in
Okay.
her word salad. So yeah, I was gonna say, BTM, where you at with this? Where you?
I mean, when you got Laura defending you, you know you're in trouble.
I missed this episode.
Even
Cam,
like,
I wish I knew where my bell was. I would have rung it for you on that
even
one.
though like that Lady of the Truth, you know that what that has that anime figure.
Yes.
She's like, I think what she did was wrong. She's even like backing off. Everyone's backing off but Laura. So I mean, and if like Zav Girl did,
and it's really fucked up that fucking Jimmy Con threatened to do that to her.
Yeah. Well, Laura just you gotta realize
against it, you know,
you gotta realize what Laura's doing. Laura is like, she realizes her position.
She knows Zav's got a bunch of subs, and we already know what it is.
And she's
Next, you'll find out that Laura has a Patreon for $2.
No, what she realizes is that it's very good for YouTube to be the person who's kind of like the opposite of the main group of people. Yeah. And she jumps in. She does the Captain Save a Ho. All Zav Girl's followers will watch, and everyone that doesn't like Queen Bee will watch. She'll get people to watch her, and in the end of the day, she doesn't give a fuck about Zav Girl. I mean, if she really wanted to legitimately help Zav Girl, she would be like, "Listen, Zav Girl, you went a little bit too far. Well, I might more than a little bit, but you went too far. Take down the damn fucking photos or the video and just basically make a statement. I'll blow over in a week. Just say you kind of got lost in the weeds of the true crime situation. Sometimes we go too far, and that's simple as that." But, Laura gives the worst advice, just like she gave, look at Molly Golightly. If you're going to get advice from Laura, look where Molly Golightly's at. She's on Kick with 20 people. Okay? like anyone that listens to the Laura's advice, you're not doing well. And what's going to happen is that eventually the mainstream media might catch on or something like that, and you're just going to YouTube's going to hold you as an example. And if people really legitimately cared about your platform and you being on YouTube and everything, they would tell you, listen, Zav, you're wrong here. Admit you're wrong. Move on. Say an apology and just chill out with the fucking photos of this stuff. Don't do it anymore. But
I hope she has $8 million laying around, because that's what Ray Andracchio got Critical K for emotional distress. So I hope Zav has $8 million laying around, because that can be used as a precedent for.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't want her to be sued. I mean, I think she fucking personally, I believe this was some sort of advertisement for Patreon. That's what I have my theory on. But she could prove me wrong, but she hasn't proved me wrong, because what did she do? She's doubled down and try to re-upload it again and again and again when it was taken down. I mean, okay. If it was a mistake, then you would have just basically said, hey guys, I was lost in the weeds of the true crime situation. I wasn't trying to advertise my Patreon. I was trying to give more information about the case, but she just proves me right. All I need to do is just sit down, sit quiet, and she proves me right. I don't know. But let's be real, friend. Let's be real, Zav. You are taking Laura's side, and Laura has been on the losing side in many, many arguments. And what she's going to do. Oh, what's up? No, you go.
Well, I was just going to update that we all now need to update we're not bees over here now. We're all a bunch of piss ants.
I mean, is that like a bullet ant?
I don't know. But that's what we got called last night, where we got told to fuck off and we're a bunch of piss ants.
By who?
So, the recliner lady. So I guess we need to.
An irrelevant fuck that we don't even.
Well, apparently we need to, all hail mighty Queen Recliner.
I think you're the only one that really pays attention to what she says.
Yeah, like I don't even watch her.
Fuck what she's got to say, especially.
I
unless
still don't know who she is.
I don't give a fuck. She's irrelevant.
Is that the one that was in her garage last night?
Her channel will be down in by the end of today. Her channel will be down, and she'll have another one, and she'll, you know what I'm saying?
If she gets lucky, we can. If she gets lucky and this one goes down today, then maybe she can get another one started, and when payday comes, that one will go down too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop down because I don't have a good bite on my tongue.
Okay.
Love you.
See you around.
We'll talk to you later, Grain.
Truthfully, the problem is that Zav doesn't. There's people like Zav that just they do these things. They don't really give a fuck about the community when they do things like that. So that's my opinion. Because what's going to happen is that you're going to get people who are going to get so pissed off, they're going to go to the government and say, oh, wait, you better do something about these people on YouTube. And they're going to fuck everyone over in the true crime community. All the good creators are going to get fucked over because of actions like Zab or Betty or JLR or Dolly and all these people. And it's really frustrating when you sit here and you try.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to say this. JLR has been doing pretty good with his channel. He's actually his channel stays on the straight and narrow. You know what I mean?
Well, when he's not doing it, he does fuck. Yeah, but he does fuck shit behind the scenes, probably. You know what I mean? With that whole thing with you, with the situation with you, that's what. You know what I mean? He does fuck shit on the side. But he's a lot smarter. Let's just say he's a lot smarter when he does these things than most of these jokers. No, so I believe. But honestly, I mean, I want Zav Girl to wake the fuck up before something happens. Because, you know what? Unfortunately, Zav, you're an example. You're an example to a lot of people in the true crime community because you have a large following. You have a lot of subs. And a lot of channels look what you're doing as an example. And this is a bad example. And there's some responsibility you have to do. And you can't fucking just basically decide to disregard everyone's opinions, call them haters, and then proceed to say, oh, well, it's her Patreon. Oh, that's what a dumb comment I saw on Laura's chat. It's her Patreon. She could do whatever she wants. No, she can't take it. No offense. That's not your child. You don't have the rights to that child's image. You don't have rights. That's not your kid. So you don't have a right. What the fuck are you talking about? Do I have a right to take a picture of your kids and put it on Patreon? No. That would be creepy, right? Just saying. And then say it's for science. I'm going to take pictures of children and put it on my Patreon and say for science. Or just children that died from murders and say for science. Okay. Make that make sense. I'll wait. Come on. Anyone that says for science, you need to I want to see a fucking dissertation.
And listen. You guys want to hear how triggered Laura was?
Oh, she's always triggered.
He sent me this clip. We're about to listen to it. Ready?
Okay. But by the way, for everyone that
please.
I just want to say one thing. For everyone that's seen that photo and says for science, I want you to write me a 10-page dissertation on how that helped you with science. I'll wait. And I'll really wait. I'll keep quiet. Don't worry.
All right, y'all. Get ready because she's super pissed. She's inserting herself.
Is she in the car? Because usually she's really pissed. Whenever she's pissed, she's always driving. So
well, I was gonna say I know she did one in the car. This clip looks like she's at home because it's on her computer.
Okay.
She's got it's 180 people in her chat. I don't know when it was, but that's probably last night in the middle of the night, maybe. I'm guessing
that's a record number for Laura.
Yeah, here we go. Ready? She's fucking super pissed at me. Here we go.
not even on her panel. She doesn't even do shit. That's why these people crack me up.
She's so mad at me here. I don't even do shit. I'm not even on this panel.
It's comical to me how stupid these people sound.
Well, enlighten us with your.
They're so.
A lot of dead air. A lot of dead air.
Yeah. Like, enlighten us with your fucking bullshit then.
Would you like to point out how we're dumb, like, particularly? Examples, maybe?
Absolutely. These people get lied to.
By
Who's
who?
lying? Where's the fucking lie, bitch? Who the fuck is lying? Because, I mean, are you serious? Anybody right now could fucking email me and say, I don't want to pay for those pictures, but I want to see them. The fuck? I know.
Are you like hitting pause, or is this really her? Like
no,
in
she
between?
just she's taking fucking forever. God
Holy fuck!
Oh my god!
Yeah, here she
This
goes.
goes back to my theory. People want to be treated like shit.
If that was true, I mean, you would have more followers.
I don't even read my own fucking chat. So just too busy.
Wow.
Not even on panel. She doesn't do her interviews. She does nothing, and you guys are so fucking stupid.
Oh my god.
She's so smart that she's got all of you fooled. It's comical.
Oh, I got y'all fooled.
Absolutely.
What if this is what we like?
So fooled.
She's just so jealous. She's probably thinking to herself, "Damn, I wish that was me.
Exactly.
I could make my
Laura
candles."
probably puts on a bee costume and tries to fly around and be the high. Be
And
a
I'm not
part of
putting
the
her
high.
down.
She's got her dick in a
brilliant.
tizzy.
She's absolutely brilliant. She's raking in all this money and doing nothing.
All what money though?
More power to her.
Oh, you're jealous, Laura.
She's getting sued. like, I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about that, but she is being sued. I don't think you know what I mean? Like, that's because she actually stands for things. Well, you just basically, follow bullshit, try to grab subs from other people and just, become the useful idiot that you are, Laura. You're a useful idiot.
Here we go. We'll finish this one, then I got a 14-second one.
Oh my god, she's so triggered.
I mean that from
oh yeah.
the bottom of my heart. She got a nice little fucking thing going there. She doesn't have to be on panel. She doesn't have to ask questions. She doesn't even have to be there. She rakes in the money, and she's got these fools thinking that she's so wonderful.
You guys, you know what? First of all, you're not fools. You're beautiful people. And Pugs, she said, you're going to piss her right the fuck off because I know she's watching right now, pissed off that we're even playing her fucking clip.
Oh, she loves Pugs. She just fucking loves
here
Pugs,
rolling
so.
some, here raking some money.
Yeah, she probably saw like 800.
And just like, I mean, Natasha said it too. You don't really make money in true crime. You don't. I mean, people, when you donate memberships and you do, super stickers and stuff, that's amazing. Like I said, I'm very grateful. But if you have money and you have to spend, like you have bills or you have medications that you have to pay for monthly, or you have something you have to take care of,
or lawyers,
whatever. No, I'm just saying, don't send any money to any creator if you're going to cut yourself short. I've said that from the beginning, and I will say that every time,
Queen, can I have next week off?
Yeah, since you guys are my employees, then.
I just want to know her point.
Can I hit you up for $1 raise? I'm hitting some hard times over here.
You mean $1? Do you want $1?
I need $1 raise somewhere around here, guys. I can't keep putting in my time for, come on now. Laura's got us making us think.
Yeah, I'm hearing two voices.
Yeah, somebody's got feedback real bad.
It's Gracie, unfortunately. She really needs to mute when she's not talking.
Okay.
I wasn't talking, but I'll do it.
Yeah, you gotta mute. Sometimes background noise.
It's the background noise. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not you. It's the background noise. Blink. Hold on. Blank Slate says here. Wish I had more. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Anyways, that's like I said. I mean, it's.
I mean, like Laura just
because
Laura
I
just
Max.
yeah. Laura just sits
triggered as fuck. You better
Yeah.
quit it. You better cut it out.
I mean, Laura just sits there. I mean, let's be real. She's jealous. She's just really jealous. That's why she does this all the time. She's basically has no arguments to like support. Why is it for science? So she just calls people idiots. That's every argument you ever get into her. You're an idiot.
And she's she'll sit over there and cuss her. I'm all if you're in Queen Bee's chat, then you have to pay me to comment in mine. You have to pay me to read it. Like, what a bitch.
And like, if people really liked being treated badly, there would be more people in your chat, Laura. So that's disproving your argument.
FYI, per Laura, if you're not a mod, Queen Bee don't like you. Oh damn, she's really lit. Okay, let's finish this so we can play this.
Whoa, you don't like me?
Fucking comical.
Damn, Laura's so smart. She's got it all fucking figured out, don't she?
So, like, literally, more power to her.
Somebody is so
It just goes to show how fucking dumb people are.
Jealous little bitty.
Oh my God, the dead air.
Man, she has got you pegged, Miss Queen.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Your secret's out now. What are you going to do?
Maybe
Right.
the reason why no one wants to watch you, Laura, is because number one, you take dog shit like arguments, you make dog shit opinions and arguments, and also you have a lot of dead air, and then you basically sit there and say, "I read my chat." Reason why you're able to read your chat is because you have no plan for the stream. So you go up there, you say a couple of things, and then you're like, "Okay, time to just spend reading the chat for an hour." It's like, okay, well, that's why you're able to read the chat. Because you have no plan, and you don't and no one wants to jump on your panel because anyone that disagrees with you, you raise your voice and yell at them like we're all kids or something like that. I mean, like that's the problem, you know.
Oh shit! Here, I just seen this. Here, let's see. I'm donating to the Bigger Rake Fund, Catherine. Thank you, love. Virginia, thank you, babe. I appreciate that. Okay, ready? Here's this clip too, where she's here's this 14-second one that somebody said. Well, you guys know.
So, all right. Long live the hive. Keep them contained. Tonight, they were all in here because none of them were live. That's true.
You guys were all just watching her.
That's true. That's true.
It's true.
Bingo. You got us.
Sorry, I didn't hear that one. The washer move. What did she say?
That the hive was all in there because Queen Bee wasn't live. So
And she said, "Long
over
live."
there.
And she said, "Long live the hive." Oh my God, Laura.
Who was all in where?
In her chat.
Oh, Jesus. No, that's why I was so confused. No.
3 Abe was on a panel even. Did you guys see that part?
Oh, okay. How did that go?
No.
I'm
Did you get
fucking done. Look at this. I'm so fucking dead. Listen to this. Somebody in her chat. They said QB is always at the gas station, the grocery store, the dog groomer's neighbor's house, her house, local Applebee's, all over.
They kind of got a point there.
Look, you guys, because look, I can't just sit in front of the
neither.
Right?
Dang, girl, you get around.
To do.
I get
so
around
y'all are
too.
fucking coming with me. If you don't fucking like it and you don't want a field trip with me, you know what? That's fine.
Get out of the car.
Get the fuck out of my room then. God damn it. I am so done. Look, that is so true, and I feel attacked.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I can't even like reject that argument. You do like travel around.
Yes. Well, you know what? Like I said, I got shit to do.
I kind of hope one day that we attach a GPS device on you just so we can see like how
oh my God,
how you go all around the town.
Look, I'll tell you right now, I'm like a chauffeur. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need a nail done. I need this done. I need that done. I gotta go here. I gotta go there. I need to go this. I need to do that. I'm like, oh my God.
And listen, Makeup Lobster. There's a problem I have with you. And you know what the problem is? You keep on dissing the squeaky chair. Some of us have squeaky chairs around here. Case in point, myself. So stop it.
I kind of like the squeaky chair.
You know what?
I
If
like
you guys
hearing
don't
them
want to
clips.
cartel moves, then don't be over with me, okay? That's all I gotta say.
The squeaky chair is a good thing. Stop going after. I mean, that's you know what I mean. I think I support Laura's squeaky chair. Matter of fact, you know.
Well, I want to know when we were at Applebee's. I didn't get to
I
get
don't
my
even fuck with Applebee's.
baby back
That's
ribs.
okay. We can roll with it. How dare you have a life?
And to think I've been on cloud nine because I get to go back to work
Just
tomorrow.
asking. I'll tell you, I don't have a driver's license either.
Well, I mean, some squeaky chairs WD-40 does not work for. I'm just saying. I'm arguing
Tim's
for myself.
tried. Somebody said like
thank you, love.
treadmill oil or sewing machine oil.
Sewing machine oil.
What is that?
That'll fix it.
Rowena says, "Can I get an order of Applebee's baby back ribs?"
Oh, that sounds good.
You'll get a free ticket to the movie no one's seen, Indiana Jones 5.
Baby back. Hold on. Hunting Haley says, "So glad I no longer support her channel, especially since she supports this. Here's some money to tip to your local Applebee's. Do you, baby? I know that's right, girl. When they have their drinks, when do they got their like margaritas? They do margarita days.
I bartended at Applebee's for a year.
I thought they had some margarita days or margarita.
They have like really good like fun like drinks. Like they'll have like an Oreo they have like an Oreo
so when we
shake.
get ready, so look, when we have our court date with Bullhorn, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna have that's where we'll meet up at the Applebee's, all right?
Well, I'll go to Applebee's afterwards.
We'll meet up at the local Applebee's.
Yay!
Sounds like a good plan.
That's like highfalutin where I come from.
Right.
Some of them garlic mashed potatoes. Oh man.
Yeah, maybe you'll get a ticket to Indiana Jones 5. You know, no one else is watching it, so you might as well. They think it's for $35. If you spend more than $35, you get a free ticket. So,
Whoa! I heard it was really bad, and then I heard it was good. What did you guys hear about it?
what,
Anything?
Indiana Jones?
Yeah, 5.
It was. I've heard it was pretty depressing. They basically made Harrison Ford look like he was an old, decrepit old man that lost his son in Vietnam, and his wife left him, and now he's growing old and he's being forced into retirement. It's pretty depressing, to be honest with you.
Sounds depressing.
You know what I mean? It's like, oh, look, a guy watched and he was like a good, action star. And now they got him grumpy, old, miserable. And then they throw in some random lady to basically steal.
They should have quit while they were ahead,
Yeah, it's pretty depressing. They should have just rebooted it, made a new one. Maybe get that guy. What's that guy who was in Jurassic World? Yeah, that guy was Guardians of the Galaxy. He'd be good.
Clint Eastwood's son, Scott Eastwood.
I'm playing this funky ass goddamn clip here.
Okay, awesome.
I get he's 80, but still, let the man retire.
Right.
I'll be honest. I commend QB for what she's doing.
Oh God, here we go.
I wish I could. If I could not be on panel, fucking not do interviews, not do anything.
What interviews does Laura? Hold on.
Racking the money.
What interviews does Laura do?
Yeah. Wait.
Her chat. She does interviews with her chat all the time. She reads.
Okay, but what other interviews could it possibly be other than her chat?
Well, what interviews are you supposed to be doing that she's so pissed off that you don't do?
The only
she interviews Mama, but that's about it.
The only interview I saw that she really legitimately did, and it wasn't really an interview at all. It was when Zavgirl went on her panel, and it was to explain about the stickers. And she was basically defending Zavgirl's position for having the stickers. And then afterwards, she spent 20 minutes doing that, didn't read anyone's super chat that actually had a differing opinion than Zavgirl's, including my own. And then she proceeded to talk about another true crime case with her. And that was it. That was the only interview I saw.
Blank screen
Laura's interview
says here $7.99 because Laura screamed at me when I was fat. When I was fat, here's my next Big Mac money. Laura, you asshole. Oh, can we go to Chili's instead? Yes, girl. We're switching over to Chili's then. That's okay. There we go. There was she did an interview with Avery's boyfriend Jason. She did do or Josh. What is it, Jason? I think it's Jason.
Jason Jensen, yes.
Yep, she did an interview with him.
Laura's
I don't know what fucking interview she's in. She says Laura has been denounced by every other true crime creator, so she has to hang on to Zav's nutsack. Yeah, pretty much. Shit.
Yeah, is there really any true crime creator?
She made the announcement. Somebody messaged me and they told me she's made an announcement that she's gonna go meet up with Tyler Feller, and I guess he's supposed to be baptizing her son or something like that.
Oh yes, I heard that.
I was gonna say I don't know if that's true or not because I did hear, but I mean it could be. Did she talk about it on our live thing?
Yes, it was on her live, and Tyler actually come in, and she's like, "Hey, Tyler, what about?"
Okay. Well, more power to her son. Then I hope the best for him. You know what I'm saying? Really, I do. I didn't know if it was true or if it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know.
No, it was. I actually heard that with my own ears.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Good for him. Then I hope the best for him. I hope he does. Whatever they got going on. I hope he does good. You know what I'm saying? I hope he's successful with whatever he's got going on. All right, let's put this back on because she rants off here. So damn triggered.
More power to her. I commend her. And I totally mean that.
Sure you do, Laura. Sure you do. It's a lot of fucking just dead ass air.
I wish I could pull that off.
Well, what do you mean?
If I wasn't here, you guys wouldn't stay. But somehow she managed to put together this network where she don't have to do shit. She don't even have to fucking be there.
Damn. All right, you guys.
She is so
fucking jealous. She doesn't ask any questions. Everybody else does.
I'm out of here. Sorry, you guys are on your own. I'm out of 5,000.
She's alone for like 5 or 10 minutes. And then she's got people up on panel doing all the talking.
So?
It's commendable.
Oh, we have a good fucking time. What do you mean?
And she makes all the money while they do all the work. That's fucking commendable.
Oh, what work though? We sit up here and shoot
I
the
couldn't
shit.
do it.
What work is there? I don't understand.
This isn't work to me.
I don't think most people
No,
could
it's
do
not.
it.
Not at all.
I give you credit for that.
I don't see it as work.
If it was work, I wouldn't do it.
Right.
Go run around.
It is
I'd
work.
have
I'd be
nobody
calling in
here
sick
in
all the
10
time.
But I mean, honestly, Irish Gal, I wouldn't do that. I'm the creator. I'm the one that's here to entertain you, not a panel.
We're not. That's not okay. You run your channel your way. I run my channel my way. You know what I'm saying?
Put a like-sized picture of myself.
It is what
You
it
know what I'm
is.
saying, though?
No, and that's why people
But
don't
hey, it
want to fuck
works
with
for
you.
her. That's
Molly tried
fine.
to tell you. Molly tried to tell her that's your
That's her
bitch. That's
thing.
why.
Maybe that was the interview she was talking about Molly.
Ooh,
You know.
Queen, you got an amazing super chat from Ben Dreamin.
Been dreaming, girl. You two, you are so good to me. Where's she at? Where the heck is she at? Girl, look at you. Oh my God. Couldn't support yesterday, but I got you today. Girl, I just appreciate you so much. You guys are amazing. And I think that's why she fucking hates us. She hates me, I guess, because you know what? I love my people. I love y'all. You guys are good to me.
Yes, and now that I'm off of medical leave and back to work, I will get to make some contributions in a few weeks.
Well, you make sure you are taking care of yourself first and have everything taken care of first. You know what I mean?
Oh, I will. We're actually getting ready to break our lease because 2 weeks
Oh,
ago
shit.
our
Oh.
patio door exploded, did a spontaneous combustion and exploded. And they have not put any wood up. The maintenance man told the office that we told him not to worry about it. So since they have not done anything to prevent anyone from just walking in off the street, we're going to break our lease.
Well, I guess that's, you got to be able to feel safe, you know?
That's awful.
Yeah, that's not cool.
And they said that since we didn't have a police report, we have to pay for it. So thank goodness for insurance. But still, they could have put a board up or something.
Well, why not call? Did you call and make a police report?
No, I told her that we could, that I would. I said, well, you know, if you need one, I can call and make one real quick. But she goes, oh, no, that won't work. Because I already know that, you know. And I was like, well, what you don't know won't hurt you, but I can still get one made.
Well, and why would you, I guess I don't understand, why would you make a police report if it just combusted on its own? I don't know.
That's what I was just going to say. Why would you have to make a police report if the door just exploded?
Yeah.
She could not answer that. Because when I said, well, why would I need a police report? And she said, well, for our record.
The landlord?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's an apartment complex.
I would go up. I would ask to talk to the next person's up before. I mean, I don't, like, honey, I hope do you have another place to, I don't want to get into that. That's all your business.
Yeah. All right. We're going to finish this here.
Dave, I'm not bringing you up. No. Not tonight.
3 Dave is trying to
Tonight
get back
is
up there.
a me night. And I'm shutting down StreamYard.
Why doesn't anyone want to jump on her panel? I just don't get it.
3 Dave tries and she says no.
The only man brave enough to want to deal with her.
The subs didn't care then, and they don't really care now as long as they get the drama. That's true too, sweet one.
She sounds tired. Did she get a nap?
Well, she sounds possibly intoxicated, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was going to say, fuck, she sounds like she's tired. Like,
A lot of candle making happening.
A lot of bitching about Queen Bee made her tired.
For you and your perspective. Thank you, East Coast. And that's what I'm saying.
Just her trying to agree with Zav Girl and that this is okay.
Yeah, she's doing a great argument.
Anyways.
It's really convincing me to see Zav Girl's position due to Laura's impeccable logic and reasoning.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good that she has a lot of dead air because it allows me to think in between every word she says. Take a nap, maybe. Have a drink of coffee, and then hear her again. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't even need to hit pause.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say your name or not, but thank you for doxing my Cash App, love. I appreciate you.
Let me see. Makeup Mobster, you'll be tired too if you had to be her. Yeah, I mean, when you have to be Captain Save-A-Ho for all these people, that's a tiring job. It's a thankless job. You know, I feel bad for her.
Somebody's got to do it, you know.
Yeah, someone's got to do it. I mean, no one on YouTube is defending Zav. Even like Molly Golightly had more defenders than Zav. Like, there was more people defending Molly Golightly than there was Zav. Holy fuck. It's like, yeah. When you've fallen so far that Laura congratulates you while drunk streaming, you know you've gone way off the rails.
Damn, Brianna, you are on fire today.
Oh my God, Brianna.
What did she say here? Let me see.
When you've fallen so far that Laura congratulates you while drunk. Wait, it scrolled. While drunk. You've got like she acts like you're like an ex, like you were dating or something, Queen.
God,
she streams you all the time. She's like she just like drunk stream like it's like an ex. Like she does like 25 fucking 30 videos of you. She talks about you all the time. She always like friendly with like all the people that you are against. And then she
plays music and songs for me all the time.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Breakup
Queen,
songs.
Queen, was there more to those texts, like more to those conversations you had with Flex?
Fuck.
Did she send you some candles and some roses?
I'm beginning to wonder. No? Shit. Did I say something that I shouldn't have, or what?
It really does sound like an ex at this point, like an angry ex, because this is like.
Well, when Good Egg was like, okay, you've made 25 videos and she's made 7.
Yeah,
I'm like, that speaks volumes.
Oh, by the way, you know Doug Hutton? He's on Kick now.
Oh, I bet he is. I figured he was on Rumble or Kick.
Of course, that makes sense.
maybe he can take.
Let me tell you guys something though. If my channel gets shut down, or we do something to where the YouTubers, YouTube shuts it down, I will not be going to Kick, and I will not be going over to wherever. All these different platforms. I will not be doing that. Our fun will end.
But she will go to BitChute.
And Rumble and Rockfin and Threads.
Odyssey.
She will be doing Twitter Spaces.
You know what? I forgot about that. We could do that. Yep, that's where I'll go. We'll do that because I already have a Twitter set up. So
she could do Twitter Spaces. She can invite Unirock to invite her on Twitter. They can both be like,
yeah, all the good stuff is going on Twitter sometimes. All the up to date.
Maybe Queen will get
Twitter Spaces, but I mean, honestly, if that happens, I probably won't. I mean, honestly, I don't know. It really, you know what I mean? If it's that serious, then I probably shouldn't be on any. If it's that serious, and I'm, you know what I mean, saying things that's gonna get us taken down, then I probably shouldn't be on the platform.
You're out. You're like, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, that'd be
chill. But this is just. Laura's just like it's Zev. At this point, you gotta, when listening to Laura's defense of you, just take the pictures down and just make an apology and just not do it again. My advice to you, ma'am, that's my advice. Make up a bullshit sorry apology thing. Deep in the wood, my mind was too much into true crime, blah, 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 whatever, and that's it. And basically a week from now, people will probably forget about it. Maybe 2 weeks because you were dumb enough to reply with the stupidest replies ever. But yeah, that's my advice. Take it or leave it. It's free. Unlike what people had to pay for that situation on Patreon. And that's deep in the woods, though you were reading a haiku. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, she just needs to just say that. She does that now, and she'll probably get a bunch of people in her chat and says, "It's okay, Sav. It's okay. Don't worry. It happens to all of us." And then she gets some sympathy from her fans, and then she says, "Now they're still attacking me after I apologize for doing it." And then she gets some sympathy super chats and some sympathy views and some likes. And a week from now, she'll lose a couple of people, but she'll gain a couple of new people, and that's pretty much it. But But she won't because she's stubborn and she's stupid. Yes, I'm saying Zav is stupid or foolish. Either or.
Tattoo Birdie, it's Kenny Rogers, not Randy Travis.
I don't know what that person was talking about, but I will agree with your voices. Keep hearing Tracy Ains singing Randy Travis. Oh, okay, I see now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Zav is... I don't know how anyone's going to top Zav, to be honest with you. She might have topped anything I could possibly think of.
I know, Kim. I know.
And then when they say that they paid,
right genre, wrong singer.
Did the reclining lady say that she paid like thousands of dollars for that request?
Yes.
People believed
no,
her?
not the request. No, a website. She raised over $11,000 in like 3 weeks ago for her own streaming platform, and nobody's seen anything of the like.
Yep, of course. I mean, obviously. Holy fuck. But yeah, but it all is, you know what I mean? But it's just really sad that Zab's going to fuck over everyone in the true crime community. And people like her and Betty and all those other people are going to fuck everyone over who do legitimately do true crime and, you know, discuss cases and have empathy for victims and try to spread awareness for missing people. I feel like these people really are fucking over everyone because, you know, that's what I feel like. That's what I'm a little bit more annoyed with, because it's like there's a lot of good people here that do not fuck around, who really stay to the rules, who are really have a lot of empathy towards people and are really like literal examples of what you should do. And then you got some schmuck that comes around and ruins it for everyone because they want a couple extra views or a couple extra bucks and they don't give a fuck. It's just like one of those people.
Somebody track?
No, schmuck.
Schmuck. Okay.
Yeah.
That's like the New Yorkie word, schmuck.
Yeah.
That's
very,
yeah.
It slipped out of me, unfortunately. A little New Yorker slipped out.
No, I like schmuck is okay. It's better
I like
than
schmuck.
like
It's fine.
asshole.
Right. Well, it kind of means the same thing, right around the same area.
I am not like, listen, I don't want to go into large chat. I don't want to deal with that woman. I think, you know, because the thing is I feel like she just does things because it's for the views and that's it. Like, this is not her point of view. She definitely does not believe what Zav Girl did was right, but she's just doing this just so she can get views.
Are you sure? She seems like really set in her convictions, because I understand that point of view too. So I don't know. I mean, I think
how did she react when her husband was about to be information?
Well, that's like that's different. That's
different because that affects her. That's the thing.
No, it's because it's used threatening with malice, and I don't think. Like, for me personally, I'm saying the difference between the two are, I could have my opinion between the two, right? I think that like if you're doing it to like threaten, like I'm gonna release these autopsy photos of your ex because blah blah blah, and I don't like you and da da da, is different than like Zab's approach of like reviewing a case and releasing them to her Patreon, which she thought was private behind a wall.
Can I ask you a question?
She thought it was, not that it was. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? What difference does it make when one of the relatives actually sees those pictures?
You might not know how they feel or care.
Are they going to say this is for science? This is for science, guys.
No, I mean this was like a national wide. Like this was covered. This trial was covered by a lot of different news organizations, and I think it was one of those public trials. And I don't know,
organizations show the pictures.
No. Some, I think Law and Crime showed some like blurred out though.
Okay, then
well, I'm just saying, but she wasn't publicly trying to share these photos. It became public that these were shared. It became public. I don't think her intention was to make them public, guys. That's all I'm saying. Why are you jumping on me for having an opinion about this? I don't think it was her intention. No. I'm sorry. Maybe I feel it. Maybe it's but me. Whatever. Whatever.
I wasn't jumping. I was having a conversation, but.
I'll let you complete. Sorry for interrupting. My apologies.
No. You're not interrupting. No, it's cool. No. You're not interrupting. Nobody's interrupting anybody. I don't know. I just think it's like, I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Whatever.
She had to have some kind of inkling that they would go public somehow.
She just didn't think it through. She's irresponsible.
What Ellie is saying is, in her opinion, she doesn't think that Zav Girl realized that they were going to spread as fast and as far as wide as they did. Is that what you're saying? Am I getting close to it?
Yeah. Like, I don't think that her intentions were to get to this place. I don't think she thought it through enough that she does have a certain naivete about Patreon.
Patreons will see it just if you this little group here, because she doesn't, sometimes she acts like, well, sometimes she is, not You know what I mean? Like I don't know how
Yeah,
to say it.
I didn't know Patreon was private and that no
But
one
I
can
did.
pay
But I know
$3.
that sometimes she doesn't think about stuff like that. You know
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
I didn't know that no one could sign up for Patreon and it's completely private. I didn't know
No, it
that.
isn't completely private, but she thought that a way to keep it private was putting it behind this $3 paywall. I don't find
And
that
advertising
anyway
it?
good.
And
No, I
advertising it
don't.
on our community board?
Did she advertise it on her community
Yes,
board? I
she
didn't see
did.
that. I thought
Yes.
Like 11
Natasha
days
did that.
before. Yeah. It
Yeah.
was like
Okay.
2 weeks.
Okay.
You know, a week
I didn't see
before
that
she.
part.
So that's not private. That's not private. When you have
Yeah, when you're advertising to your subscribers, I didn't realize she was doing that. I thought it was done privately. That part,
No.
I didn't realize it was on a
No,
community
ma'am.
board. But
No, she advertised it
No.
on a community board, and then she
Okay.
proceeded to put it
For
on her
people
page.
that wanted to see it, yeah. I don't know. I just don't think it. But she didn't do it on YouTube, which would have been a public platform.
Well, the community
She did
board.
it.
I'm sorry.
Patreon is usually no. Patreon. No, you're not interrupting. I'm sorry. What did you say? Community board
I was
is
going to say
public.
community board is YouTube.
Yeah, I'm saying she didn't put the actual like autopsy information onto YouTube. She didn't stream anything about it onto YouTube. She did the other things from the case.
Because
she did the evidence,
Right, she
because
knew,
she
yeah,
couldn't. Of course,
she would have
knew
been
she
banned.
couldn't. Of course, but she knew that like she thought this is my thing to get into Zap's if I could, like I think she thought that putting it behind a $3 whatever was a way to keep it private. Not that it is. She was irresponsible and it wasn't a way to keep it private because there's moles and there's people in there and da-da-da, and this became bigger than she would have like imagined. But I don't think her intentions at the beginning was just for her and some, like what Queen just said, some of her closest Patreons that really wanted to see it. I don't think she anticipated that it was going to get to where it's gotten, and I don't think her intentions were not at the beginning were ill intent at all. I don't think she had any kind of nefarious. Okay, well that's you. I don't like Zav girl. I don't watch her since Kylie Rodney because she's like too much for me. She's like neurotic. But I could see how her mind, because she is neurotic and detail oriented and likes to see everything. Like she said, when she would study for something, she had to know everything. I know people like that like had to know every little detail for a test and da-da-da. But whatever, like she is who she is. And I just don't want to like, judge her for just not thinking it through enough. Like it's irresponsible. It is irresponsible for her.
If she has close to 100,000 subs, where does her own responsibility come in?
Well, if she did like advertise, like, oh, I'm charging $3 on my Patreon. Did she say that $3 like Natasha did? Or
Yes.
she said,
yes, ma'am.
She did.
Okay.
For 11 days prior.
Yeah. Then her.
How you doing? How you doing?
Hey, Valoma.
Yeah, Valoma.
Hey,
She
how you guys doing?
She actually talked about it on her live stream. And then when people went over there and asked her why she did this, she she gave a brief little explanation.
I saw that part. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's up, Stephanie?
Hey, how are you, Queen Bee?
Good. How are you, baby?
Good. I was listening. I was playing catch up a little bit. I want to make sure that I understand this actually correctly. Zav Girl has Gannon Stout's autopsy photos behind a paywall.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Natasha Cooper followed suit, took those autopsy photos, and then also put them behind a paywall and actually went live and all.
I mean, wasn't it not just the autopsy photos?
Here's her advertisement for it.
Yeah, wasn't it not just the autopsy, but it was also how he was found also, apparently?
Those are in the autopsy photos because he was found in the suitcase. So that's the same,
And before I say anything, I want to be correct if I heard you correctly. We're not talking about photos that were shown during the trial to the public. We're talking about she FOIA'd and actually got autopsy reports. The actual photos that were not allowed to have been shown to the public or to the family because they were too graphic and it would have been too... Okay.
Absolutely. And they were horrible.
Wow.
Horrible.
So Gannon Stout, a minor child, doesn't even have the right to privacy after death. And his family doesn't have the choice to allow those to be private. Zav Girl is on her high and mighty. And Zav Girl, who's not a parent to Gannon Stout, decided that she wanted to have those, not only for her own disgusting reasons, but then to make them available to anybody who was willing to pay for the price that she decided those were worth. So here we have a monetary value not only placed on the tragedy of Gannon Stout, but now we have a monetary value placed upon the photos of his death, in which case are not his. They're not hers. They belong to his parents.
$3.
Yeah, but it's all okay because it's for science. It's for science. That's her excuse, for science.
Wow, this is a whole nother level of disgusting and true crime.
And she needs to recoup what she put out because that's not they weren't cheap, and it wasn't free.
She made the conscious decision to use her money, her money, her income, whatever she had available to purchase, and then put them behind a paywall. Wow. And people
make a video out of them, zooming in on certain areas, not blurring out other areas to be respectful. Make a video out of them.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And then put them behind a paywall.
This is disgusting. I believe the first time that I ever was on Queen Bee's panel was during the Kylie Rodney situation, when another creator who was I don't know, very similar to Zav Girl had gotten the video footage of Kylie Rodney in the back or in the vehicle.
Yes. Yeah.
Zoomed in, and I was completely devastated for her family. I don't know any of these people, but I am, the mother that's buried a child, and wow. Their death date is as important as their birth date story. The story of their birth and how they came into this world. When your child dies, the story of how they pass away and all of those tiny little details are just as important and private to the family members. I can imagine, I've talked to hundreds, if not thousands of parents all across the country that have lost a child. And those details are not private just because society says that they're private. They're private because until you can process it, you can't even talk about it or think about it. And so it's not everybody else's business what those photos look like. Can you imagine for just one moment, can you imagine? You don't have the decision to lose your child, and now you don't have the decision for people to pay a mere $3 to see the photos of their dead body after they've been traumatized and their body has been traumatized. You don't even have the decision now to prevent people from exploiting your child's dead body. Just think about, you have children. If you have children, or if you have nieces or you have nephews or you have grandchildren or neighbor kids that you're close to or whatever, you don't have the choice to what society knows about the death or the loss of your child. Now it's up to fucking Zav Girl and Natasha Cooper. This is money for them.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of something so disgusting, so invasive, so over the top, I'm at a loss for words, which doesn't usually happen. If you're in those chats supporting that shit, you need to go seek help. You do not have the right to view the deceased photos of a child that is not yours. You get nothing from seeing that. That is disgusting. If someone had the audacity to try to obtain my son's death records, I would be at your front door, because that is mine. Those memories are mine. Those photos of him spread throughout the country are mine. And you spend a lot of time seeking out those photos in order to feel like you have all the parts of your child kept together, that all of those pieces and parts of your child are in one place. And it almost feels like you're trying to make them whole again. You're trying to get all the pieces of them put back together. And for Zav Girl to go and make this public and put it behind a paywall, $3, Zav Girl. So you're saying that the value and the price of that baby, of Gannon Stout, in death is worth $3 to people? That alone should tell you she is a piece of shit bottom feeder who has no business on this platform. My name is Valoma. I am speaking for me, not for Queen Bee. Zav Girl, Natasha Cooper, and anybody who participated in this are the bottom of the bottom feeders. You have no place on this platform talking about children who are missing or deceased or presumed to be deceased, you are the scum. You have no place on this platform. And if you're in that chat, you are as equivalent to that because you're contributing to it. And you should be more than ashamed of yourself. More than. If you want to know what's appropriate or not appropriate, or how detrimental this will be to the well-being and mental health of somebody whose child is gone, you should consult with the family of the child that you're contemplating exploiting the shit out of. None of you have the right to do that. Not fucking one of you have the right to do that. Not one. Zav girl, go straight to fucking hell. Get some goddamn morals. Get some integrity and think about what you're doing before you do it. Natasha Cooper, you're not even supposed to fucking be on this platform. I'm disgusted with all of you. Thank you, Queen Bee, for calling this out. Thank you for calling this shit out.
Thank you for coming up here.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting it in amazing words so that other people could understand where we were standing from that were upset about this, Paloma. That was brave and courageous.
You have every right to be upset. Whether you have a child or not, if you care about children and you care about humanity, this should never fucking be okay with you. This should be reported that whatever, if she's got it behind Patreon, if she's got it behind Discord, whatever, that should fucking be reported. It should be reported. Can you imagine for a moment that's your child and some stranger across the country on the internet actually paid to obtain them and then put them behind a paywall? Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm sure her opinion would change when it affects her, like it did with Jim Terry, when it affected her.
Right.
Just saying. You know, opinions suddenly change when they're affected. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. B-Tim, I have such a hard time even firing up a live stream anymore because people don't care about the demise of another person until it affects them. People will sit in a chat and watch somebody's life be ripped apart and torn away and not have a care in the world and sit under the guise of it's entertainment. It's not entertainment. It's real life. It's that person's real life that's being destroyed. It's Gannon Stauch's family. It's his father. It's his biological mother. You know, it's his stepmother. It's his sisters. I mean, it's his family that's now being exploited. What you've seen, you will never unsee. Never. The day that I walked into the funeral home and saw my son laying dead in a casket with bruises on his face, I had the opportunity to say to the funeral home director, can we please do better with the bruises to prevent other people from seeing my son in a way that would have possibly left them scarred, and to help keep him private, to help keep his accident and what he went through private. See what I mean? That was my choice as his mom. That was my choice. I got to do that. Zav Girl's taking away the opportunity for Gannon Stauch's father, for his mother, for anyone who cared about him. Gannon Stauch himself. Nobody gave her the right. This should be illegal. This should fucking be illegal on every platform. Nobody should ever be able to obtain this kind of information about a deceased child that belongs to somebody else. And if you're not outraged by this, imagine it's your child that was put through all that baby went through. Imagine it was your child shoved in that suitcase for weeks and months, left underneath of a bridge. Imagine this is your family that was ripped apart, strewn from one end of the country to the other. Imagine you don't get a choice. Nobody calls you and says, which one of your children can you live without for the rest of your life? No one does that. You don't get it. You get a call that says you need to go to the hospital because your child's been in an accident. And from that moment, you have to fight for privacy. Queen Bee, thank you for bringing attention to this. Zav Girl, I'll be on your ass like white on rice, bitch. You got no right. Natasha Cooper, you've been kicked off this platform, and now you've went to this low. This is insanity to me. Absolute fucking insanity. Nobody should be put through this. Let that baby rest in peace. Let his family move forward in life with his positive memories, not having to deal with this type of shit. If you put a filter up, Queen Bee, I got a surprise for you in the back.
Okie dokie. Give me 1 second here. I'll pop one up right now. What is it? Aww. Aww. What a sweet baby.
Say hi, buddy. Say hi. He hanging out with Aunt Steffi today.
Oh, what a sweet babe. How special.
He's adorable. He's 5 months old.
What
All right, well, I'm gonna hop down because this is super, super, super emotionally charging for me. I was catching bits and pieces here and there, and I thought I got to say something. I can't just sit on this. It's what I do. I try to speak out for other parents, and there's some people on this platform that are willing to listen and some that aren't. And the ones that aren't willing to listen, it's money driven. It's all about money. It's all about growing a channel, and that's sick. That's absolute sick. It's absolute sick. So thank you for talking about this, bringing attention to this. We should still be praying for that family. We should still be good vibing them, Thank you for this. I'm whatever I can do, you let me know. But I'll tell you, I've been sending a lot of information to victim advocates offices through the county court system.
That's what what Lady Justice was getting some stuff together, and then she was going to send it to me, and then I can email it or forward it to anybody that wants it to give to their
Yeah, this is crazy. This is insane. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna change a diaper and then go sit down and listen to some more of this stuff. But thank you for bringing attention to it. Thank you, Voices, B Tim, everybody that's had an opinion about this.
I'm so grateful because I didn't want to bother you. I knew that you were spending time with babies. I had seen your last update, and I didn't want to bother you with this. So I'm so grateful that you came in here because I wanted your take on this. Because these were the same. These were immediately my concerns. Like I said, I've said it multiple times. Does this mean that this is going to be the new way to start torturing people on YouTube?
I mean, I hope not. If it is, then we, the people, should stand up against this. I say all the time, support your good channels. Like, that's why I come in here and drop memberships, because you support your good channels to help weed out the bad ones. Unfortunately, the other problem that I've learned is that we have a whole lot of subscribers that are here for drama. They're not here for true crime. And somehow true crime and drama have become intermingled. And so that's the other problem. I wish that I knew how to get through to people the actual pain and suffering that one goes through when, you lose a child, and then this platform rips you from one end to the other every chance they get for their audience. It's not good. Yeah. It's very, it does affect your mental health, and it does make you want to walk away from the platform altogether. Mm-hmm. When the lines are so close to doing the right thing versus being a part of the bullshit. I mean, if you're sitting in that audience and Zav Girl's talking about having the actual photos of someone else's deceased child who was brutally tortured and murdered, let's talk about how you're contributing to that, because you freaking are. If you're sitting in this chat calling it out, you're not contributing to it. You're made aware of it, so you know not to go there. But if you get out of here, if you leave Queen Bee's chat and you go to Zav Girl and you buy that, you are the problem. Mm-hmm. And that's why Zav Girl gets away with it. If there's no audience watching and there's nobody dropping dollars and nobody participating in it, she's got no one to talk to. I absolutely refuse those places. You'll never see me in a chat. Never. Mm-hmm. You'll never see me clicking on. I've unsubscribed from so many flipping channels because I will not contribute to it, because I understand what that feels like.
Yeah. So apparently there's proof of a woman on Facebook messaging Natasha saying that she downloaded the file and gave it to Natasha. So I had already verified.
I'm shocked.
The same thing. But
I'm shocked, Voices. I'm shocked.
I know.
I really thought she actually did it. Oh my God. My whole perception of the world has been shaken. Natasha Cooper is a liar and a person that lies to her audience. My God, what will help become of this world?
Like, I get the tit for tat, the back and forth when people don't like each other. Like, Bombshells tried to get me into a tit for tat, and I just refuse to participate in it because there's more important things. There's a bigger purpose for me, for my time, for being here, for who I choose to contribute to and who I don't. And that stuff to me is freaking irrelevant. The tit for tat, the drama community, they do their thing, whatever. But we're talking about the death of someone else's child that was already made public. They didn't have the option. You know what I mean? We've got all these kids' cases. I think that what Zav Girl has done and what fat ass Natasha Cooper has done is 100,000 times worse than what Bullhorn Betty has done. That's my opinion.
Agreed.
That's 100% there's nothing that either one of those pieces of
I
shit
said that
could
yesterday,
ever
and I
say.
said, if it was one of them that did it, we would be going so hard right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And that girl deserves that same energy because fuck that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They deserve that and more.
It's funny that they didn't even think to do this. Like even them, maybe even them, they were like they didn't even think of doing it. So that just shows you even them were like, maybe we shouldn't do it. Maybe
so my question to
far.
I agree, B-Tim. I always value your opinion. You always give me a different perspective. My question to the audience, people that are familiar with us and people that are watching, what's the lowest of low? Where is your hard limit that makes you say, I'm no longer going to participate in this shit. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to contribute to it. Because trust me, by being there, even a click and a view, you're contributing to it. So what is your hard limit? What is it that has to happen for you to say, I cannot do this. I will not be part of this.
This was my hard
it,
limit. This was it.
It has to be. If it's not, you have to look at yourself. You have to figure out why are you here seeking out this specific type of information? Because it's not only a violation of privacy. It's not only wrong. You just put the price. You just monetized the death and death photos of someone else's child. Someone else's living, breathing, once upon a time, and then murdered child. That makes you just as bad. You should never partake in that because you're not immune from the same type of tragedy. You're not immune from it. You're not immune from something happening to your child. You're not. It can happen to any one of us. And we should be supporting one another through these type of tragedies. We should be putting the information out there about the perpetrators or the suspects. We should be putting law enforcement information out there, not exploiting the death. This case is closed. Let this family grab the happy memories and move forward in a positive direction that way. Don't keep them sitting in a moment of despair, fighting to just be human again. You're taking everything from them. This is their business. If they want the world to see it, they can put it out. If a judge says it's too much to be shown on TV, should not be on YouTube behind a fucking paywall. Zav Girl, I swear, when karma hits you, you're not going to know what to do and no one's going to be there for you. This was terrible. This is absolutely disgusting. You're not human. Go get a job. Do something. But this is not ever okay. This is never okay. You've just destroyed not just the family of Gannon Stouck. You've hurt anybody on this platform that's lost a child that's heard about the shit you pulled. We're all going to feel it. Now we all are going to be afraid to be seen in chats. We're all going to be a little more standoffish to participate in the true crime community. Because if it's okay for Gannon Stouck, you can't say that you wouldn't then do your damnedest to exploit someone in your audience who's lost a child in a tragic way. If you would do this to a stranger, you would absolutely do this to somebody that was easier prey for you. You are a predator and you need to be off this platform. And she could say I'm emotional. I'm very emotional. I'll defend anyone who's lost a child on this platform. I'm absolutely emotional about it. I'm human. I'm a mom. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, we're going.
Bye, Valoma.
Bye, Valoma. Thank you for coming up, love. I appreciate you. Is Ellie Bill?
Yep.
Hey, love, what you doing?
All right, we're gonna have to attack Ellie.
Your avatar is gone, so I was just making sure it was you.
It's me. I see it on my end. That's weird.
No, that's the
You're Nikki.
That's the evil Ellie. We have to attack evil Ellie.
With no face, no avatar, no koala bear energy at all.
Yes, and you know what, we stand with Stephanie, because and that's another thing I was thinking, there's a lot of people that have children, that have been hurt, just like her son. And if somebody were to do that to her, I not sure how we would respond to that.
Yeah.
This is the question I had for you guys. Do you think then the true crime community maybe isn't the place for those kind of people that are very sensitive and emotional, that have lost children and can't handle this kind of thing?
I think what the thing is, a lot of people who are into this community are people who are victims of crimes and they want to understand or help other people.
Yeah.
And I think there's and I think there's they want to help, and unfortunately, there's people that never really. I don't know if like Zav has. I don't know if Zav experienced a loss in the family from a crime. I don't know, but I mean, like I think it's just. I don't think she's. I don't think
No, I
she has
don't
the
think anybody
empathy.
should leave. I don't think anybody, I'm sorry, somebody said, should I leave? I'm just saying maybe it isn't like sometimes the right combination, or there needs to be more breaks if this stuff, if you're getting very emotional about this stuff,
Well,
unless it's helping
I
you
think
deal
it's just.
with your own loss. I don't know.
I
It's
think
an
it's.
individual thing for people.
I think it's just. I think what Zafra was unnecessary. Very unnecessary to any point. It was. You know what I mean? If you wanted to get into the nitty gritty of the actual the crime, I think you could have number one, censored, blurred out the images, or you could have just not put them on. Just had a coroner report, and you go through the coroner report, and you had a discussion there. I think that kid deserves a little dignity in death,
What
and
happened
I
to
think
it?
wait, and I just want to say, and I think a lot of people would rather you remember him alive than in the state where he was shown. This kid deserves at least some dignity. That I mean, at least we can afford him that. I mean, he died pretty brutally, and people can afford him some dignity in there, where we can, allow him not to be remembered as what it was being shown. And I don't think there's anything people can learn from the case looking at him like that. I think if you want to figure out how he died, you can easily just read the coroner report, because a professional looked at his remains and then made an opinion, and his, a factual opinion and all that stuff. And you could have easily done that. And I think honestly, it's, you know what I mean? Like I think a lot of times people get lost in the weeds when they do true
Yeah.
crime, because they focus a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of times. I've noticed people focus more on the crime and or the killer than the
Yeah.
actual victim.
Victim. Yep.
And the most important person in the crime is not the killer or the crime itself, it's the victim. Even like those people had lives, and suddenly their whole
Yeah.
world ends. And
The justice part becomes about, I guess.
well, there's never justice. Unfortunately, there's never justice, because the person who killed someone is still alive, and the person who did it, who's killed, is not here anymore.
Well, it
Justice
enters the
is
justice
equal.
system, I'm saying, like it
Yeah.
becomes less about the victim and more about like,
No, I mean,
punishing the perpetrator. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I'm
It shifts
just.
sometimes. Yeah.
I'm saying like justice. The justice system tries to make it's society that basically says, okay, now you did something, we're going to try to punish you and make an example of you so other people don't do it. But the truth of the matter is that person's gone, and the killer's still alive most of the times, or they get a couple of years in jail when
Yeah.
they're able.
Like
And
Ethan's parents versus Kaylee's parents. Like Ethan said, what is us going to the trial? What is that going to do for
yeah,
us? Nothing. It's a waste. Our energy needs to be spent different ways, where Kaylee's parents are there because that's justice
Right.
for them, and that's how they want to spend their energy. So that's two different approaches
yeah.
right there.
I mean, and also a lot of people don't realize that every person that gets born and every person that lives, there's a potential that person could have done something great or did something terrible, but you took away their options. You took away their potentials to do things in the future, because either anger, greed, stupidity, foolishness, and now the world is less because you just did that. And that's just, that's my point of view when it comes to these crimes. And it's unfortunate people don't think that way. And I think
I
a lot
want
of
to go back
times
to.
I think
I
a
want.
lot of times social media like kind of glamorizes a lot of these killers and these crimes, and it's unfortunate. I think they have lost the point. They've lost the point of it. It's a warning. It's a warning, and it should be a lesson, not celebrated.
I want to go back to Ellie's point about is it like, should certain people not, if they're been affected by this, should they not be around? I don't agree
And
with
I
that.
didn't mean that. I said,
Well,
is it? I go, is this community right for a fragile, vulnerable person that gets very emotional about topics like this? That's all I'm saying. It's an
okay.
interesting point, because it's created a lot of, like, I've
I would
seen there's been
answer.
a lot
I
of
would
emotion.
answer your question with a unfortunately no, because as the community is now, it's there's a lot of people like Zaf Girl who will victimize people, And that's why I tell people to be anonymous. I tell people to be very careful. And it is not a place for a person who's very sensitive, because unfortunately I would tell them to go to the good people and be recommended to them. But there are a lot of wolves in sheep clothing around here, and they can easily fall prey to them. And it's definitely tough for someone who's gone through a loss and then have to see other people be
I'm not saying they
victimized.
shouldn't be in the true crime community. I'm just saying if it gets to a point where it's very emotional, where they can't even they're crying about like Gannon, like
Yeah.
it's their own
Well,
kid because it's bringing up their own loss. I'm saying, well, maybe then there needs to be some kind of self-care, self-awareness where you step away. I'm not saying you don't be in this community. I'm not saying that. I don't like absolutes. I don't like being put into a box. I don't like absolutes. I'm just saying maybe that's just like a question for people to like ponder in their own lives if it's going to upset them so much, you know. And I do understand it's a place where people.
Is this a place where you want to be? Your mental health will more than likely be affected, because it is you are going to hear about death and true crime and things like that. I get what you mean by that.
Yeah, I get you.
And
there's a lot of
health, but that comes down
what I was-
to a personal preference. I mean, that's if.
Yeah. How you doing, Brianna? What's up?
I'm doing good. I came back up.
Yell at us. No,
this is a question and a discussion that I've been part of for about 25 years now. I mean, all the way back to Usenet, on the message boards, on LiveJournal. There's no such thing as a safe space, and protect your own mental health. And I mean, we all do what we have to do. If we need to avoid where we are, we avoid where we are. Gray has a disclaimer at the beginning of every video. Here's your trigger warning. If you think this is going to upset you, leave now and come back to the next one. I think we all understand that. I do have a question for Ellie, though, because it's interesting to me. I know you like to avoid boxes. I know you see the good in everyone. But why was it?
I never said that. I see the good
Well,
in everyone.
you do. You see the good in everybody. You don't like you don't like boxes. You don't like black and white, and I understand that.
A lot of gray
But
areas,
it almost seemed like it was easier for you to say that the people who are reacting badly should consider going away than it is for you to say Zav Girl is wrong for what she's doing. You are going to
nobody's
such
wrong.
lengths. No, you are going to such lengths to use the warped mind that she has to justify what she's doing, which of course you can justify what she's doing if you get into her mind, because her mind is the fucked up place that what's going on is coming from. Of course she can justify it.
Brianna, I don't think she's justifying her position. She's just
she has. She said,
I'm not justifying anything. I see both sides. I see
Just
the
calm
emotional
down, calm
side
down.
as well, that everybody, that you
I
guys
am
are all
calm,
saying.
actually, very
I mean,
calm.
people are mad at me because
I'm talking
I
to
have a
Ellie,
different
too.
opinion. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get it. Just everyone calm down. It's fine. It's just a discussion.
Oh, yeah.
No, it is a discussion. It was.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I think it's an interesting. I think it's an interesting point of discussion. Why?
I'm making people leave. I'm sorry. Maybe I should leave. I'm sorry. I don't. How am I making people leave? Like, what am I saying? That's so bad. I don't get it.
You're making people leave.
Somebody just said that in chat.
I don't know if they can't handle it, then that's fine.
Yeah,
they need to go.
no.
I mean, we're having a discussion here, so if they don't,
I'm
can't handle a
not.
discussion, then
Yeah, I'm not angry. I'm genuinely curious as to why you go to such lengths to justify what she's doing.
I'm not.
I don't understand.
I don't like Zav that much. I mean, I'm not going through lengths to justify her. I just understand where she's coming. I understand where she's coming from, and I see where this all started. I know it's become much bigger than it is, and I don't think she's thought it through. And I also understand the emotional part of people that don't think it's horrific to have a child's body's autopsy out there, but that's like a legislation thing, like Real Lady Justice was saying. That's not something for us to really kind of decide on. So that's where I stop there. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm able to detach. That's who I am. I think I have more of like a science kind of a brain than I do of like I don't know. That's just who I am. I
Well,
can't
like
help it.
devil's
I just see
advocate,
things.
I feel like you're trying, you know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to understand where Zav Girl's coming from.
I just get where she's coming from. That's all. I can understand where she's coming from, and I don't have hate for her, and I don't have hate for any of you guys. But you guys have hate for me for understanding where Zav Girl
Oh,
is coming from,
absolutely
which I
not.
find. No, some of the people in the chat are like hating me on this, which is really interesting to me too, truthfully, because I don't understand why opinions have to become like B. Tim was talking
Well, and
about
they
this
shouldn't.
yesterday.
They shouldn't because
They
we're
do.
open. We have always, it's always been open. It's an open panel here. So I hate that you feel that way. Because
No, it's just
and I hate all the hate that's directed to Ellie. All the hate should be directed towards me.
Listen,
I really
I
feel like
appreciate.
All right, now
the hate needs to go to me. I survive on the hate. I'm Ellie. You're going into my territory now. I'm getting very annoyed with you. You need to stop. You gotta let me get the hate.
I think there's a lack of communication. Just because you don't agree with something, but you understand something, just because you can understand something or why someone did something does not mean you condone it or would do it yourself.
I would never do it myself. I thought about that too. Would I? Never, ever. But I was thinking about it like, what if it was the Idaho 4? I was talking to Joneson about this. Like, what if it was the Idaho 4 and she FOIA'd all the records and all the autopsy? At first, I was like, I don't know if I want to see the Idaho 4 either because I didn't want to look at Gannon's. But I was like, you know what? I think I would. And I think I would even pay $3. I hate to say it. You could kill me for, but I would.
No, that's because that's just how it is. That's really how it is. And that's why people are doing it.
And
like,
so take that same
curiosity.
mentality.
They want to see it. They want to know. Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Would she really do something that bad? I don't think it's as serious as they're saying it is. And then
This sounded really, really bad. This sounded super duper bad, and it's a kid, and those things should be sealed. I don't even know how they're being released to people like Zav, and I think she was completely irresponsible. She didn't think it through, but I don't think her intentions were bad at the beginning, where other people think she's evil and her intentions were awful, and she wanted to make a buttload of money on this, and I don't think any of those things. I still don't. I think Natasha Cooper wants to make some money on it, but she's evil,
But now, see, I view her differently. I view her the way she acts and questions every thought that comes out of her mouth as a game to her so that she has a scapegoat later.
No, I think that's just
who my
you're
opinion,
correct
though.
both of you
she
are
might
correct
be.
on that.
Yes.
Both of you are correct in your opinions.
A
on
little
her
bit
on
of
that.
both.
Yeah. And I
it's
sat
probably
there,
worked all her life.
I was there once upon a time when she did deal in facts, and I watched that morph into, oh, well, what if? Oh, it's just a discussion. Oh, we're just talking. I watched her form into the fake, innocent, naive thing that she is now. That's intentional. I watched her turn into that. She knows what she's doing. She knew what she was doing when she put it up. I mean, I envy you, your ability to look at her and give her that innocence, because I know it doesn't exist. I envy you.
No, I just don't think people are all that bad. And I think when I saw her that night before anything happened, reacting to people coming in the chat and saying stuff to her, like she ended the stream early, and I could see that she was really upset because she felt like misunderstood. Like that's what I felt more than anything, that she was felt misunderstood, that she was trying to be somewhat responsible. She wasn't, obviously, and she didn't think of the ramifications. But I feel like by putting it in Patreon, she thought it was like safe, like what Laura was saying about Patreon being somewhat. But there's always moles, there's always leaks. Like she maybe doesn't know enough about that side of things. Who knows? I don't know. You know what I mean?
But pause, because there was something about the whole thing you didn't know from the beginning, which was she had been
the community
advertising it for
post.
11 days. Right.
Okay. That was like people that want to see it. I mean,
yep. And it was a Dropbox.
Advertising it. But I think the difference here is like, I don't think anybody's being knocked for wanting to see autopsy photos. I think it's the fact that she put out a minor child's autopsy photos and she charged for them. She, you know what I'm saying? She didn't put them out and say, for case file, you know what I mean? Like, here's this, she, basically got them and now is, trying to profit off of a minor child's
Yeah, that's terrible.
And didn't
the
even
money
think
part
to
is
blur
terrible.
out
And not only
private
that though,
parts.
it's and not only that though, it's a very popular trial. You know what I'm saying? It was very public. And a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? So if it was just, I just feel like there's a lot going into it. And then now there's always copycats. And so now you have, of course, Natasha Cooper wanting to do it, where her motives are way different than Zap Girls.
And very
some people
evident.
have been with Zap Girl a long time, and they see her as in a different light than you see her, than I see her. You know what I'm saying? Like Brianna's been around for a while, so she says like, no, she's basically tragedy pimping. This is not cool. It's not okay. Whereas you're like, okay, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt because I feel like she's doing this, scientifically, or for her brain. She likes the science aspect of it, and she wants to know everything and every little detail, and I get that, but I just feel like she, you know what I'm saying, it took the cake when she put him on here, and she knew, like routes around doing it, but still advertised so that people could do it, so that, you know what I'm saying, and then
it was dumb.
when it got taken, like, okay, so, and I understand, like, oh shit, okay, people are upset, I understand that, like, okay. But then instead of like leaving it down once it got taken down, she immediately went right into trying to get him back up. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, get him back up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
But anyway, Queen,
she tried 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. But anyway, Queen,
all right,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
skedaddle.
Skedaddle?
Yeah, I'm starting
all
to
right.
get a bit of a headache, the usual. But
all right.
No
we
problem.
Appreciate you, B Tim.
No problem. And anyway, I just want to say this: make sure all the hate is directed towards me. I am tired of Ellie getting all the hate. Don't send hate.
Oh gosh. Okay,
I'm gonna have to
towards
prerequisite all the hate you got today and yesterday and bring it towards me because I feed on that. But anyway, you guys have a good one.
Bye, B Tim.
No problem. You guys have a good one. Bye.
Hey, Stephanie, how are you, baby?
Hey.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep. I can.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Stephanie.
Sorry. Oh, I forgot. I thought I paused the other stream. I just had a couple things I wanted to add after listening. And I like Ellie. I love Ellie. I always like listening to her perspective. But I wanted to ask a question. I want to take your mind back a year and a half, 2 years ago, to when JLR and Bullhorn Betty were out front of the home of they were in Florida, in front of Gabby Petito's boyfriend at the time.
I wasn't watching
Brian
that
Laundrie's
from
home.
that. I wasn't
Okay.
I wasn't around then, and I wasn't like watching it from that perspective. I knew people were like throwing laundry baskets or something. That's all I knew about it.
Yeah. Well, so the way that Bullhorn Betty, and this is just a perspective I wanted to give to you respectfully. I have no intention of being disrespectful at all. I definitely appreciate other people's opinions, but when it comes, I don't mean to say but, when it comes to that situation today, when I look back on that, what I see is that Bullhorn Betty and JLR got a lot of publicity by being, the loudmouths with the bullhorns and standing in front and demanding. And, and at the time, for a brief moment, I was kind of like, if this guy's guilty of what he's being accused of, then, yeah, go after him. But after a couple of days, it kind of was like, well, we don't really know any facts. We're going on a whole lot of hearsay, and that's why we have a court of law. But very quickly, we saw Molly Golightly, and then a lot of other people jump on the same bandwagon because it worked. Meaning, Bullhorn Betty grew a channel very quickly. Jonathan Lee Riches, became popular around here very quickly because of that in-your-face, screaming, boots on the ground, so to speak. All of those things that got them a lot of publicity around here. They were there screaming, and then look how it progressed all the way up to Quentin Simon and Summer Wells with what they've done. They've really gotten into the middle of a lot of these cases and caused a lot of problems. I mean, you've got babysitters sending photos of a missing baby, and then they're being, those photos are being edited to look worse. And that's, in my opinion, those photos can't really be part of, a trial because of, the chain of custody, so to speak, because they've been edited, because what's true, what's not true, what's been said, what's not been said kind of thing. And so I see Zav Girl doing the same thing, and now Natasha Cooper doing the same thing. When these people are here for money and they see this outrageous, wild behavior in the form of obtaining autopsy reports of someone else's deceased child who was brutally unalived, left in a suitcase, we know they're not going to be pretty. You can say that it's under the guise of for scientific reasons. But if you truly thought, if Zav Girl truly 100% was not here because that type of behavior gets the clicks and views, grows the channel, gets the monetary value, exactly the same way Bullhorn Betty, Jonathan Lee Riches, Molly Golightly, House of Williams, all those other people grabbed onto that crap. Why didn't she call and ask permission from the family or email the family? If it's for scientific reasons and you're going to put it behind a paywall, then why not email the family?
Why upset them? Why like bring it to their attention? Why not like, why? Like they just went through a big trial. Like why expose them to some more trauma if they don't need to? If it's just for like, I think she wanted to keep it private. It became not private. And I guess I think she's very irresponsible about how it turned into something not private. But can I just
yeah, absolutely.
Well, go on. I forget what I was saying.
No. You were saying that that she probably did that because she wanted to keep it private and not disturb the family.
Yeah, and so why would she bring it to her attention that that's something that they were doing? Like if her whole intention was to keep it private, and I think putting it in for her, she thought putting it in a Patreon behind some kind of paywall where people had to give their information or pay for it to get to it. Like, I don't think it was to make a whole lot of money, in my opinion. That's just me. I could be completely naive about that. But I think Zav Girl's intentions were not evil. Like, they weren't to be exploitative and at all, in my own opinion. I mean, I could see how it could be perceived that way, and I could see the outrage because I know it's a child and these are terrible pictures, but those were released from the court to her, and that was like a packet that she got, right? So I just feel that if a certain people, I'm not somebody that wants to see those kind of autopsies, but there are people that do want to see that, and maybe in a way to see it so they could see how terrible like it was for that boy, and like understand the justice system from a different perspective. Like, oh wow, look what she really did to him. Look at these pictures. I don't know, whatever people's mindset are regarding that. But I feel like everybody's different. I'm sorry, my dog is barking.
I mean, different?
I may think if a court gives it to me when I FOIA it, then I'm okay to do it. I wouldn't do it, but I could see where someone would think that. You requested these records. They gave them to you without hesitation, it seems. So therein lies this problem.
Is it because it's a child? If it was an adult, would you guys think differently? If it was the Idaho 4, like, okay, so then it's that. Then it's like, these are about legislative laws. Then it's about that these should never be released. I can't believe they were, truthfully, you know.
Actually,
but they
my
are.
answer is no. I wouldn't feel differently. Sorry. No.
No.
If it was my father's autopsy pictures and stuff out there, no. Showing his penis and everything for everyone to see, no.
I don't think there was genitalia show. I think I never heard that. Like, could you guys, like, I heard there was no genitalia shown at all.
No, there was.
Correct,
apparently.
Ellie. There was.
Well, I heard there was. Do you guys know for sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, can we go back to the part where, and when I asked you the question and you said you didn't think that you felt like she didn't want to disturb the family or upset the family by contacting them and asking their permission. That's why there's a victims advocate office, and Zav Girl's well aware of that because she's contacted victims advocates office trying to obtain information in other cases. So she surely wouldn't contact, Al Stout and say, hey, can I have a copy of your son's death records? So those photos are part of, and those autopsy photos are part of a death record, which is part of, the entire case. So like when I go and, fill out paperwork to purchase a gun, I know that then shooting somebody is wrong, illegal, not the right thing to do. And so I'm not going to do that. So I kind of think if you have a platform as large as what Zavgirl does, saying something like, I didn't want to upset the family, when you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers that are going to watch that content, that are going to know that you have these photos behind a paywall, and then you're going to kind of basically you're marketing those photos and those reports, and people that are curious are going to go and they're going to pay the $3 and they're going to go behind the paywall and do that. So she could have contacted a victim's advocate office. That would have been the right thing to do. Would have been to contact whoever the victim advocate is for that, for Gannon's family. And then I'm sure that she would have been told no. So did she really not contact anybody because she knew that they were going to say that's outrageously insane, crazy, and should never be done? Or was it because she thought it was going to hurt the family? Because the truth is, with a platform as big as hers, you have to understand that once your child is talked about on this platform, you know who's talking about your child. People are sending you emails, text messages on the regular with links to videos for every. You have to understand that. That's 100% truth. If your child's death is talked about, if you're talked about, a high profile case, you know that people on YouTube are talking about your child. So there's no right to privacy on a public platform.
And if she said that, and that was her reasoning for
Mm-hmm.
not asking family permission, to me, that is, she knew darn well it was going to sting, and she didn't care. She
Right.
did it anyway.
And then the part about not making money off of it. I mean, if the intention is not for financial advancement or to make money, why the paywall? Then why
to try to keep it private?
But is
try
that
to keep
working?
it. No.
But then why did she promote it on the community tab?
Right.
Like 10 days ago, you said that was? So that was a long time before this all happened. So there was a lot of time that nobody even saw that, I guess, or cared about it, that it was going to happen until, I guess, they saw what it was.
I don't believe it.
No, I'm just saying it happened 10 days ago. I'm just curious. Like, that's interesting. I didn't know that it was like 10 days ago that she was advertising it. But still, like, there's not many people that are going to want to watch that. I don't think there's hundreds of thousands of her subscribers that are running to her Patreon to see this. I think it's
But we don't know that.
people. We don't know that, but I mean, it sounded like there was 170 downloads last night. So it wasn't like, that's like a lot to me, not thousands.
It's not, but the quantity in this case doesn't matter to me. One person seeing no, I'm sorry.
So it's case specific. So things can't be case specific unless it's a minor, or it's like it could be like all juvenile sealed. And I think that's like a legislative thing that Lady Justice was saying, that I think that's where we go from here. I don't think we could, I don't know personally, because we all come from different places and there's all different emotions with this. And there's people that are less attached, more detached, fully emotionally attached to this whole thing, this moral dilemma that we've been put in front of, I feel like. And I think we all have different moral compasses in life because of our experiences and what we've been through. I haven't lost a child like you, Paloma. I don't have any children. So, but I can understand how hard it is and how probably and I can understand how you see this with completely different eyes that I can never put it's hard for me, but I could understand, of course, how difficult it is and how you see this with completely different eyes. And so that's why I could see both sides of this more clearly for some reason, because I don't know. I just do.
Can I say something following that? Because it's the perfect time, because it's what I jumped up to say, but we kind of steered away. When you said, I'm talking to Ellie, when you said, and I understand your thinking, and I'm not getting on to you. I know you know me better than that. But when you said maybe it's too sensitive for people like me, Paloma, Voices, I agree with you, depending on that person's mental state. Okay.
Yeah.
But just because I'm up here crying over Gannon does not by any means mean I'm reliving my son's experience. What that means is I have so much empathy, and I understand what this would do to a family, a mother and a father, of a child who, my son wasn't brutally killed. He just passed. But like I said, someone shared his picture thinking it was honoring him. And it was upsetting to me. But that said, who else are you going to actually learn for other than living, breathing testimonials from us? We need to be here. And some of us can't
Thank you,
be.
Green.
And that's perfectly fine.
No, I'm not
Others
saying people
use it to
shouldn't.
fuel the fire. Okay?
Mhm.
My fire is
Yeah.
raging right now for Gannon.
What if I showed you a photo? What if I showed you a screenshot of, well, let me send it. Let me show it to Queen Bee first.
I don't want to see anything personally. That's where this.
Well, it's
I
a
feel like
comment. It's a
Okay.
comment that was in her chat that she highlighted that was sent to me.
Oh, okay.
A highlighted comment.
See, I don't think the majority of the thing sharing chat. See, I don't think this is CP to me. Like somebody saying, do you guys think it's to that point where this is like?
Because you
like-
wouldn't take it and use it for that does not mean it's not that. Other people will.
Correct.
Okay, it could spawn off of this,
It
but
could have
this
spawned
itself
off
is,
and turn into.
and that's the like irresponsibility that I see of Zav and this whole thing. That she was not responsible. She didn't put any like password on that zip file. She didn't think it through that it would get out. It looks
She
like
did,
it was up
though,
for.
Ellie. She did because you had to
How
pay
do you
$3.
know? You're not in Zav. Yeah, because she wanted
You
to keep
had
it
to
private.
pay
She
$3.
said.
You don't know what I know. Number one.
Okay.
And number two, you had to pay $3 to get the Dropbox link.
Queen Bee, I
know
put it in the
that.
back chat for
know
you to
that.
view before showing it. This is a screenshot that was highlighted in her chat that she actually put on her screen.
Why do I need to go see a therapist? Like, what am I saying is so wrong?
Who the
You guys,
fuck
I'm
said you
sorry.
need to see a therapist?
You're not.
What's her face? Somebody in chat.
What the
That
fuck?
never came from me.
Pantera. Go see a
I never
therapist,
said
Ellie.
that.
What
It
is
is not that
guys?
fucking
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Get a
Somebody in
grip.
the
Maybe
chat
you need
said
a
that?
therapist.
Yeah, you might have to
Yeah.
take the comment
Oh,
off the
I'm
screen
sorry,
for
baby.
people to
There
see.
you go. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I'm
So
sorry.
somebody screenshot this comment and then they made a community post.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
gonna call them out, but it says, "I'm floored by what happened in Zav Girl's Patreon today. Never do we make fun of a child that was taken by a monster. Letitia has a life in prison for good reason. Gannon deserves respect. Please do not share this." Talking about the photos and the stream that was in her Discord or her Patreon. This is for our discussion only. I'm just showing how some people are. And the comment says, "His PP looks like marshmallow. Ha ha ha."
What a sick fuck.
And not to be gross, but I think this is why some people said they thought it was blurred. Just saying. Mm-mm.
Some people thought it was blurred. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Mm.
Or the pictures they saw were blurred and they didn't see the unblurred, but this. That's disgusting.
And this is someone
There
else's
should be a
child
name.
who was
There should be a
brutally.
name with this comment for all to see, in my opinion, of who made it. I know what they're doing here, and they're protecting that person. I would not protect that person.
It was
I
sent
would
to me
make them
like
proud.
this. It was sent to me like this without one. I think that if it were if what she did was for scientific reasons or for under the guise of science, comments like this and the people who made comments like this would have been booted in a hot minute. So when we're talking about someone else's child and their death or their life, it's really easy to live under that blanket umbrella that like nothing like that's ever going to happen to me. And, oh, wow, that sucks. I hate to hear that. I can't imagine what you're going through. These are terrible times. All of those things are what people say because they're living under that, that blanket umbrella of, it's never going to happen to them. They're better parents. They love their children more. They're more protective. They're, they live in a different world. I mean, a lot of different excuses to help dissociate yourself from actually allowing your mind to believe that you don't have the option. Whether she contacted a victim's advocate or whether she contacted the Stout family and said, "Hey, can I use the autopsy photos that were not allowed to be shown in court because they were too graphic, but can I use those behind a paywall in Patreon. Can I do that? Can I show hundreds of thousands of people who want to see them? And by doing so, no, because if you're a YouTuber, you know that you are being recorded. You know that you are being clipped. You know that you have hate watchers that are there just to grab those terrible moments and record them. And so because Zavgirl put them out, now we have other YouTubers that have them. Maybe Natasha didn't go and ask for them, but she has them because someone knew that Natasha would find value in them, would be able to make money off of those. So now Natasha has them. So now she's got them behind a paywall. And I guarantee you they're not the only people. All kinds of people are going to be popping up with these. So we're setting a trend of bullshit because it's someone else's tragedy. It's someone else's child. It's the death, the torture, the loss, all of those things of someone else's loved one. It's not just about child. It's also, it could be someone's husband. It could be someone's brother. It could be someone's best friend. It could be someone's neighbor. It's their tragedy. So if you're not willing to contact the family or the victim's advocate and say, for scientific reasons, can I use the death records, including the autopsy photos, to show people whatever the intention is behind that? If you can't do that, see, we're humans. And it's our human nature to hide the bad things, not the good things. We brag about the good things, but we hide the bad things. So if you're not willing to contact the victim's advocate, just because the court sends you the entire record doesn't mean you should use all of it. Because what people have seen, what she's put out there, she can't apologize for. She can't remove it. She can't make people unsee it. What she's done is put someone else's child all over the internet now. They can never run from this now. The family members, people that cared about Gannon, can never, ever, ever run away from people who have seen the dead body in the state that it was by strangers. That could very well tip the line for a parent who's in the beginning stages of their grief. And you bet your ass the Stout family is in the beginning stages, because up until the trial is over and they have justice, they're not grieving. They're in that state of shock. This could very well tip someone to harm themselves. These are the things that we shouldn't have to tell people is wrong, especially if you have a platform. If you have a platform, and it's not me being emotional because I lost a child, because my 21-year-old son is gone. It's me being emotional because there are adults on this platform who have an audience, a large audience, and we should know right from wrong. It's because I thought that I had bonded with people here who also had lost, who were grieving, who were going through different stages, because I saw true crime cases and it inspired me to get my ass out of bed. Because those days that I had nothing to live for, that I literally laid in bed and begged to not wake up the next day, because I couldn't imagine, I still can't imagine, waking up and living another day without my son. I do that all the time. I go through phases of that. It's normal. But I had found other people, like the whole community of Delphi, Indiana, who didn't know who among them had unalived 2 baby girls, 2 children. I was inspired by the loss that other people had suffered in their tragedies to get my ass out of bed, to find a purpose, to find some happiness, and to always look for the silver lining. And now what I see are a bunch of money-hungry, evil fucking people who don't care about anybody else's tragedy unless it brings them $1 or a view. So it's not about, is it safe for people who are vulnerable? Look, there's people that have survived all kinds of assaults. There's people that have survived attacks from wild animals. There's people that have survived all kinds of things. And they're here in the true crime genre because they relate to somebody else, to somebody else's tragedy. They relate to what somebody else is going through. They relate to somebody else's story. And it may motivate them and it may anger them, but either way, it puts them into action. It brings back the human side of you that you lose when you don't want to live the next day. But to see this being accepted, someone else's child, naked, unalived, after being tortured, clapped up into a freaking suitcase and thrown off a bridge for weeks. That is not science. That's not science. There were websites that used to show that type of thing that have been removed from the internet because it does more harm than good. So I'm not saying that your opinions are wrong. I respect your opinions. Absolutely. I respect you. I think you're an amazing person. I listen to you all the time on this channel. I just want to give you perspective from someone who has gone through it. If someone had seen, I'll briefly tell you, the night that I showed up at the hospital and was told that my son was gone, and I walked into a room and I saw him on a bed, not moving, bruised, sweat hoses coming out of his head. I couldn't beg them to save his life. I could not trade my life for his, and I didn't get to barter with God. That was it. That was over. My best friend, who's an RN, showed up, wanted to come in and help me wash his body. I told the nurse I gave him his first bath, I'll give him his last. My best friend is outside the room, who saw him grow up, saw him achieve and accomplish his goals, become an amazing young man who did so many good things for other people. I didn't let her in that room because that's my private time with my son. I will clean his body. I will buck up and I will do it because he wouldn't want anyone else to see him like that. And I've never had to face somebody. I've never had to walk down the road and look someone in the face who knew what my son looked like moments after he died. I've never had to face that. I can't imagine having to face that. But at the end of the day, that moment that I had with him, I cherish it. I cherish it. The same way when he was born from my body and I counted his toes and looked behind his ears.
Can I instruct something here real quick? People are of the opinion that maybe Zav Girl didn't know what she was doing. Well, she posted to Reddit all her links for all these Gannon Stouch videos, and at the bottom it said autopsy pictures coming. So she knew.
I just looked up earlier about that I saw that on April 15th, actually, the autopsy stuff was leaked on Reddit.
One picture was one.
Oh, just one picture? Okay.
Yeah, and it's not a really bad picture, and it is blurred.
Oh, okay.
I
Interesting.
did see that picture. It's you can actually Google it. It's online. It is blurred. The pictures that Zav Girl showed are 100% not blurred in any way, shape, or form. And if this girl was doing it for science, where is her science knowledge and ability? She couldn't even identify a bug. She sat there zooming in and out on a bug, saying, that can't be this. It has to be that. Okay, where's your science knowledge to actually comprehend? Yes, that's a bug. Yes, his body has been sitting in a swamp for 2 months. Nobody needs to see that shit. I had to see Jeffrey Dahmer's pictures, 10,200 pictures. I will never unsee what I saw. And that was, 1991, 1992? I'll never unsee that. And the people that are just maybe because they're curious and they want to know and they have no ill intent or no bad feelings about it, and they just want to know what happened to this little boy and what maybe his parents saw. Who knows? They're never going to unsee that either. You're creating a perfect storm for people because not everyone can handle that. I know I can't. I saw one of her pictures, when I clicked on the Reddit link before Reddit pulled it, and I threw up in my mouth. I was like, she didn't do this. She really didn't do this. And then the marshmallow comment, that was sent to one person. And now everybody has it. That's a perfect example of how, and we're all guilty of it. We get something sent to us and we share it because we thought maybe one, it was funny, or two, it proved a point about something, whatever the reason is, we all do it. and links and screenshots get shared every single day. Zav Girl knows this. She took someone else's video from Kylie Rodney and used it and superimposed it and zoomed in and out on it. So she knows those ropes. She knows this is how it works. She knows this is how it happens. There's no excuse. And being a sibling to a crime victim, if you did that to my brother, I would find you. And it wouldn't be pretty. I wouldn't kill you, but I'm not going to be very good to you. And I will spend the rest of my life looking for you. And that's just how I feel. And there's people here that I know emotionally cannot do that. And just the thought of this little boy's family having to find out and knowing these pictures were again in full, and they're not even the core pictures, they're the corner pictures, that somebody had the nerve to post their child. And if that was my child, thinking, my God, how could you do this? How could you exploit my baby? And that's exactly what these people are doing. They are exploiting a little baby. Be it their intentions were good and pure or they were bad. It doesn't matter. The second part of this is we live in a really sick, messed up world where there are people that get off on this shit, that think this is great. Frank Zilber spent $5 million to acquire all Jeffrey Dahmer stuff. $5 million bucks. Another $3 million to acquire his apartment building to have it demolished. He rented out the Milwaukee County incinerator for a week and burned it. All the pictures, everything that was in his apartment, the walls from his apartment, everything that was taken into evidence on Jeffrey Dahmer was burned in the Milwaukee County incinerator over a week. All the pictures burned. Everything was destroyed. And to this day, there's still people that go out and stare at this empty lot that's got a fence around it. It's overgrown, it's weeds, and it looks like hell. And there's tires laying there and garbage, and it's just junk. People go there and gawk over this because that's where Jeffrey Dahmer did that. Okay, so now we're inviting a whole new group of weirdos into this community. We got enough of them. We don't need more. Now we have the real sick fucks that get off on looking at dead people, particularly children. Guess what? They're here. And guess what? They brought them. Now what do we do with it? Does anyone have an answer for that?
No, because what's been done can't be undone. Once they're
Right.
put out, everybody that has them has done what they've done with them. I mean, it's, when that's kind of what I was talking about. And I appreciate your opinions and perspective. I agree with you. And it's what I was talking about with the whole Bullhorn Buddy and Jonathan Lee Riches in front of, Kylie Rodney's most recent home with Bullhorns, going crazy. I mean, we had J for J, we had Molly, MGL. I mean, there was a lot of bigger channels that were streaming them that then befriended them, and they built their channels. I mean, that's Zav Girl started sitting at a kitchen table with her older boyfriend at the time. When she first started on YouTube, I mean, she knows how to grow a channel. But when people see something standing outside of someone's home with a bullhorn, screaming, making accusations, trying to talk to babysitters, neighbors, and whatever, that's one thing. It's wrong. Wrong is wrong. There's no fine line there. Wrong is wrong. We know morally and ethically it's wrong. But it worked for them. It grew their channels. Grew their channels, meaning people enjoyed it, and then they stuck around to watch it. And so now we have another outrageous behavior that's even lower than what Bullhorn Betty and JLR did, and that's using the unaliving, torturing of someone else's child as a money grab.
It just makes it so much worse because it is a child, and I realize
and that story belongs to another group of people. That story belongs to the family that raised that child and loved him. And that story belongs to the detectives and the law enforcement officials who had to, because they're charged and tasked with investigating and finding the facts. That story belongs to the jury that had to see those photos and the judge that had to sentence. That's
and it's kind of
story.
sacred. It's not kind of sacred. I mean, you really are. It's a slippery slope. You don't do that. And it's not a matter of what's going to happen next or how much lower can people go. It's going to be a matter of who's next. Whose child is going to be next? Is it going to be someone's going to get a hold of the Watts kid pictures now? I mean, we know that people are looking for them. Laura was one of the people that said she's trying to get them. Thankfully, she can't afford them, so, that might be safe. Is it going to be the Idaho 4? Is it going to be Cash Gernon? I mean, who are they going to do this to next? Because there will be a next time. Because it's already been shown. Somebody's getting off on this shit, and they're paying money to see it. And so far, it's only 2 people. And the links are being pulled as fast as they're going up. But you know what? It's in a matter of days, you're going to Google it, and it's going to be all over Google. That always happens. No matter how hard you try to protect it and stop it, once the cat is out, you can't put the cat back in, or the toothpaste can't go back in the tube.
Right.
Whatever. We're fucked. Period.
Well, and Miss Pugs, I'm positive that you've been around here long enough to have become familiar with the phenomenon that happens when you tell people about someone's bad behaviors or what someone how they intentionally harmed your life or you, or something affiliated with you, how you've gone through it because someone disagreed with you or you were seen in a chat or something like that. I mean, we've all seen it,
right?
And then people will come at you
and exploit you,
attack you, and call you a liar and everything else until it happens to them. I call it the YouTube phenomenon. It's entertainment at the expense of everyone else until it happens to you. When it happens to you, then you run to the people that it happened to before.
Yeah.
And expect them to be up in arms and defend and fight and all of the back and forth and tit for tat and the bullshit that you weren't willing to hear when it happened to me. So when I'm standing here telling you as a parent who's lost a child, this is so below the belt, so off the limits, so over the top. Never should this be expected. We should be absolutely outraged about what's going on and what's happening right now. Regardless of if you like Zavgirl, if you don't like Zavgirl, there's a way to say what you did was wrong, and I can't stand behind that without being an asshole or a bitch or making her feel like you're attacking her. Okay? There's a way to do that.
It's really simple to say, I don't appreciate what you're doing. I don't approve of it. I want no part of it. It's done.
But if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to see what that activity, what that behavior, how detrimental that is to a grieving family, if you're not willing to see that, if you're going to sit behind the guys that it's for scientific reasons or that it's okay because it's not affecting you, your spouse, your children, your parents, your family, your community. Okay. When it does happen and it is affecting you and your community, don't come asking for everyone to then understand. That's another thing I just get so tired of.
That's a huge point. And that's true. And it happens day after day after day. And you're a strong person. I'm a strong person. Queen's a strong person. Voices is, my God, she's the strongest person I've ever seen on the planet. We are very strong and not even type A personalities. We're just,
thank you, Pugs.
Because of life, we became strong. We had to become strong.
Right.
And it served us well because we made good choices with the bad things that happened to us brought us good choices. I think I phrased that wrong, but I think you know what I mean.
It's like that for everybody in all walks
get
of
what you're
life.
saying.
I think, right?
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at what Queen Bee's going through right now. Because Queen Bee stood up to the people that were exploiting and
that was going to be my exact next sentence.
Look what's happening to her. Everything because and it's not so much about calling out the behavior. Let's be real about it. It's because she prevented some of the money grab. She brought attention to what they were doing for monetary gain. And so when you get between these people and their money, they absolutely will go as low will possibly ever go. They will do it. They will send you the threatening emails. They will turn you into the FBI and whatever. They will everything in the world to silence you, to get you off the platform, to shut you up, because you're in between them and their money grab.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so Queen Bee stood up and said, "Bring it, bitch. I got you. Bring it. What you're doing is wrong. You're not gonna keep doing this. You're not gonna silence me. Us over here, the Hive, we're vibing it. We are not gonna let that shit happen." So then Queen Bee's panel guests started getting attacked, and then some of her moderators started getting attacked, and some of the people in her chat on the time started getting attacked, because it becomes a money grab. So let's go back to the point of Zav Girl ending her stream early because she felt misunderstood. Did she feel misunderstood, or did she rage
Frustrated.
quit because people in her chat were saying, that shit's not okay?
People
Because
were
when it came to
attacking her.
Kylie Rodney,
I think it was
she
a
rage
little.
quit.
I think it was a little bit of both in this instance with it. I think she was frustrated because she was trying to make a point and people weren't getting that point, because she kept saying it's for science, it's for science. But you don't know science and you don't understand science and you can't even identify a bug. So how are you sitting here saying
Some
it's for
people
science?
were agreeing with her in chat. I saw some of her people were like, Zav, don't go. Like, we want, whatever. And then, but a whole bunch of people came in from Queen Bee's chat and were saying things. And I saw, like, you could see her energy, like, it was like depressing for her or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying, like, and that's why she just was like, I'm just going to go. I can't even do this anymore. Like, if you're not going to, like, she was trying to make her point. Nobody was understanding it. And she felt frustrated. It might've been partial rage quitting. She didn't seem mad when she quit. She just seemed like dejected, more like upset with whatever
Because she
that people
wasn't willing
didn't
to.
understood.
Right. Like, but she also wasn't willing to hear the reason why people were so upset. She automatically went to being, oh, well, this is just haters on me.
Well, maybe she did see
and
it.
that's exactly what she did do.
Those people in the chats that are like, they're like, oh, she's doing this for science. She's not a scientist. She's not a biologist. She's not a forensic, anything like that. I live in the same state as Zav Girl. I live less than 40 minutes away from Zav Girl. I used to watch Zav Girl all the time.
She couldn't even identify a bug. Was it a piece of grass or was it a bug? Of course it's a bug. I mean, what do you think you're going to find on a decomposed body? How do you think this process works?
Well, in the beginning of
where's your science?
In the beginning of Kylie Rodney, so when she saw the video that that the divers put out of Kylie Rodney in the vehicle, I was outraged. Like, this is so crazy for any grieving parent to have those type of images put out about their child. You're taking away the parent's choice and not viewing that for some time down the road. Parents don't want to see that stuff right away. You don't want to see that kind of thing right away. It's available. You know that you can go and get it, but you make your own decision on when you're ready to view those images and to see that side of the death of your child. They took that away from Kylie Rodney. Kylie Rodney, Zav Girl saw that diving group, right, made a shit ton of money because they put it behind a paywall. What did she do? She had it on her live stream and she had the views and the people in her chat. Then Ryan Upchurch comes along, puts his ass right in the middle of it and blows everything into 10,000 different directions with Iked Mel, who's another large channel, so on and so forth. And what did Zav Girl do? Befriended Ryan Upchurch, said, yep, you're right. Everything come out of that idiot's mouth. Yep, you're right. You're right. Queen Bee is the only person saying you're outrageously ridiculous and what you're doing is wrong. Zav made a place on her panel for him to sit all the time because what did it do? It grew her channel. And now here we are with Gannon Stout. The trial is over. And she's got a paywall. And that this baby's photos behind a paywall.
And she didn't
Her
learn.
history tells me she'll go outrageous and she'll go low if it brings her the views and the money.
She didn't learn from Molly posting Gannon Stout stuff, or not Gannon, Cash Gannon stuff, how outraged people were over that. She didn't learn by the candles of victims being on candles, namely Summer Wells. It doesn't matter if they were sold or not. The candle was made. It was done. There was an intent behind it. people, she didn't learn from Kylie Rodney. She didn't learn from the flack that, what's his name, Justice or Justin or whatever his name is, the flack he got for unblurring that video. No, she copied it and she showed it. She didn't learn from the flack she got. So what does she do? She turns around and she ups the ante on it and does it again 100 times worse. Mm-hmm. That tells me she knew exactly what she was in for. And she knew it wasn't going to be good and it wasn't going to be pretty.
Yeah. Do you remember whenever we were made aware that behind her memberships, she had photos of children that were unalived? And it wasn't photos from Ohio where we live at. It was the true crime cases that are the most talked about. Those were the photos that she had as emojis.
I remember.
She still does, Steph. She
Queen
still
Bee
does.
called that out.
I think Alicia showed them. I'm not even sure who showed the emojis anymore. I remember seeing them and thinking, oh God, I'm out of here. I can't do this. I just, I'm not in a place in my life where I'm comfortable with this. I'm just not. I'm looking death in the face of someone I love very much daily. And it's like, I don't want to, no, don't bring me there.
Yeah, it makes you relate more to what's going on to try to show people how this affects other people who are also sitting in your shoes. But does anyone know if Zavgirl covered the trial daily?
No,
Did
she did not. And she even said that she didn't cover it. She just got these photos.
I have another question following that one. Did she say she reviewed this information before she did this live video she put behind a paywall, or was it in real time?
She made the video, so it was not live. It was a video. And then she posted all the links to all her Gannon Stouch videos on Reddit with a little note on there, autopsy pictures coming soon. That's kind of an intent to do something that...
That's a marketing tactic.
I don't know that it was necessarily marketing, or maybe she was looking for praise, like, oh, cool, look what you got, I don't know what was going through her mind, and I'm not going to pretend that I do, because I don't. But she clearly did not think about it. Or she thought about it and was willing to take that risk.
I think it's as simple as she wanted to see it, and she thought others wanted to see it, and she just went ahead and did it.
That's a possibility.
Which is, I don't know.
So let me ask you guys this question when it comes to Bullhorn Betty's past behaviors. When she would be doing a live stream and several times throughout that live stream say, coming up, we have an interview with so-and-so. Coming up, we talked to so-and-so's family. Or coming up, we went and videotaped this specific location. It's a tactic for people to show up to the next stream, to watch the next video, because they're being promised content. Whether they see it or not.
It's like Budget Tires telling you that they have radio whatever tires for $19.99, and you get there and they're $49.99. It's bait and switch.
Right.
And
it's marketing. It's marketing.
Right.
You're marketing your channel and your content, whether it's you're doing the right thing or not. People are going to do what works for them. If these people are getting the views and the clicks by showing the content from, a baby's autopsy reports. I mean, half the problem is that they're being shown. The other half the problem is that people are there looking at them. But then my question is, where is it? At what point is it that people humanize what's being happened, and they think if that were their family member, would they still feel the same way? Would they want all these strangers all across the country who they don't know to be looking at something so private, the last moments of this child's life?
They would be outraged.
Absolutely not. That was exactly where I went to, and that was where my mind went to, Valoma, was absolutely not. If they can do it this way, all it means is this is going to be something going forward. No, everybody's going to lose their privacy.
Right. That death story is as equally important and precious and private as their birth story. There's parts of my son's death I've never shared with anybody, and I don't think I ever will, because that relationship that's what makes my relationship with my son special today. He was a public figure. He was a professional athlete, and a lot of people knew him, and they have their stories.
Even I know who your son was.
And their gifts, when somebody tells me a story I've never heard, it's a gift. Like you can't even put a price on it, but it's my choice to tell people his last words or what he last saw or, the last moments that he was on earth. That's my choice. If I want to tell that, if I want that to become public, or if I want people to know that, not some YouTuber I don't know.
We have that choice if we want to be greedy with it or not.
Right.
It's
when
ours.
I'm ready to tell that, maybe I'll tell it. But if
And
I
maybe
don't
you
want
never
to,
will be.
that's what makes me, his mother, the only mother, very special. My relationship with him, my only child, that's what makes my relationship special. And when people are going outside of the confines of normal in order to obtain the information, just to have it, to put it out, it's like I've talked about it before. It's like this need for the most graphic blood and guts of the situation that you can find, so that you're the first one to have it. You're the first one to put it out there.
It's like you're getting an attaboy. I mean, a pat on the back.
Yeah.
Good for you. Look what you did.
Absolutely.
And maybe I could be very well wrong, but that's kind of what I'm vibing and feeling. It's like
the chat's saying that somebody's having some mic issues where there's like a boob maybe or like hair rubbing against somebody's mic.
It's probably my hair.
They wanted me to let you guys know. I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay, I'm so sorry.
It was probably my hair because I don't have it in a
Did you
ponytail.
say a boob?
I did.
No, it's my
That's
hair.
what the chat said. The chat said
Definitely not my little boob.
Me neither.
Mine are too low to rub my mic. I'm sorry.
Look at that picture. Do you see boobs there? There's no boobs rubbing there. It was the wind blowing through the window and it blew my hair across the mic. I have long hair.
I also saw a comment about what this channel is doing right now, bringing attention to it, being somewhat similar or whatever to the person doing it. No, that's not the case. Channels like this are important because it shows where this behavior is being portrayed at. And so then those of us who know right from wrong know not to ever go there. We know never to go there. There's been not one photo shown, not one video shown. Queen Bee has said, this is where it's at. This is how it went down. And I'm outraged about it. And now I know, and my audience, people that I talk to on this platform will know, and you'll never see us over there. So
do you see what
to me,
Laura
it's
Lee
not
said?
the same.
That this is like a new trend, this like kind of blending of social media, and that the courts need to catch up, because I think this is like a court thing, a legislation thing, like Lady Justice was saying. Like the fact that this was like not sealed is really interesting to me, and that's the root of this problem right there. Not so much Zav. I think it's more there because she was like, well, it's legal. You could see how it's justifiable when it's legal behavior. That's all. Morally, not so much, right? But legally, I
made a phone call.
I bought a new hand pew, and I know it's illegal for me to, to just go out and use that.
I made a phone call to a friend of mine who is a reporter for a national news channel, which if you watch the trial, you probably watched it from that channel. And the specific question I asked, because I kept getting told these pictures were shown on TV. These pictures were shown on TV. And I was like, I never saw those pictures on TV. Maybe when I went to pee or something, I missed it. I gave the person the benefit of the doubt. So I called her and I was like, look, during this portion of the trial, blah, 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 what did you show? Did you show these pictures? She said, absolutely not. We were even told if pictures were going to come in the camera view range, we had to blur it and keep it out of, it's not public consumption. They were told that by the court.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the reporters in the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, no, they were not shown. She says, I'm aware that a couple did kind of make it through. And she says, it wasn't by us, but it was by whoever she said it was. And she says, and that does happen sometimes. You're just not, it's live, so you're not quick enough. And sometimes a picture will get shown. Sometimes people see things they maybe shouldn't have seen. And she says, and that does happen. And it's 99.9% of the time, it's not intentional. It's just, it happened. And she said, but she says, no, the pictures that were shown at trial, there was very few. And it was more for exploratory explanation reasons, saying, well, this happened, this happened, this happened, and this happened. And she said it was just very, she says the pictures weren't graphic. They were not horrific pictures that they expected, that even they thought they were going to see. And they were like, I'm not prepared for this. So whoever decided on what pictures they were going to use, they really made a good choice, is what she said in the pictures that were shown in court. And his family did not even look. So they were not prepared to see that. And I remember the father had said that he had to identify his child's body through a picture. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine how horrific that is?
I cannot. No, I cannot.
And then you're in this trial for the woman who took his life so brutally. And they're showing pictures that aren't even really that horrific. And you have to hear every detail, right down to how he breathes in his last breaths. And now these people have to worry about their children at some other date Googling their brother's name and seeing those pictures. And they will pop up.
Oh, they absolutely will. They already have been. I'm seeing comments in chat about Reddit. They're already on Reddit.
I saw the first picture on Reddit. I did click the link on Reddit that Zap Girl posted. And the first picture came up, and it was like a hand. And it's not pretty. It was bad. By the time I couldn't even click
hold
on
on a minute. What are you talking? Because the first picture that came up for me was the bridge. So
I know that I'm talking about pictures of him, not the crime scene pictures or whatever.
That's the very first one that came up was the bridge, and then it was him out of the suitcase under the bridge.
I think she means the actual autopsy part.
Yeah, and
I'm talking about when he was actually in the coroner's office.
Yeah, his body was the first thing you see. I went through that entire video. So
the first picture, I didn't click on him in an order, in any specific order. I just randomly, and the one that opened up was a picture of his hand.
Oh, okay, all right.
And there was a lot. It was bad.
I didn't know if it was the same video. You know what I mean? I just wanted to make sure that, because I thought you said that was the very
These were pictures. These were screenshots that were screenshot and copied by Imager, and each individual link was posted to Reddit.
Oh, you found them on Reddit. Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
Before I could even open the second picture, Reddit had already pulled the picture.
Girl's video on her Patreon. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No. These were posted. It was Imager. Somebody screenshot them.
You have the same video, or did she fucking change it?
This was not a video. This was still photographs that somebody had screenshot, put them through Imager, and uploaded the link into a Reddit post.
Wow.
And there was
there's people in chat saying that she advertised her
Yeah.
Patreon
in
video
Reddit.
In Reddit.
It was. I saw it. It's still there.
She did. Yeah, she did. That's
wow.
So I mean, you're not going to sit here and tell me this girl did not have some kind of intent to either get praised for doing this, or I don't know what she was thinking, and I don't want to pretend that I do, because I don't. But I don't think she had ill will for it. I don't think that's where she was going with it. Or I think Natasha Cooper, whatever her name is, the recliner lady, she does have bad intent.
Yeah.
Her intent is 100% cash grab.
Definitely. I agree.
Enchanted in chat has a really good comment. Enchanted says, that little boy all his life had no power to stop his abuse from adults, and now in his death he has no power from being abused and exploited by adults. We need to demand laws to protect these children.
And that's a beautiful analogy.
Yeah.
Very
Deech
much so.
did a really good community post like a half hour ago that like is really good. It kind of explains every side of this, with the fact that it was available for FOIA in general. Like, I know laws need to be changed, but FOIA is also,
Can you read
put it
nice?
up.
You have it.
Oh
See,
yeah.
I can try
Do you
to pull it
have?
up too.
Oh,
You can pull
Queen
it up,
Bee,
read it,
you
or
gotta
you want me
see
to read
this.
it.
Yeah.
Queen Bee, you
bring
gotta
it up.
see this. There's actually a post made from Gannon's mom. And it was
Oh,
just
where
sent
is
to
this
me.
at?
It was just sent to me. Let me put it in the
Yeah, I was
back
just
here
thinking
for you.
or forward it to me. That's fine. Yeah, I was gonna say so. She
This is what I was
I mean, I
talking
knew she
about.
was gonna find out. I knew she was. I mean, I knew at some point that they would find out. You know what I mean? Are you gonna drop the link for me, or is it? I'm not.
I put it in the back. It was a photo that was sent in a text. So I just put it in the back.
Oh, it's not a post. Okay, all right.
It's a.
You gonna read Dietz's post, or did you want me to?
Dietz's post.
Oh, you could
No,
bring it up. Maybe it's long. I don't know if you could.
Here,
Yeah,
it's right
I could
here.
read it. Okay.
Okay, so it says I want to expand on this. I have now reviewed all the photos, and maybe I wasn't clear in my live. At no time are his private parts shown on any of these court documents. They are all clearly labeled evidence, meaning they were all shown in the trial, even if they weren't shown clearly in what was aired on live stream that was covering the trial. The number one issue for me was and still is the commentary over the video. It was not educational, nor was it adding anything beneficial to his closed case, in my opinion. I agree with the rest of what Tracy states here, but I don't believe a minor's autopsy should be used this way at all. I also believe there should be laws to protect minors after death, such as automatically having certain things sealed after trials. I agree with that. However, I don't believe that trying to demand laws to have FOIAs stopped is a smart thing at all. So many wonderful wrongful convictions are overturned by someone who was able to FOIA documents and review them. Some things lead to a slippery slope that strip of us of all freedoms, and engaging in that conversation is not something I support. I do support protecting minors and their families even after death. Now, I agree with that. I don't think that FOIA should be taken off the automatically, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe they should automatically be done. You can't, no, that's not, you should always be able to FOIA. Now, as far as like a minor, I believe that they should be sealed by the courts, but it's going to have to be sealed, you know, like by a judge determining each case, you know.
Well, here's another thing. The coroner's office does have discretion over what pictures they release. They absolutely can tell you no, and they can say, well, we'll give you this one, and this one, but we're not giving you those. That is at their discretion, 100%. And I did verify this in Colorado. I kind of have a feeling that she got someone that really wasn't familiar about how things may work, and they released those photos not knowing that it's discretionary, and that maybe some of those should have been held back.
That's how I feel about it. And the coroner where I live said, absolutely not. Never in a million years. He would make a judge order him to do so.
Normally, they do. I'm really shocked that there was not a seal put on that. I really am shocked. It's just, that's something that's pretty much automatic.
Queen Bee, I put Landon's
But he said even without a
in
seal.
the back chat, and I emailed it to you also, whichever is easiest for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
I put it in the back.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll pop yours up here in just one sec. I was just going to finish reading this, but I was giving them, I didn't want to be rude. Okay, so here, basically what she shared was Chasing's post. So it says, I want to be super clear on what I saw in the Gannon video. Suitcase scene, completely unblurred. Autopsy, I believe organs in different containers. Autopsy scene, his body laying on the table from chin to just above his private area, unblurred. At no time did I see his actual private area. I was told several times his private area was not blurred. I couldn't continue looking once I saw his body. I do not believe that Zav is a predator or a pedo, not in any way. I do not stand by those statements. Yes, there are some sick people who may want to view them and see them in a certain manner, but I do not think Zav is one of those people. And I fucking fully agree with that.
Me too.
I fully agree with that. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I kind of have a feeling that Zav got more than she even thought maybe she was going to get. I don't think she really fully understood what those pictures could be.
comment. Selena had made the comment about her or said something along those lines, and that's why I think they just wanted to clear that up as well, because again, I don't agree with that either. But I think she maybe, I don't know. Are you still up here? Did you word?
She retracted it. She realized that she had gone over the line and saw it from when we were explaining. So yes, she corrected herself.
Okay. All right.
So was it shown or was it blurred?
In several pictures it's not, in some pictures it is. It just depends on which ones you're speaking of. Okay, I'm gonna add this one to the streams. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure it was all right. So this is what his mom posted. Where is this posted at?
Most likely Twitter or Facebook.
Okay.
And I can go find it for you. I believe it's Facebook.
I just like to have the source.
This is that's her favorite, her personal Facebook page.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? That's what
I believe
it's
it's
from?
on her Facebook page. Yeah.
That's why
I was talking about earlier, taking away.
It was
the
posted
right.
today. This was.
Yeah. Yep. Just a little bit ago. And
okay.
I have
I can't read
screenshot.
this. Okay.
Yeah, I'll read it to
Can
you.
you read that, please? Okay.
It says, from Landon Bullard Hyatt, just a simple, quick request, and I do not know if it's even possible, but I want to remember Gannon as I remember him. His laughter, his smile, his energy, and his beautiful hair, and eyes that would even smile. I may even leave Facebook. I love you all, and thanks for the love and support. Prayers for G-Man's family here and in Colorado Springs.
That picture breaks my heart.
That's it? That's what she...
Yeah, here, let me... Can you see it better if I do that?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I didn't want to interrupt you if that was...
Yeah.
Wow, she said she may even leave Facebook, so it's really good. So it's... I don't blame her.
Recliner lady posted all over Facebook to go to her page. She posted the link to her page.
Yeah,
for $3 and up. You can join my Patreon at 8:10 p.m.
I put that up, Pugs. I already put it up.
I mean, that was literally all over Facebook last night. It came up like 15 times.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell? This lady's cuckoo.
I have another one here.
She even posted, it was even screenshot and posted into the Justice for Gannon page. Who does that? Cuckoo people. And then the header she posted under was Gannon's Douch autopsy picture.
I hope her she's ban evading anyways, so I hope her channel gets reported to Twitter. I hope people report her channel to Twitter so they can yank her channel down. And you know what? And she deserves to have it taken down. That's bullshit.
Who runs this Justice
Nenny
for
C.
Gannon page? Who allowed the post?
What Nenny C said in the chat. I just want to mention this real quick. And Queen Bee, I sent you a screenshot.
Reach out to this lady anymore. Absolutely. Please do not reach out to her or any other family members. Please do not. Obviously, it's getting to her. Obviously, this is going, you know what I'm saying? And we don't know who's reaching out, who's not. Obviously, she knows what's going on. She's more than likely going to have to leave social media and leave Facebook now because of this.
Oh, did you know that the Recliner Ladies link is available without actually being part of her Patreon?
No, because I'm not trying to promote that. So
Gannon's family is aware of what's behind a paywall. They're aware of it.
Yeah.
They know that the photos are now out there, and they know that Zap Girls got them behind a paywall.
Well, I mean, I knew that. Did you contact them as well?
No, I did not. No, okay. I don't ever contact people's.
I'm just asking because you said it was like confirmation like you did, so I didn't know if.
Well, I sent you a screenshot of a text thread, but there's no names or any identifying anything in it because I'm not going to do that to other people. But
that's okay. I know there's lots of people contact them. You know what I'm saying? I've tried to tell them not to. As many people as I can from here. Please don't. You know what I'm saying? But I know I knew last night. That Science Girl wasn't the only one. that felt compelled to reach out. I knew that, A lot
Alicia
of people are
deleted
very-
hers. Alicia
I know,
deleted
but-
hers, and they
I
had
know,
not
but
been read.
other people didn't. You know what I'm saying? And they were gonna find out. But like I said, it's some people thought they everybody's different. You know what I'm saying? Some people thought it was okay. Some people didn't. Some people thought it was not a good idea. Some people thought it was a good idea. Everybody's different.
I was going to reach out to the reporter that did the interview with her, and I do know her from something way long time ago. And I was like, well, Melissa did that interview. I should, I'm going to email her and let her know what's going on. And I thought, no, I'm not. After I said it, I was like, no, I'm not going to do that because it's not my place to do that. And I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be that one. I just didn't want to be that one.
And what if that reporter then used their platform and actually did a story?
Right. And she wouldn't. I mean, her dad was the smiley face killer, Keith Jesperson or whatever his name was. That's a line she would never cross, ever. But I didn't
turned
even
into a victim's advocate, Green.
That's
She's
right.
a really
She's
good.
a beautiful person.
Yes.
She is.
Yes.
If you think something on this platform is being done that's detrimental to a case or to the mental well-being of a family going through a tragedy, I highly recommend contacting the law enforcement agency that's in charge of the investigation, who will then put you in contact with the victim advocate assigned to the victims, the surviving victims of the case that's being investigated. So whoever the victim advocate office is that's helping Gannon's family through this phase after, the immediate after the trial phase, you can contact them via email to make them aware of what's going on. They may not contact 150,000 people back, but we don't want to overwhelm them. But contacting the victim's advocacy office through the local law enforcement, finding out who which advocacy office is always the best way to go about making someone aware of, something like this. Like not contacting law enforcement, but the victim's advocacy office.
Anyway, I'm going to scoot here. Kohl's has Converse shoes on sale. I need another pair of red ones, and I'm scooting off to Kohl's to get them.
Good day, love.
You guys have fun and enjoy the rest of the day, and try and get out and touch the grass.
Bye.
Y'all have a good day.
All right, you have a good day.
Take care.
Susie Q, can you hear us? You're up here with us.
Is it here?
Susie Q.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Okay, well, I'm going to take you down so maybe you can figure it out or whatever's going on. I don't know. But anyhow, I'm just...
Yeah. I'm going to drop down too. I just wanted to thank you again for making this public. I like knowing where these kind of people are sitting at so that I don't go anywhere around. I'm not rewarding people for this type of behavior. So again, thank you for bringing light to it. I think it's important that we know what's going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Channels like that. It helps to just not be part of it. I would hate to click on a stream because I think that they're a reputable channel only to find this type of behavior. It's just, to me, it's insanity. But thank you for allowing me to speak my opinion. I appreciate it.
Always,
Thank
love,
you.
you know that. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming up and, talking with us too.
Absolutely. Thanks, Elle and Grain and Voices and everybody in the chat.
you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Foma.
I'm going to read out some of these super chats here. So Brianna, let's see here. She says, even if we do give the grace of being ignorant with the first link, that her links are being disabled and she keeps reposting it, shows intent to keep sharing and profiting. She knows what she's doing. Let's see here. Emily Biz with the 1989 says she showed his body after it was found laying outside the suitcase on her live stream with the crime scene photos. She also was so ignorant showing crime scene photos, no clue what she was showing, but then shows autopsy photos. Let's see here. Blank Thought says, I admire Ellie's balls for standing her ground on her opinions. That's right, love. Let's see here. Cocktail Dress. We can call this law of not allowing juvenile autopsy photos to ever be released. Call it Gannon's law. Let's do this. Let's make good out of it. You know what? I agree with that. Jen says, QB, can you please take that down? Yeah, I didn't even notice that it was just up on there. Sorry, guys. Scarlett, thank you so much. She $49.99 says unacceptable behavior on Vag Girl. Not right. She was wrong. As a mother, I would be taking her channel down. How is it that this poor kid is gone and she gunned after him? Wrong and disgusting and disrespectful. And Scarlett says, how is this okay to have her still on the net? How? I worked on the Thomas Valva case and saw the worst, but it comes with respect. Yeah, it's definitely tough. Children, they make emotions run high.
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
you have children, even if you don't have children, you have nieces, nephews, grandbabies, kids you're close to, your best friend's kids, like even your fur babies, you know what I'm saying? You have that motherly instinct. I mean, it is what it is. So even if you don't have kids, you still have that feeling, and it's definitely emotional. And, usually anybody, when you do something to a child or you hurt somebody, that when they're down and out, that motherly instinct is to like kick some ass, you immediately want to get mad.
Even if it was my own self, okay, and I passed of natural causes, and there was an autopsy done to determine this, I wouldn't want pictures of my breasts and other genitalia out for the world to see. And then a minor child. Juvenile court records are not available. Okay? Why is a picture after? I don't get it. I just don't. It makes no sense. None.
I feel bad that his mom feels that she has to leave social media now.
I agree.
I feel grateful that she phrased just social media and not the world. Because Valoma is not lying. Stephanie was not lying when she said this could push a grieving parent who, like she said, the whole trial, they have not fully grieved this child. They were in a fight for their child's justice, okay? Any form of justice they could get. They're just now grieving.
Well, and I just love her too. She tries to give a really good perspective, you know what I'm saying? And she's nice about it. She doesn't come in like a wrecking ball, and she's, not shitty
like
about
me.
it.
Sorry.
Or like me, like I'm the same way. I'm rough around the edges. I have no, I don't know. It's just shitty. It's shitty all the way around,
Yeah, it really is. This whole thing is, yeah.
And so I did, and I'm not saying other people need to do this. I'm not tooting my own horn, but we've been complaining about this, discussing this for 3 days now, 3 days. And I decided it was time to fuel that fire with action instead of just anger. And if anyone else has 5 minutes to write to even your local state's attorney, okay, try to make change so this doesn't happen to another child, past or future, this happens to, and a family. I mean, we spend hours on here discussing it. Please just take the 5 minutes if you have it in you and just write an email.
Because it morphed it, like Natasha, I guess, is the one that brought it to Facebook. Or was it Zav also on Facebook? Or mostly Natasha?
Sounded like Natasha, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know who she is. I'm just saying what I heard up here.
That recliner lady, that is like, she's like ban evading as it is on YouTube. Because she's been kicked off so many times.
She's on channel number 54.
Oh my gosh, 54.
She's been fired from the same job 54 times.
Yeah, she's persistent.
I know,
So
her
she went
level
on
of
there.
dedication is crazy.
So is she big on Facebook? More so? Like, does she do like Facebook lives and like have a Facebook
She
presence?
used
I'm
to,
not big
but
on
she's got
Facebook.
lots of. She used to. That's why she kind of got run off of Facebook and lost her ability or something. I don't know. It's been a long time, but that's why she ended up over here on YouTube. And then I guess last night she was promoting her Patreon in Facebook and YouTube.
Okay, so it wasn't like Zav, like the way that I mean, it started with Zav, but like the Facebook part is mostly, you think, probably Natasha Cooper or NC, right? You call her NC.
Yeah.
You don't say her name. I'm sorry.
I don't say her name. I call her Recliner Lily.
I mean, if I lived in Colorado, I would seriously, you guys can laugh all you want to, be outside of that courthouse facility with a sign right now. Right now. This can't continue to happen. People can't. How many FOIA requests do you think have been done now that they see this is done and can be done?
Well, I mean,
I
don't do think that, I think NC just took like didn't she just
Oh,
take
I
like
agree, but I'm
Zav's
saying other
info?
people. This
Oh, I
whole
know.
street
I'm
is
sure
wide.
people
This is a
FOIA
wide,
stuff
wide
all the
world of
time.
web.
I think people do it all the time that we just don't hear about. It happens all the time
But
for
now
different
they know they can
purposes.
share it. Now they know they can share it.
I think people always knew that there was ways to share things. I don't know. I don't think this is like the beginning of anything terrible. I really don't. I think we're like getting too emotional about it a little, that it's not the beginning of like people are going to start weaponizing it, because that's a whole different thing when you start using it against people to like say, I'm going to release like, like doxing or something. I don't think it's going to get to, I hope it doesn't. I mean, maybe I'm being like too naive, but it doesn't seem like that's where this is going per se. I don't know. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but I don't think this is going to be a thing now that people do. I mean, and people have the right still to do it. Like what Deech just said in her post, that it is another discussion that for another day. But there is still that right to have that information. The way that she shared it is wrong. Putting it behind any kind of paywall with any kind of money attached to it, I think is where it all went wrong. And her like not thinking things through. Maybe she knew and she's just like did it anyway, which I think was crazy. It didn't seem that way to me, but who knows? People know her better than me, I guess. I don't know. I'm not an expert on Zav,
No, but I just feel that any random individual, any ordinary citizen can just have access to this. Now, if it's a police department, if it's law enforcement, or
maybe it was a mistake that she got too much.
I swear,
I
I
don't
think
know.
it
Is that
was.
an
I
option?
swear I do.
Oh, I wonder what does Cody Jones think? I want to know, like somebody in the legal profession, or like how much FOIA is, like how much is released, because it does seem like more than. But it was actually everything, like Deet said, everything was marked evidence. So it's like the complete packet she got. This like it was like $300 to $400, I believe, and it was like a packet that about anything that was marked evidence, even if it was showed for a second or referred to as exhibit number, blah blah blah, it was put in this packet. And that's why there was more of it than was shown on networks and on people streaming it. But it was still evidence that was presented in the trial. That's what makes this whole thing legal. And I get it. I get how, Valoma, like what she's been through. I get, we agreeing what you've been, like you have a different kind of emotional.
This evidence was collected, but not presented. Am I wrong? In the trial.
From who? In the trial, it was collected and not presented? What do you mean? It was all evidence.
We're being told that what she showed is beyond what was shown at trial.
It was.
Is
some
that
of
not
it they
true?
said, but some of it, what Deech just said, and how I believe it to be, that like when things enter into evidence, they always are like, okay, exhibit number 183. This is being, and they usually make like a verbal, like like saying that this
on
is
if
being
it's shared or not.
that it's being emitted into evidence. And I think that's what Zav got, the whole packet of evidence, even if things maybe weren't eventually maybe used in the actual trial. Maybe there's still some of the, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the exacts, you know, I don't want Lady Justice popping up here and like giving me like shit about this, but like,
No.
I'm just saying how I understand it. It's part of the trial. If it's entered somehow, it becomes part of this packet that she requested, that other people could have requested, that had all this information in it. It does seem like too much to me, but that's a court thing then. That's like an error of the courts, right?
Indeed, and that's why I'd be standing out there with a sign. I'm just saying.
Hello?
I was gonna say,
Hi.
Band-Aid, you're up here with yours. Okay.
I just want to clear something up real quick. Okay. I just want to address Jones in the chat because I think she's starting to misunderstand me, that she's thinking and then she's spreading that I am saying something about her father and saying it in the same way that Laura said it. And that is absolutely not true. You can go back through the chat. I did not do anything, compare her father to a P, just like Laura did. That is absolutely false. And I will not have anybody say that I did that because that is absolutely misinformation. Do not spread that about me. That is
It seems
absolutely
like you guys were just
false.
going back and forth. Maybe Jones can come up. I saw you guys going back and forth. You were just disagreeing. I think people are very
All
like
I did was
emotional.
ask because Hacklob said, oh, like, you know, and I, you know, oh, well, Cody, why don't you get up on a panel? And I was like, I made a joke like, oh, is somebody supposed to be scared of somebody's daddy? And made a laughing emoji. And then I guess Joneson took that as that's a threatening thing. And so she's saying that I'm making statements like just like the one that Laura made about her daddy. No, ma'am, you're not going to put that on me and run with that. I do not appreciate that. That needs to be taken back and cleared up. Okay,
Well,
I would never say that about somebody's father. I would never do that about somebody's father. I did not say that about somebody's father, and I wouldn't go there. Never would I, okay? I never have, never would. I respect people too much, and I respect people's families too much. I don't do nothing like that, never would. I respect people's children. I do not go there.
I'm sure Joneson understands that all though, because what you just said is like how she is. So I don't think you guys would disagree about any of what you just said. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like you guys feel
I
the
don't
same way.
either. I think what she maybe was meaning, and I can't speak for her, but my opinion was that Laura was joking about what I'm supposed to be afraid of her daddy, and that was a big thing going around, and maybe when you said that is what she was referring to, not the P part.
Okay, well, she shouldn't have put that part.
Oh,
okay?
I didn't know she did. Okay.
Like that's what I'm not gonna accept, comparing me to Laura. Okay, that's what I'm not gonna have. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to come across rude and mean to y'all. But
Yeah, I didn't see what was going on with you
you're
guys.
not gonna compare me to Laura and say that I'm pulling Laura isms and doing all that. No. That's where I stop it. Okay.
We got it. Nobody wants to be compared.
I ain't pulling Laura isms over here.
I don't
That's
think
just,
she was doing that. She's not gonna. Oh, here we go.
I don't do that. I don't do that.
Did I say in that comment that you called my dad a P?
You
did
said
I say
was,
that in that comment?
You said
Bingo?
I was pulling Laura isms. Did you not?
No, I actually didn't say that. I said you were taking the weak way out and coming for my dad the same way Laura does.
Did I come for your daddy?
Because he wasn't
Did I
even
come for
saying
your
anything
daddy?
to you.
Did I come for your daddy?
Saying,
Did I say at Cody Jones? Blah 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 blah. No, I didn't.
No, you said, why am I supposed to be afraid of anybody's daddy? Everybody's not
am
stupid.
I?
You're arguing with me in the chat.
I said, am I? Because Hacklam
Nobody's
said,
stupid.
what are
Stop
you
playing this victim shit.
I am nobody's victim, baby.
You are
I
your
ain't nobody's
own victim, and you want
I
to
ain't
be
nobody's
everybody
victim.
else's.
I ain't nobody's victim, sweetheart. Come correct.
You want to be. You
No, I
want to be.
don't.
That's
No,
the
I don't.
problem.
No, I don't. No, I
Everybody in
don't.
that
You don't
chat
know
can see
me.
what I
You
said,
don't
girl.
know
Don't
me
come
like
up here
that.
lying on my name.
Jonesy,
Everybody
you
in that
don't know
chat can
that.
see.
Sweetie, you've been caught lying so much
Everybody
since
in
you've
the
done come to
chat
this
can see.
community. Everybody has seen you lie since you done come
Tell
to
me
this
how.
community.
Tell me how.
Tell you
Come on.
how?
Band-Aid.
Proof.
Band-Aid.
Tell
I
you
just
how?
asked you
Proof.
if she meant
Proof
the
or it didn't
pee, and you
happen.
said
Proof
she
for it
pretended.
didn't happen? Ma'am.
How? Let's hear it.
Ma'am, you
Let's
tried
hear
to
it, Band-Aid.
you tried to front and act like Savage was gonna go real life on your ass.
Girl, no, I
Till
didn't. I
then,
just went back and looked at the live. No, I didn't. You
yes,
trash talking
you
again.
did.
You
Yes,
trash
you
talking again.
did.
I will
You
share
will
the
go
link on
back
my
and
community
sit
post.
there and shit talk. And you go back and forth to panel to panel to panel to panel to panel to panel to
Band-Aid,
panel,
baby.
and then you spread
I don't go
misinformation.
on anybody's
That's
panel
what you
except
do.
Queens and
No,
D.
you don't
First
go
off,
on panels, but you go in the chats, sweetie. That's what
I
you
do go
do.
in chat.
I have
Duh.
watched you. I have
Okay.
watched you. Okay,
And
I have seen
I
you,
went
and
in
then you
chats
come
and
back
said that
around,
Savage
and
was
then you
going real
spread
life on me.
lies. I've seen you
I'm
spread pure
asking
ass
you.
lies.
I'm asking you, have I went in chats and said that Savage is coming for me in real life?
No, you did it on your panel. You did it
No,
on
the
your
fuck I
live.
didn't. I
Yes,
said if
you did.
Traitors and Savage want to go real life on me, they are more than fucking welcome to, and I stand on that. You got me
You
fucked
tried to
up putting
convince
lies in my
everybody that that's
mouth.
what was going to happen to you. And I sat there in your live telling you, no, that wasn't going to happen. They weren't trying to do that to you. You didn't want to hear it.
I was talking about what Savage, her veiled threat. Girl, you don't want to do that. Ain't nobody fucking stupid, Band-Aid. Ain't
Oh
nobody
my God.
stupid.
Oh my God. It's just not even worth it with you, Joneson.
That's what I said, and you got mad. I said it's not worth it in the chat, and you got upset.
No, I didn't even see you say that.
Okay. Well, the whole chat can see, so I don't have to defend myself.
Yeah.
The fact is
And
that
I don't
I
have to
said
defend
you were
myself to
taking a
you.
week. Hold on. First off, you said that about the Savage live. I asked you which live. I went and found the one. I said, is it the one where we ended up playing music that night? You said no. It was a daytime live. So I went back and checked. No, it was that live. It was the beginning of that live in the daytime when I said, with these kind of veiled threats, I mean, if that's what you want to do, if you want to try to go real life, go, by all means, go real life. Then you said you asked for a link, right?
Yeah, I did.
And I told you I couldn't give you a link, right?
Yeah, because you said you were on your phone.
Not because I was on my phone. I was on YouTube Live on my phone. I can do StreamYard on my phone as well. I wasn't on StreamYard. And then you have the gall to tell me I must not know how YouTube works then. I can drop a link on a YouTube Live? You're full of shit, Band-Aid. You can't drop a link on a YouTube Live, so you're talking out of your ass and you're putting shit on my name in chat. Fuck that.
Well, you're putting shit on my name.
No,
so
I
how
didn't.
the fuck does that feel?
The chat is still there. Go back and replay it after this live. Everybody listening, go back and replay it after this live and check that chat, because I never once said that you came for my dad like Laura did by calling him a P.
You're sitting here saying it right now that I was coming for your daddy.
You did.
I didn't.
You don't even need to go back and chat, because I specifically asked Band-Aid that, and she told me you included the P in your comments. She lied.
I know, I heard her.
to
That's
me
why
when
I'm
I
up here
asked her.
upset. That's why I'm fucking up here
So
upset.
you don't
I'm
need
sorry.
to go back and check
I'm going to
chat.
come
Just
down a
listen to
little
the
bit, but
question
she's
and the
fucking
answer.
lying.
Yeah.
Well, if I saw it wrong, then I saw it wrong. But
And I
you
even
still
apologized and clarified it for you. And you
happens all
still
the
come up
time.
here trying to talk shit.
all
Miss
I
me with
wanted
that
to
bullshit.
all I wanted to do was clarify you trying to say that I was coming for your people, because I'm not coming for your people. You always try to think that people are coming for your people or coming for you, and I don't get that. I just
She
don't.
doesn't say that. She never says that. Joneson? Coming for your people? She never says shit like that. I don't know. I don't hear her saying stuff like that personally. That's just me. She's not that kind of person. I don't know. I think you should maybe go back and you just maybe didn't see that word.
Where was that said? Where was that supposedly said at? What do you mean? Oh,
Just
Cody
now in
said I
chat.
said that. Cody said I said that. What do you mean? What'd you say? Look, Cappy said, "Oh my God, stop capping." Where's Jones and where'd she go? Because she's the one that would know.
She
She might have.
bounced.
She's
did
like, I'm
she?
out.
She said missed me with that shit and was gone.
No, Cody said, Band-Aid, I'm the one who said you was attacking me.
Okay, well, then if anybody felt like I was attacking them, I was not trying to attack anybody. That's not who I am as a person.
Well, and it's hard to read chats too. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to read somebody's body emotions. Like, you know how somebody could be joking, like, dang, don't attack me now. You know what I'm saying? But they say in like a joking way, but it's more like you take it as like, damn, I'm not fucking attacking you. What the fuck? Like sometimes
there's no inflection.
Well, that's why I usually don't even mess with the chat a lot of times. And I'll just say my hellos and stuff because people do take me as wrong. I do come off wrong a lot of times. So that's why
I mean,
just
I do
wanted
too,
to
and that's why I said Jones, and she's one of our girls,
I just come up to explain. I was like,
and I
don't
appreciate
want her. I don't want her thinking I'm trying to be mean to her daddy. That's her
'cause a lot of
family,
people
man.
won't.
I don't do stuff like that.
Did
I'm
you
not
need
known
me,
for that.
Queen? Did you need me, babe?
Oh, I just didn't know. I said, I just was going to clear it up. I said, I know you're our girl. We know you don't really do no shit like that. So I just was trying to get to the bottom of it because, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, I mean.
Yeah, no, I don't even know what Band-Aid's tripping on, honestly. I mean, none of what she's saying was said. So I don't understand.
Well, and then your
What
dad
happened was I have a different opinion than her, Queen. I have a very different opinion than her, as well as Coco. I like Coco, but damn, she got mad as fuck at me for
She got
having a
mad
different
too.
opinion.
Well, that's why I said emotions get high, man. They get high.
Yeah, and I said maybe y'all should reel it in a little bit. Jesus Christ. Like, I thought we was cool. And then she started coming after me about Savage. What the fuck does that got to do with anything?
I mean, actually, Joneson, you told us we should leave. I mean,
no, I didn't. I said you should take some
Actually, you
time.
did, Jonesy. You
No,
did tell
I
both of them
didn't. We
to
can go
leave.
replay that chat again. I didn't say
Okay.
y'all should leave. Let's go
Taking some
back.
time is
Let's
different.
I've got the
rewind. I
text
can't
message.
wait for this shit. Let's rewind
You
it.
have the text message? What voice?
I got a text
Somebody
message
sent
from
to us.
Coco.
And it says that she should leave. Is that what it says, Voices?
That she was told that you told her to leave. So
So screenshot
After
or it
she
didn't
said she was
happen. Did I
gonna.
say to leave?
Let's see it.
I think
Read
she
it.
said she was gonna leave, and you said if that's what you need to do, boo, then you do you.
I sure as fuck did, and I stand on that. Because she was taking everything that anybody said as a different opinion as an attack. Even Hakab was in the chat saying, look, this is going too far. You're constantly thinking people are trying to attack you, Coco. Nobody's trying to personally attack you.
I don't think anybody's trying to personally attack me. So I'm just saying.
Well, I wasn't. I was just disagreeing with some of the things you said, same way you
And
were
I'm
me.
fine with that, Joneson. I am completely fine with that.
Girl,
and I
then
thought we had a minute
why would
where
you
we
go
were
off
cool.
and bring up Savage and all that shit? Girl, that's so messy.
Because
That's so messy.
all of a sudden you started wilding for a second. And I was like, what is she doing? Why are you bringing up things? And
I
so I
wasn't
was like, if
taking
we're going to
anything
take it there, then why are we taking it there?
because I didn't take anything serious. I didn't take no serious jabs at you, girl. I said, damn, that's a weak move to try to bring dad into something. Just because, look, you having an argument with me in chat and you see my dad. So then you're like, okay, let me take this low blow. That's that kind of shit Laura does. Dad is his own person. I am my own person. Don't use him to get to me.
I wasn't, Joneson, okay? I wasn't trying
But that's what
to
I got
do
upset
that.
about. That's what I got upset about.
Joneson, I understand. But I was not doing that to you.
Well,
okay.
But you were kind of.
But you did. You was like, why should I be afraid of anybody's daddy? Who the fuck was you talking about?
I was responding to what Hakob had said when he said, Cody, why don't you go run up there, okay, and get up on the panel? And I was like, and that's when I said that. And I
but
said
you
it
wasn't
with
on
a
panel,
laughing.
so what was the point?
I said it.
Why would we be afraid of him?
I don't understand. See, you're getting caught up. It don't make no sense.
I said it, and I put a laughing emoji, Joneson. I said it laughing in jest, like Like
Yeah, like you
because
blew
I
me a
did
kiss about Savage, huh?
because I
Girl, I
didn't
don't do the messy
understand.
sneak diss bullshit. I ain't about that life.
Yeah.
I ain't
Well,
about it. I
I
say what I
didn't
mean and mean what I
understand.
say.
I didn't understand legitimately why they were telling Cody that he needed to run up on panel all of a sudden. I was like, why is that meaning he's
Because
going
Ellie
to?
was asking for him.
Okay, well, I did not hear that. Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay,
Legitimately.
Okay.
But we were asking for him to
It's
clarify
fine. It's
something with
fine.
the law,
It's
not to
fine. She
stand
didn't
up
like
for
my
anybody or
opinion,
be a friend of
and
anybody. So
I
she
I felt this
legitimately
was
did
way too
not
passive
hear.
aggressive.
I did
listen.
not
I'm
hear
gonna.
him. I did not hear Ellie ask for his opinion on the law. Okay,
Okay.
I am
Well,
I
sorry.
did.
Okay.
I
Well,
did.
I'm going to explain what started this off. What started it off is me having a different opinion, set a few people off, and Band-Aid said something about, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of rude people. Well, I had seen some rude comments from Band-Aid as well. And I said, well, if that ain't the pot calling the kettle black, man, I mean, like, let's be transparent. We've all said shit. And
Yeah,
she got
and
upset.
I said that I wasn't talking to you, Jones, and there was a lot of people being rude in the
That's what
chat.
I was saying.
Oh
I didn't say
yeah.
you were talking to me. I said there's a lot of people being rude. But for you to say that as if you were not part of that problem is insane to me. You were being rude too,
I
girl.
didn't say that I wasn't. I didn't say that
Okay.
I've never
Then
been
you
rude.
shouldn't comment and say you see people differently and you're seeing people's true colors because they're being rude. You shouldn't say that if you're being rude too. That's just, it is what it is. And I'm still
Okay,
waiting on the receipts from Coco.
geez, I'm
Coco,
sorry if
like, I can't help that she texted me and said, with what you said, she felt
Yeah.
like you told her to leave. You do
No.
you.
No.
You do
She
you, boo.
wanted to leave.
Absolutely.
Coco wanted to leave. She kept
She
saying,
freaked
and
out
she
and said
sounded,
she needed to leave. And I said, okay,
Yes.
and shit.
I
And again,
texted
we
you
know up
in
on these
Discord.
streets, you have to see it for yourself to believe it.
Yeah. I need to see me telling Coco that she should probably leave because Band-Aid said I said the same thing. I need to see that. I said maybe if you're too emotional, you should check out at one point. I did say that.
Yeah.
And I mean
And
that.
I mean that too for people. Like I feel like this is something that is definitely causing a lot of emotions, and I've never seen so much like back and forth people saying, "Oh, you're this, you're that," for your opinions or for agreeing with something that is different than what they like their opinion. It's usually not an echo chamber in this chat or on this channel, and I have seen it the last since this whole thing a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, not everybody. Because nothing
The
is
hate
like
channels
absolute.
are rubbing off on some people, I think. I really do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Jones, and just can we?
I'm good with you, Band-Aid. Just don't lie on me, boo. I didn't say
Well,
that.
please, just don't compare me to
I wasn't
Lyra
trying
over
to.
there.
And you jumped up here so quick because I seen you got timed out and you jumped up here so quick. But I even put in the paragraph to your response, I said, oh, no, 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 no. That's not what I was meaning. I said, I was talking about how Laura will see Dad in the chat and go for him
But
because she's
Johnson, I've
angry at
never
me.
done that. I have never done that to you. Never, ever, ever, and I
No,
never
I
would.
didn't mean that you called him a P. And that's why I clarified. I said, no, that's not what I meant. No, 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 no. But you was already getting on panel by then and putting shit out there that I didn't say. So I had to come up here all aggressive and shit.
Well,
Like,
I
I'm sorry.
understand it, Johnson. I understand it. Trust
I'm
me.
sorry. We're good. We're good, Band-Aid.
Okay,
We're good.
Johnson. Much
We're
love to
good.
you. Much love to your family.
Thank you, Ben.
Trust me. Trust and believe that. You got my heart. You got my prayers on that. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't want nothing.
No, I want all good things for all
no
of you.
bad blood. No, nothing. Okay.
No,
Just
no.
trust and believe that I am not no evil, wicked witch.
I don't think you are. I think you
Trust
just
me.
got offended by me.
I think we just had a difference of opinion, and that's
Yeah.
okay. Trust.
Yeah.
I think that if we met each other in real life, I think we would be cool and we would be having, a good time. I'll just say it that much. I can't say things on YouTube, but you see what I'm saying. I think we would hang out with the chickens and we'd have a little break. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I think we would. I think we'd get along and we'd have some good laughs. You see what I'm saying? Because we're
I
two
agree.
Southern girls. We're two Southern girls.
To Southern
And
Girl, I just wanted to make sure you knew that's not what I was trying to come across saying.
well,
Like
I just
that's
wanted to make sure you knew that I would not do that to your family.
okay. I,
And
I didn't think you would. That's why it totally threw me off. I was like, no, that's not what I was in. No, that's not what I meant. Like, I'm sorry it got misunderstood.
well, I'm sorry it got misunderstood too, Jones, and I
We're
really
good.
am. I
We're
really
good.
And I'm
am. I'm very
sorry for
sorry.
my aggression as well, because I think I know Joneson very well in her heart, and she would not attack without proof like that or it being
Oh, no, 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 no,
true.
no. Nobody else needs to apologize. I mean, y'all are fine up here. You know, y'all are good.
Well, I appreciate y'all. I thought Queen called me back up. I thought she needed some clarification, so I just jumped back up here.
No,
I'm
she
glad I
did.
did.
She did. She did. She called you back up. She
Yeah,
asked if
see,
you
I'm,
could.
I'm glad you did too, because you know what? There's some stuff I really don't even know, and I don't catch the chat. Half the fucking chat goes flying by, and I can't even.
Yeah, it was flying.
Oh
yeah.
So
Oh
I
yeah,
honestly
it's going
didn't
fast.
see half of it. Didn't even know what the fuck you guys were talking.
Me and Band-Aid had that chat lit
Let
up.
Laura hear this. And she can see, I told you she don't read her fucking chat anyways. She doesn't know what's going on.
Oh God, there goes Lyra.
There goes
She strike
Lyra.
alive and say,
Oh God. Yeah,
I'm
this is
not
gonna be a
even
whole
read your
nother
religious.
fucking
thing.
chat.
Lyra gonna have us clipped, girl.
I know.
Listen, I'm not even religious, and I'm over here saying, Jesus, take the wheel. Okay? And wanting to sing Kumbaya and all kinds of stuff.
We're gonna hold hands around the circle tonight.
I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna jump down. Voices, if
All
Coco
right.
does send you a screenshot, you know how to get in touch with me, babe.
Honey, I just told you it was the way you spoke to her that made her feel like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
So it was the way you
There are no.
spoke that made her feel like that.
Okay.
So there's no
all.
message saying those things. It's just a feeling that you got.
It
Got
might
it.
have just been the way that
Because
the
we were
thing
arguing.
read off. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think because the way I saw it too, it kind of came. You know what
Well,
I'm
she kept
saying?
saying goodbye all day, like earlier too.
Yeah,
She was
she
like,
said
"All
it
right,
like
I'm
3
out of here."
times. So I was like, okay, whatever.
And I
Man.
mean, and I told Coco too. I was like, Coco, I like you. You're cool. Like, but
Not
you
an
know,
airport though, right? You don't have to
yeah. I
announce your
mean,
arrival.
Not everything's an attack, and when that's the problem is when we go over emotional things like this, it becomes where people internalize and make things an attack against them.
it
And
does.
it's not, it's just emotions running high, and it's unfortunate, but it happens.
Y'all
So
make me want to be a better person every single day, because I would tell somebody not to let the door hit them in the ass on the way out. I'm just saying.
bye guys.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, Jonesy.
All right, y'all. Thanks for letting me up here and just letting me talk to Jones and everything. Be cool with her and
That was
just
good.
explaining everything. I really do
It was
appreciate
good.
it.
Way to rip that Band-Aid just right off. Just rip it
That's
right
how
off.
I do it,
Get to the
y'all.
bottom of it.
Instead of going
That's,
back and forth in chat, you talk to each other, and it just takes a lot of the noise away, right?
that's how. That's how I like to get it done. Sometimes you just got to.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, and I appreciate y'all. I mean, and I appreciate y'all's honesty and open chat. And I really respect y'all very, very much. And I respect y'all's, panels and chats and everybody over here and, voices. I love you so much. And I just respect you all the time. And you hold it down. And Queen Bee, I really respect you too. And I stand with y'all and everything y'all are doing. I really do. Y'all are some good people and I appreciate it. So y'all hang on and just keep being y'all, and just love yourselves as much as you can every day, and
Yep.
remember that the BS just isn't worth it.
No, definitely
it's not.
not.
At the end of the day, it's not.
Too draining.
It is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. So, like I said, much love again. But anyways,
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So Judy Ron was in chat a minute ago. And James Cameron, SV said, is James Cameron in chat? SV, is that what you said? No. I think
Well,
Judy Ron might have
I
been.
apologize that you heard a whole different side of me if you're here. Trigger warning.
Trigger warning, Judy Ron and Ed, if you're with him.
It comes from the heart. It comes from the heart, I swear.
Yeah. Got a little bit of everything today. Mike.
Yeah, we did.
Thoughts?
And look, we've been on here like 5.5 hours. I got some stuff I got to go do. My little ones want some Chinese food like ASAP. So,
Oh, fun. That
baby
sounds good.
Bumbles want some Chinese food like right now. So, I mean, if you guys want to stay on here,
like right now,
I'm gonna have to go bounce to the store, to the grocery store, to here, there, everywhere, gas station, Chinese.
Get that nail done.
You want your fingernail pretty? You like a boyfriend? You want it long or short? You want long nail? You want long nail for your boyfriend?
Girl, we went one time before my nephew's wedding to get manicures and pedicures, right? And it's me, my sister, and my mother. And my sister wants to get her eyebrows done. And so the other lady who's doing my mother asked my mother, she flat out said, "You want me to do you eyebrow or you go like that?" We like to have died. Or
I
you
know.
go like that. Like my mom's
or
like,
they'll
"What's
be
wrong
like,
with my
"Oh, lip
eyebrows?"
too." Yeah, exactly. My mom, they do that. They'll be like, "Oh my God, you look at your lip." I'm like, "Wait, my lip is fine." But they'll but you're like, "Of course, do it." Oh my God, is it that bad? Like, stop.
I got a wild hair. What?
I know. Stop it. Or like your chin or something. Like, stop. It's just too much. You want to like do my whole face now. Like, I don't know why they do. I know that's like a tactic. I feel like they learned that. That's like
It
a
is, because then
marketing
my
thing.
lady who was done with my nails were already done. I just have to get a pedi. And she's like, "How about you want your eyebrow?" "No, thank you. No, they're good. Thanks." At least she was nice though. But the lady that had my mom just said, "You want your eyebrow or you go like that?"
You can't go
like she looked awful.
I mean, I like good eyebrow. Like it does like change your like it totally can change your eyes though. It's crazy
Your whole
how much
face.
your whole
Your
face,
whole
right?
face.
Oh my gosh, my mom like it's like the first thing she ever like before even now she's like, "We're getting your eyebrows done," and it was really it does change your face. It really does. It like opens something up. I agree. There's some good to
The
it.
expression of your face can totally change with a bad eyebrow job.
Yeah.
Mine are still growing back from my accident. I'm just saying. Okay. So.
Oh gosh.
I'm thankful I don't have to go places every day. I'm just saying. And when I do, I'm wearing my glasses. It'll grow back.
It'll grow back. It always does. Totally. Yeah.
It was one of those things. Do I even out the other one to match it? No. Two wrongs don't make a right. Leave it go.
Yeah.
Be lopsided
just let
a
it
little
grow
while.
back. Yeah. It will like totally like even itself out for sure.
Right in the middle. Zoom. Whoops.
Yeah. Whoops. Oh, what a shambly day on the YouTubes the last when did all that happen? Yesterday? The day before? The last 24 hours or 30?
I think I've been
2
pissed off
days.
for 2 days. So
You're like, how long has my blood pressure been high?
even on Jones's this morning, I'm like, she's doing the chickens, and I'm like, I'm in the mood to bitch. Like I'm not chickens. I was like, get that caterpillar, George, get it. Sorry.
Get him, get it, George.
Finish
Oh my
him
God.
off, George. Oh my gosh.
It's very like emotion. This has been like in a very like emotional like topic. I could, you know what I mean? Like you could. What?
It is.
Oh.
And it's not just because I've lost a child.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to tell you, Ellie, it wasn't. I mean, it's triggering, I think, for all of us, but the level of triggering, I'm still in it because I'm more mad than I was sad until this morning when I popped up here. And it was like, I was very emotional. I was. But I didn't even make this connection. So I just want to clarify to you because you may be thinking, oh, maybe you don't realize you're triggered because of what's happened or whatnot. But I want to say this. I never even put together the suitcase part. Because let me tell you, my premature son who passed away in the hospital, when the funeral home came to get him, they actually transport him out of the hospital in a suitcase.
Oh, see.
And I didn't even put those two together with the so it wasn't like an emotional, like it's bringing back,
it's like,
my tragedy. Because
no.
maybe some of the
Yeah.
feelings from it, but not the wholeheartedly, emotionally triggered
But that part of it and that
story.
seeing that must have.
Yeah,
Did you
like I
see
didn't
it
even
or
put that together until up here
did?
listening to people on panel. I mean, I
Oh,
knew
but
he
you
was
didn't
found
look
in a
at it.
suitcase, but I
You didn't
wasn't
see them
looking at
though
my son being taken out of the hospital in a suitcase or
in a
anything, you know?
suitcase.
So,
Yeah. Until. Hmm. But you didn't see the you didn't see Zab's thing, right? No, or you did?
no,
Okay, I didn't either.
but, and I don't want to, but now I feel like I need to before I send this to a lawmaker and make
Yeah.
claims that I've heard stuff and it's not in there. So, if
Yeah.
someone can tell
Yeah.
me 100% wholeheartedly who's already viewed it, if they show his privates or not, I would appreciate it so I don't have to see it and I
Well,
can
Deet
forward
said
truthful,
no,
honest information.
but other people said yes. Maybe like
I
I don't know.
know.
I know. Why is there such altering kind of? Oh, NorCal is in the back. Queen Bee. I think she's on her way to get Chinese food probably. But yeah, I think some
I mean,
people like
whether they
Deets is.
did or didn't, it's still egregious to me, okay, that it's even done. But I don't want to give false information and be looked at like,
Yeah,
you know,
no,
I'm
I
a moron.
know
So I guess I'm going to have
exactly.
to watch it. I don't know. Ugh.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want. I'm like, well, maybe I should watch it. I don't know because I didn't want to watch it at all because I don't have like more. I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't have that kind of
No.
morbid curiosity. But like, if I'm like talking, but like maybe I need to see like how her narrative over it, how bad that because people say that that's really the bad part of it. How she was zooming in on things that comments like Queen Bee just showed about the marshmallow, like just terrible things, the kind of the surrounding it, not actually the FOIA of the documents, like her educational transformation of it wasn't very educational at all. For her, maybe it is in her mind, but not, I could see for other people, I could see how it could be like terrible, right?
Yeah.
I see it,
It's like Valoma said, you want to own and just collect and keep everything of that child, not in a box, but we have those too. Parents without their
Yeah.
children have boxes of their things if they don't still have their room set up. We have that you're
Yeah.
never
Listen,
getting rid of.
I
You
don't
know,
have the ability to take down anything in this basement that has my sister's handwriting on it. Why do you think I still have a half-ass cardboard ceiling and a crazy 90s thing? Like, I get it. I
That's
get it.
loss. I lost my dad.
listen,
I mean,
the
loss is
court
loss is
ordered,
loss,
the
I
court
mean,
ordered
child loss
me.
is different, but yeah.
I was court ordered to divide my son's ashes and give half to his father.
Oh
And I
God.
literally contemplated they gave me 2 weeks to do it, of roasting a chicken on the grill for 2 whole weeks and giving them that. Okay. I seriously did.
Oh my gosh, because you just couldn't you just couldn't imagine like separating it,
Yes.
right?
No.
Yeah, I get that. Ugh, that's a hard thing to have to be put in front of, right? Just that kind of dilemma in general. Oh.
But in my mother's heart, and I don't want to be that graphic, but if you divorced and one didn't want this child buried here, and what are you going to divide that? No, you're not. So why am I dividing ashes? And I know it's totally different, but my mindset at the time, my mother's heart was like, absolutely not, even though that's his dad. I had to stop and say, what would my son want? And that is his daddy.
Yeah, so
But
you have to make like a
it was tough,
selfless
even court ordered. I was
decision.
like, man, you're going to get some of the cat that I got over here or a chicken. I was
Some
like,
of this
it's not
dirt.
happening.
Oh gosh.
FYI,
And then
vacuum cleaner dust. The insides of your vacuum cleaner bag, if you pick all the hair out of it, it'll work well.
Crazy girl. Oh. Stuff like that happens to people and you don't even know anything about it. And some people say, well, we shouldn't, and be privileged that you don't. But I'm pretty open about my child loss in the hopes that it can help someone else. So.
Loss is just so, it's hard, especially child loss. You know what I mean? I feel like it's just a different kind of like people say, oh, it's a club you don't want to join. You know, mothers that or fathers that lose a child because it's not natural in like the cycle of life, right? You're supposed to outlive your children, right?
Yeah, and
Hopefully.
people always say there's no word for a mother who loses a child. Yes, there
Yeah.
is. You know, there's a widow. There's this. That name is Veloma.
Yeah. Yeah, like what like there is a name for it. Yeah. But why isn't there like a name, you know? Like cuz it is a special like a club that nobody wants a part of, right? You know.
It's Veloma.
Yeah.
Correct. It's what the Sanskrit meaning of Loma is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to put a word to it or a term to it most times,
But there is
it is
one.
nice to know that
Yeah.
there is one and we're not just.
Yeah. Our culture
I don't
doesn't
know.
have one though. It's interesting that it's like you said Sanskrit. That's like ancient like for back then they kind of like they understood that that was like a profound loss, right? When did we
Well,
let
where did
I
widow
mean,
come from?
yeah.
You
I don't
know?
know. Latin. I don't know. Anybody know?
All right,
In the chat.
well, ladies, I am out. I will try to pop back on here later. You know what I mean, and
Sounds
chit
good.
chat and stuff or whatever. But as of right now, I'm out of here.
That Chinese is waiting at the pickup.
Yeah.
Already got it.
Have a
Already
good
got it.
day.
I know my phone's not gonna learn. So
Enjoy the food. Bye guys.
you guys have
Thanks for going.
a good one. I'll talk to you later. All right, babe. So you ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here, baby cakes. We'll try to go live later and see what's happening, what's going on. NorCal, what are you doing? I'm heading out, babes. Have a good one.